On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, 3,000 Days, Story Support Clear Campaign. Sorry, I realized there was an extra word there in the middle of that. And next event, GUDAGUDA? I did a little head tilt there. I don't know why you can't see it. Hi. Hello. I'm one of your hosts, Omega. With me, as always, is Lucky.
Yay.
I don't have any cute nicknames because it's been 2 weeks.
Omega is slightly dying.
Yeah, also, I'm feeling a little ill. We'll see if it's something tomorrow, probably. But yeah, we're a little cooked. We took a week off, so we're coming back. We're getting the groove.
But with that, I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka GUDAGUDA to the last drop. And while we here at Studio Manga like to bring you the latest FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EA version of the game, so anyone not want to spoil it should play more Survival Crafters or Life Sims. Yeah,
we're big fans of those genres here. Sorry, taking a cleansing hit of my water. But yes, Let's Take FGO. We're back. We took a week off.
The show was not feeling the greatest.
Yeah.
So.
The show wasn't super high demand, and you were just like, man, I don't know. And I was like, well, we don't have to do the show. Now we do probably have to do the show, because yes, there is some news, and also, we need to eat. We have to get that bread, literally. Speaking of which, this wonderful, beautiful show you're listening to is brought to you by our lovely patrons and all of our listeners. We will have a little more detail on that later. But I do want to bring up a little bit of stuff, because it's been a couple of weeks. If you haven't been living under a rock, you may have been seeing some stuff from some of your favorite creators that YouTube is being a little weird. I haven't really noticed our back-end numbers being too different. The one Gino wanted didn't do super great, but also that's... What do you want from me? She wasn't that well hyped of a servant. Which is sad, because she's cool, and also I put extra effort in that video, but, sometimes it's like that. And we didn't record or post an episode last week, and all of our Rain episodes are doing the same. So I don't actually know if any, algorithm stuff's going on with us, but make sure you're off restricted mode, because basically that doesn't do anything good for any of your creators. And you should double-check if you're not seeing videos from channels you're subbed to, because YouTube can just turn this on without your permission. And if you don't like how YouTube is doing things... You can always check us out on Patreon if you want to get more of the show. You can listen to the audio or download it there for as little as $1 a month. That gets you access to all of our audio postings and stuff. And, at higher levels, you can get earlier access to things as well.
Yeah.
It's a cool time. Sorry, I hesitated there because in our Vintage Story sub-thread, Loth and Aaron are currently conspiring to send us to the Cassowary Wars. I did say, it's my fault, I said we should do whatever Fauna of the Stone Age are the funniest. And Cassowary Day probably is the funniest one. But I really need that clip from Mandalore's Cabela's video, which is just him saying, how do we survive as a species before guns?
I'll find that and clip that for us.
Yeah. Because it's going to be so needed for the... Especially because we can manufacture the GAT in Vintage Story. We're going to use the firearms mod again. It's just going to take us a while. You need at least bronze.
I'll have to be at least iron.
No, I think there's a couple of pieces you can make with just bronze barrels and furnishings.
Oh, okay.
But they are the cruder and more simpler ones. You want real shit, yeah, you need iron and iron plates. And you want the real shit, you need steel, which is a level we've never actually gotten to, all the way. But we'll see where it comes. Probably a little more on the Vintage Story server later, if only just so we can plug it. But first... let's check in with everybody's favorite Kohai, Mash.
Senpai, 起きてください.
Because it's time for Wake the Fuck Up Senpai, regular for pro tips. First, a pro tip for those of you on Apple devices. Because FGO has put out a couple little notes about this. Number one, hey, FGO has reminded you they haven't verified that it works on iOS 26. At least they hadn't when I wrote this last week. And I don't think because they had another announcement, I don't think they've cleared it either. But also, recently on Newsday, they did post that they're going to stop supporting just iOS 13. The new minimum will be iOS 13.1. I don't know if there's a lot of difference there, but it is the kind of thing that, if you are on an Apple iOS device, you should be on the lookout for, as we routinely regulate these sorts of things. Also, not really a pro tip, but a cool point in time. As of the time we're recording this show, yar, it be talk like a pirate day. But when most of you listen to this, it won't be anymore. So, one, I won't do a bit, and also, two, I'm not enough energy to do that bit the whole time.
I was considering if I should talk like a pirate the entire time. I was like, nah.
But it is funny because unless I eat shit and die. We're actually going to do Fan Servant Friday today, and while not actually a pirate, Artemisia the First of Caria. Also, yes, by the way, Caria was real. That's not an Elden Ring thing. Halicarnassus is also real. That's not just from Final Fantasy. They do sound cool, though. But some historians did call her a pirate. So it's like, I don't know, topical. We're wizards at this. But that is your pro tips. That means it's time to take us to Records from the Throne, your regular achievement topic, or our regular achievement topic for you. Doing this like 8 years. I fucked it up. Anyway, hey, there was a free SR ticket, and for me, I picked The Dawn. Smile Protected. I forgot to update this earlier when I actually looked at it, but no, we did get that bond, so it's permanent now. Thank you, Gigabond Ups.
Over on my side, hey, guess what? I got, Wangina and NP5 Creme. Also picked The Dawn as well for my SR ticket. So all smiles protected, though I do need to fire off the Dawn's MP a few times for the missions. Yeah, that's still going on. I think that's the last thing I have.
Yeah, I probably have to do that as well. I've mostly had him writing back row while still trying to farm the event.
Same. But with that, guess what, everybody? You heard Lucky mention SSR. That's right, it's time for not all the world's evil, but damn close. It's me, ya boy. It's Lucky. Guys, I spent way too much money getting Wangina. Like, I don't want to talk about the cost, but it was too high. Like, again, I've mentioned this to you guys several times, but I have, like, no willpower. Especially when we hit, like, a certain trifecta of, characters. Like, are they cute? Strike 1. Are they lonely? Strike 2. Are they limited? Strike 3. You're out of money. God, I didn't really mention it, but I think, like, I got, like, at least, like, 9 crims total while rolling. Like, thankfully, I was not spooked by anything. Like, it was all crims all around, and the first and only SR I got was Wangina. But at the same time, I'm all like, man, dude, this was tough. I know a lot of people really probably don't jive a lot with Wangina for, like, her kid or her stuff, but she's so damn cute, and, like, we could probably talk about it on our final thoughts here, but I end up liking this event a way more than I thought I would.
The event's very novel. I kind of understand why it wasn't, like, wider talked about, because it's kind of hard to explain what I feel like the point of this event is without you playing it. Like,
yeah,
I don't know if it would come across without, like, you actually experiencing it, but it is interesting, and it's kind of novel in a way. And I did like it. No, Wangina seems neat. It's just, it is how it is. Anyway, everybody please watch Wanted Wangina like 10,000 times. Ah, yes. Well, cough snuck in there.
Stop dying.
I'll attempt it. Anyway, alright. Anything further to add there, Lucky? That's the end of what you wrote down, but...
No, we could probably, like, save some thoughts for later.
Yes, we will. We will have some... That wasn't even English. I exaggerated that. We'll have some thoughts to vibe out later.
Oh, yeah, thoughts.
That means it's time to ask, did you finish your master missions? No help last week, that already happened. But this week, you'll need to defeat 3 chaotic servants, defeat 3 lawful servants, defeat 15 humanoid trait enemies, defeat 15 male enemies, complete 5 quests, complete 10 quests. I'm pretty sure you can do all of these in the days that are left in the event, and if not, I'm also reasonably certain you can do the rest of these on the Bleached Earth somewhere. If not, you can always go to Fuyuki. But you can multitask here if you need to. Sorry, checking if there was another cough. No, we're good for now. It'll creep up on me later. So that means it's time to move on to Skelograms. Ellie. I'm not saying it in the full spooky voice yet because it is still technically summer, and trust me, brother, it feels like it.
We got a couple days still before the autumnal equinox.
Yeah, and out here it was still like 90 degrees today as a high, so we're not having that fresh fall feeling just yet. Anywho, catching you up on the news. So there were some extra pickup summons for Great Spirits World Tour, some of which I think at least either the wiki was incomplete or some of these are new, but we had an Ozymandias and Cleopatra banners, which both had Summer Needle on them. Those are over now. They were running until just a couple of days ago on the 16th. But we do have a Kentucky Double X banner until the 24th. So cramming in some extra events out there. Next, the big one, which is still technically ongoing for some of these celebrations. We hit 3,000 days. 3,000 days anniversary celebration. Started the 10th, going until the 30th, the end of this month. Starting with the big one, the SR Exchange ticket. Now, I'm pretty sure, thanks to Clairvoyance, we did know about this, but I completely forgot, so I rolled for Carmel anyway, but it worked out, because now I have 2 new servants. But yes, you get a SR Exchange ticket. I don't remember now off the top of my head, because it's been a while since it launched, what the cutoff was. It was at least up to Traum units, obviously.
I think it was Trom.
Yeah. Because I don't think I saw anybody from LV7 on there.
No, wait, could you get Talok? I don't remember.
I don't remember seeing her, but Talok was all the way at the bottom of the list, so...
No, I think you could get Talok. I think.
Then, yeah, we go all the way up to LB7. Either way, you have a pretty breadth of SR ticket. It includes both story locked and limited servants, which is obviously where you should probably focus your efforts, but I know some of you have had, permanent SRs that have eluded you for years. Games be like that. To keep your servant, you are going to need to make them Bond 3, among other things. Final Ascension is also needed, but that's a lot easier, especially because the servant you pick during this event window gets a little damage bonus and gets double XP. So leveling them all the way is really easy. We did have a social media campaign for 30 Saint Quartz. That was very nice. Put that in the pile. There are some limited time master missions for foes SP and QP, as Lucky alluded to earlier. Most of those are related to leveling and utilizing your new selected servant. I believe there are a couple of other ones. There was an on the day of login bonus for 10 Saint Quartz, which is now passed. We actually hit 3,000 days. But we did have an accrued login bonus. I love that we're switching mostly to accrueds these days.
Thank God.
Yeah. It feels like everything is either an accrued bonus or a login on a specific day.
Yeah.
Which is still risky, but at least is not like, oh, you broke your streak, you're fucked out of all the rewards now. It's more like, no. If you missed the September 10th reward, well, oops. But you can still get the next one. But yeah, this has gold apples, more teapots, and tickets. The teapots are really helping out getting that bond farming to 3. There's also a Returning Masters campaign. If it's been a little bit since you've been playing FGO, 3,000 days, perfect time to jump back in it. All dailies were unlocked during this time period as well, really trying to make it easy for you to get the XP you need, because they don't know what servant you're picking. I mean, if you saw the YouTube thumbnails about this, you should be picking Kriemhild, but... Spoilers, it's because Kriemhild is story locked, and she's very popular, and cool, and also very good. Trust me, I hit a lot of guys during this event with Balmont Kriemhild. But we also got some other important banners during this time. You've got Morgan and Castoria banners. That's another great appeal if you are newer or need to come back to jump in, get some stuff, have a grand old time. Over in JP, that's our next batch of news, because JP's kind of been in their holding pattern. On the 9th, they started Grand Dual Rider. Hey, it was Noah. Duh. But they did get some extra banners on Vanished Beginning, so they added a Beni Enma and Lohi plus Kirki banners. I assume that's because they are animal-type servants. Specifically, they're birds. But yes, Grand Duel proceeding at pace. We also got an interesting one in that just recently, starting the 17th going until the 24th. JP has started Grand Duel Saber and Berserker, quote-unquote, no Storm Pod campaign. Normally to do certain phases of the Grand Duel quests, you need to spend Storm Pods. So we appear to be doing some sort of rotating discount on Grand Duel. So during this time period, Saber and Berserkers will not cost pods if you need to be farming, prepping some of your mats or working on your team comps and stuff. This also means that they are rerunning all the Saber and Berserker banners from the Grand Duel campaigns. Again! Pretty sure it's everybody. There's a shitload of banners.
Too many banners.
It might just be all limited servants again, not permanents, but it's so many. Literally, I just scroll past the giant table on the wiki, and I feel like my eyes turn into little Saint Quartzes. I can't see anymore. There's a shitload of them, though. They're even running a FP special banner for Saber Lily. This is important because people, I think, commented on this a couple of weeks ago, and we asked about it. They also did this for Habitrot because she's only in the FP gacha. They basically run a little baby FP rate up for the special 4 stars or otherwise limited. We should presume whenever they announce Grand Duel Archer, which I strongly suspect will be next month for raisins, there will probably be some kind of FP gacha rate up on Nobukatsu, for instance.
Makes sense.
So, they'll try a few of them are tricks. But also, starting the following day, the 18th, going until the 2nd of October, Japan JP server has launched GUDAGUDA Shinsengumi, The End pre-release campaign. So our next event is GUDAGUDA. There will be one of those this year, and it's a little sad to say, but this could be the last. Unlike GUDAGUDA Final Wars, which was definitely not the last. Also, though, this is probably a reference with whatever they're doing with the name, so It is Guda and or Guda. Log in streak, total for Apples, QP, EXPs, and foes. During this time period, they're also running half AP on interludes, rank ups, and giving double suck chance for event servants. The event servant list they have released is, oh, hey, it's everybody Guda Guda related. Shocking.
Surprise!
Yeah, it's just everybody who's been Guda and or Guda. The stream, which will be previewing this event, is the 24th. So we should have all that news by next week's show. Yes. That'll be like a Wednesday, so the 26th. Sorry, I was surprised. I was looking at my calendar again. We're having a funny little time. Okay. The month's shaped a little weird. Anyway. Yeah, that's about it for JP. So, we were kind of in a state where, like, yeah, obviously 3,000 days would be a very big deal. But JP is still in a phase where their current announcement is they're announcing the next event will happen by next show. So we'll have more details for you then. Also, just kicking off what we're probably going to be dealing with in EN for a little while. It is Story Clear Support Campaign Part 3, starting the 21st, so in a couple of days, ending the 5th of October. There is an accrued login bonus for stuff. There are limited time master missions that are mostly related to story clearance and other things going on. And there'll be another batch later as well, because we also have Leyline Stones are back. They're good until the 12th of October. During this time period, all servant enhancement will be 1/2 QP, and also technically separate, but the news articles literally have overlap. We're adding new duties to audio call at the same time.
Yeah, double up.
So you're getting limited time and just permanent extra missions for more materials, and the limited time master missions also include stuff like more teapots. But there should be permanent extra missions, which will give you extra torches and space dust as well. We've got, funnily enough, included on the news article about Oreo Call, quarter AP through LB7, not in the Story Clear Support campaign announcement. Like I said, I think they kept them separate just to make it easier, but these truly feel like they are basically the same event. We literally doubled up on the Leyline Stone news. And the banners for the Story Clear Support campaign are, we're going to have a Sigurd/Valkyrie banner and a Chishiwang Yume-Ren Red Hair banner. Plus, they are giving you the special Lost Belt 4-star CEs on Raid Up. So, yeah, at least until probably, I would say, the 5th-ish, you're going to have new audio calls. There'll be both standard quests and new high difficulty quests. There will be, like I said, there will be rewards for clearing these quests, which are both limited time and permanent. Get you some extra juice, get you back on your class score. It's actually something I need to get back into is working on actually rounding out my class score a little more. Been farming the event because it's got mats I still need to buy. Them lures, they're expensive, yo. But just generalized stuff, catch up on story, work through your stuff, got some banners. And that's the news.
And with that, let us do this week's Let's Talk FGL mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. So I fired this off late, and we're starting early, so I'm not expecting a lot, but let's see here. One last refresh. Oh, nope. Got a little bit more. So we have six lovely comments here, and we'll get through them all. Right, meow. The first one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, Dear Lucky Omega, no question this week, just sending good vibes and wishing you well. Wah, 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 wah. Keep up the great work. Same to you. Like I said, Lucky has been mostly okay. Lucky ate some suspicious meat the other day, and I thought I was going to be a little sick from it, but it turned out okay. My gut flora was stronger than the bad meat. In case you missed it, Wednesday, though, I was not so lucky elsewhere. I don't know exactly when it is in the street, but there is I don't know now how audible it was, but I imagine somewhere in the street there is just the sound of a crash from Lucky, silence, and then Lucky just saying, yeah, my chair broke and I'm on the floor now, and I'm just staying here.
Yeah, I was a little tired of that stream, so I'm not sure. I think most of it didn't actually get through Discord, I think Discord's noise gate probably caught it, but there is definitely that moment of, there's a beat, and then there's you clearly on the floor being like, hey guys, I'm on the floor now.
Oh, actually, I think I enabled Discord's noise suppression to help with some background noise, so I do not make a monster of myself, so that might have helped. But yes, at one point during the Final Fantasy XIV stream, my chair has normally, 6 legs? And because I lean back in this chair a lot, it puts a lot of pressure on the very particular back leg. Apparently, this one leg in particular, I don't know how this fucking happened, but it snapped off, which, means that background support, and I just went down. Luckily, it was I had one of those high back chairs, so my neck and everything was, like, protected when I went down, so I didn't have to worry about any particular injury. But it was still just one of those moments of, oh, I am on the ground now.
Don't get whiplash, falling down in your, office chair.
No, this chair is, as a, POS here, and I should get a new one, but Lucky is being fucking miserly, and I don't want to spend, anywhere from like $100 to $200 on a good chair, because it's $100 to $200.
It's true.
But I'm gonna have to at some point. I just gotta go find one.
Tell me.
Oh. Chat saying get a beanbag one. If I had a lower desk, I might consider that. Like, honestly, I've been thinking about that, making my living situation a bit more lower to the ground. Actually, it was funny enough. Chris, who you might hear from him occasionally in the 14 streams. And I think once in a while he shows up in the Payable Trail, or at least in the chat. I don't remember exactly. Funnily, I heard a mega inhale. What?
Oh yeah, sorry, I just said my mic. But I was gonna say, people would have heard him. He joined us for the FFX MTG stuff.
Ah, yes. But he told me he actually sleeps on a futon. He actually bought the tatami mat to put in his room to put the futon on because it makes it so much better. I was all like, yo, that sounds sick. But I would have to do a lot of change in my room to make that happen. But I have, again, as always, Lucky is considering, interior decoration.
Yeah, I unfortunately would not be able to pull that off in the current space because the space under my my bed just been given a very, very extra reinforced frame. Because the last one was skinny frame, and it eventually started falling apart. But I have a very high bed frame actually, so I can stash more shit under there.
No, that's what I did. I don't have a bed frame. I made a box with a hinge so I could hide all my porn in it and my fucking dakimakuras. But I've definitely been thinking that I probably need to change that. Oh, and
honestly, my current desk setup is pretty alright. I guess my keyboard is a little high, but my chair is adjustable, so if it bothers my posture, I can sit up. The main thing is that I'm now on a flat, smooth. It's not actually hardwood, but it's faux hardwood floor, and I've got a rolling office chair. So occasionally, just the force of inertia will take me, and I start sliding around. I'm just like, whoop! Don't do that.
No, I'm definitely thinking I like this desk that I have, but think I might need to get something smaller, more compact, maybe lower to the ground. If I got something lower to the ground, I probably could do something like a beanbag chair, get a big ass beanbag chair.
Yeah, but those don't have the height.
Nope.
It can be nice though. God, we probably don't remember where this came from, but this fucking I've re-inherited my computer desk after moving. Like I've talked about it before. Last house I had a built-in desk and cabinet situation, donated from a defunct American Red Cross location. But that was way too fucking heavy to move.
Yeah.
So we just left that shit because it had like countertopping, basically like it had, the desk was made out of countertop material, and the top of the cabinets was also like made of the same stuff. So it was heavy, had like metal pole holding it together. So I ended up with another desk here, and this same desk was my computer desk at several previous houses. I think this desk has been with me for I think I've been using this desk for 15 years off and on, and it's still up. It's still standing. So I was just thinking, God, if we remember where we got this desk, if they still make this fucking desk, it's a pretty good desk. It has not died and exploded. Which is less than I can say about some chairs I've owned, less than I can say about fucking beds I've owned. Invest a little in your furnishings, chat, but not go.
That's what I'm thinking about right now. I definitely need to rethink my living situation. I need to. They usually say you don't want to necessarily sleep low to the ground because when you have to get up and get down, you have to do a lot more motions and stuff. I'm all like, no, I need to be more active. I need to be bending my knees and my back and all that stuff more often.
Yeah, I'm committed as soon as it's fucking. Well, sorry, Chad. Just saying, must be strange stuff. I only moved 4 times. The last one destroyed me. I suffer from a terminal case of it is what it is. My parents basically got me hooked young because my dad had a corporate job where we moved around basically every year or two for most of my childhood. So I've just developed a psychological hardening to it. It is what it is. But I was gonna say on the subject of getting out more, I'm the moment I hope that fall shit kicks in, like, fast. Because, like, the moment it's not 80 degrees at 8 o'clock at night, I'm going walking. I'm going to walk around the cemetery out there. Because I need to get out more, but I don't want to do it when, like, the sun is setting and it's still 80 degrees outside. That shit sounds like it sucks.
No,
Actually, it sounds like it does suck.
Lucky has unfortunately been slacking on his working out, so I haven't been losing weight, but I do think, like, probably this fall, I am, like, gonna try and... I'm not gonna live a full minimalist lifestyle, but I am going to be getting rid of a lot of just stuff. Like, what was her? Marie Kondo? I can't remember what the name of her show was, but I remember her fucking, the one of the tagline, doesn't spark joy.
Yeah, always asking, does it spark joy?
Yeah, no, and I definitely got to get in there and consider that with my life. There's a lot of things I like in my life, but there's a lot of things like, do I need this in my life?
Yeah, that was the last move, was I trimmed the fat on some of the stuff I've got.
It's like Lucky loves his physical media, and I'm probably going to keep all, if not most of it, but I just have a lot of little other things that I can probably just go.
No, listen, here's the thing. Physical media, that does spark joy. You know what that joy is? A joy that I don't have to buy that again. I already own it.
No, it's true.
Like, it's...
Like,
depending on the context, like, you can view, like, Blu-rays and stuff. And usually I go for DVDs if it's cheaper. But, like, you can view that as, like, a luxury. But also it's like, I don't know, man. We live in the future. We're constantly living through history. It sucks. You can't guarantee that you're going to be able to access your old shit anymore if it's in the cloud.
And when, like, actually, no, like, you talk about, like, sparking joy, no. Like, every time I look at my shelf and I just see, like, the, like, hundreds of books and video games I have, no, that genuinely sparks joy in me.
No, I glanced aside at my bookshelf when we talked about it, and I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, no, just every time I see it, I'm like, fuck yeah, I want more. So no, that's definitely a thing. But that's why I need to talk about, like, minimizing, like, other things so I can build more bookshelves and put more shit on there. Man, we've been talking about interiors a lot. So, let's move on. This next one comes from Mr. Alias Franklin, who says, no question, only the vibe. There's a emote here. I don't know what this emote is. What is
confetti?
Is that celebration? Surprise? Congratulations? It's very festive, whatever it is. But yes, thank you for the vibe. Very celebratory. I like it. Thank you. But moving on, this next one comes from the Tyrant King resisting the urge to buy boxes and instead buy singles. Listen, man, yeah, I know. About to say that cardboard crack. Oof.
I mean, listen, ripping packs, it does spark joy. But did you know you can, for most physical card games, I should say, you can get them in digital format and rip packs, and some of them are actually free. As much as I bitch about Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, I am legitimately, after 2 years, completely free to play and have made most decks that I want to make. I could get to Master Ranked. I just don't want to spend the time doing it.
They say, question. Hey guys, with GUDAGUDA being announced, do you think that any of the currently known NPC Shinsengumi characters will be the banner leading the character, or is it time for Avenger Cha-Cha? Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way. Wah, 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 wah. And hope you have a great evening. I mean, me, personally, give me that Avenger Lady Yodagiria. I know we're saying Shinsengumi event, but, like, God, I want adult Cha-Cha. Give!
Also, as we've pointed out, GUDAGUDA is not known for its complete honesty when it comes to tropes always.
It's true. They could say Shinsengumi event and they'll still throw in some wild card character.
I do think there might be some Shinsengumi characters who've been shown who don't have official releases yet, but also we're pretty caught up on them. It's mostly the other guys, I think, from the other eras. Or factions, even.
We have a few guys, but I don't think they're quite, banner leader materials, I would say.
We'll see. The game has a pretty strong tendency, to slot in certain guys in the 4-star slots. Also, it is a GUDAGUDA, so we should probably expect a new welfare.
I'm hoping for a welfare. No idea, though.
It's pretty typical, but we'll see. We are in kind of a wind down phase, so I don't know.
So this next one comes from the 100-Hour Man, who says, "Dear Lucky Omega, hope you two are having a fantastic week. Question for y'all, Omega, where is LB6 Part 2 compilation? They have in colons here, expecting stare. Couldn't think of another question for y'all this week. Sorry. Have a good week, you two, and keep on being awesome."
Yeah, compilation's exactly where it has been. It's sitting on my hard drive, and it's not even to the point where I did the tough part, which is probably why I haven't done it yet, which is pull from the stream. The part of the episode that's only the stream and is like 6 hours long. I should probably work on that sometime. We'll get to it. Maybe when we take that break from Rain for a little bit.
Yeah, you say he's going to be taking a break from Rain, but you're still probably going to be busy in the writing hole.
It's true. But there will at least be, hopefully be, depending on what the pacing is like, be a cap where it's like, okay, I've done it. Now I need them to do the next bit before I figure it out. We'll see.
So, with that, this next one comes from Crisp Bacon. Crisp spelt with a CHRISP, by the way. But they say, hi, Lucky Mega, do you think we'll ever get a Big J or the Big B in the games as Saver class servants? I'm gonna be real, at this point, probably not. In the future, I still don't think so.
Yeah,
like I said, honestly,
they say that Jesus can be a Saver class servant. I don't think they're ever going to actually do that.
Like, I'm gonna be real, have we ever had a depiction of Buddha or Jesus in a gacha game?
Yeah, in a gacha? I don't know. Probably somewhere, but there's also because there's a lot of shovelware. The Buddha has appeared before. That is where we get the class Saver from. That's the final boss of the original Extra. So presumably, if Extra Record comes out, he'll come back again. But at this point, I think we're in a stage where, like you said, at this point in this game, no, I don't think so. I think they're actually they found a comfortable amount of classes where we have most of our niches covered. We did add Pretender to finally kind of corner off that one square. And we do have the slot for the Beast class. Obviously, they're not going to use that a lot. But the people they've put in that class, they can kind of fuck around and do whatever with it. And I don't think we're not adding Ruler 2 at this point.
So, no, honestly, I hope when we do FGO2, I hope that we kind of, trim things down a little bit, I would say. Like I said, having the triple class triangles. No, 4 class triangles, excuse me. Plus whatever thing gets a little confusing at times. I do think we can actually spend some time slimming that down. And so we do not need to be adding new classes to that.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, if they want to get wild, they don't even necessarily have to do... obviously, servants have classes, and that informs certain things, but class advantage was basically made up for FGO.
Yeah, honestly, if we could just get rid of class advantage and just make, class containers give, certain buffs and debuffs to characters, I think that'd be best. We don't have to play rock, paper, scissors with, characters. I think that'd be good. Ooh, excuse me. But in that vein, no. I think some people they can get away with showing off, the Buddha or maybe some aspect of the Buddha or a specific legend of the Buddha, but Big J, I don't know. I feel like if we try putting him in a gacha game, someone's gonna be pissed no matter what.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's no matter what, there's gonna be a little bit of irreverence for it, and I think at this point, Type Moonless Angle, Aniplex, etc. You start moving that graphic up and out. That's kind of yeah, we've got enough international brand awareness to be even if it there wasn't anything actually wrong with the depiction, there's still some heat to be gained there no matter what, and it's just that's not really worth it for what, a gag? Hell, we have character designs for Moses, and we still haven't pulled that trigger ever.
We just got Noah.
Yeah.
And we turned him into a small boy.
Well, he is technically Nemo Noah in this case too. They didn't want to do a new original design. They had to have some flex with it.
But yeah. So, with that, let's move on to last but not least, Agent 418 saying, "Hello, Lucky and Omega. P.S. Have a good weekend, y'all." Well, same to you, buddy. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Sorry, stretching my neck. I'm a little... That's the mailbag. Thank you very much for your comments, especially being a little under the wire there. That means it's time to move on to Free Talk. Free Talk number 1. Hey, so Great Spirits World Tour, that happened.
It happened. It was very nice.
We finished it. Excuse me. Burped a little there. All right. But yeah, basically, final thoughts for Great Spirits World Tour.
In the end, I liked it a lot. Like I said, it was a lot more heartfelt and good feeling than I was kind of expecting, which I do have to think really was nailed by the cast they chose for it, picking Taisui and Voyager, Erisei, Krem, and Uncle Yagu, like I said, they had a very fun dynamic that like really, really like sold the family going on a road trip kind of vibe.
Yes, which obviously worked for like the comedic tone of the event. Time Moon very well known for their comedic beats as well as their serious stuff. Sometimes the writers are just funny little guys. But also, like you said, really did play out the heart of this. Like, there is a certain factor to, like, even commenting about some stuff where, like, later Yagu's just like, yeah, if you were actually bad, you'd have tasted the fatal sting of my blade already. Because that's just how he is. Like, if he has such absolute confidence in the problem solving is his sword, that he's just like, whatever. If this doesn't work, I'll hit it with a sword.
No, but also, Uncle Yagu also probably does like almost the most jokes in this event as well.
He's that special kind of character where you think he's the straight man, but actually he is the super what do you call it, like deadpan funny all the time. Like, you think he's the straight man, but he's not. He's actually cracking jokes.
Yes.
Like, the actual put-upon straight person is Kriemhild, which is in its own way funny because she's a berserker. Normally, you'd think she'd be the weird one.
No, but she's, the babysitter, as much as, she struggles against it.
Yeah. No. Also, honestly, we got some good Kremlor.
Yeah, no, I was actually about to mention this. They did bring up the Altera, Kriemhild marriage, but they were just both like, I don't know, it wasn't us. And I was like, you know what, fair!
Yeah, basically, being servants, they're just like, we're, kind of crystallizations of the moments of our legend. And so, for Altera, the Kriemhild anecdote is nothing. Like, that's nothing. That was, some stuff that some extra myths added later because Attila the Hun had such an impact on Europe that he became a public domain character, basically. He became a plot device man. And for the, Legend of the Nibelungen and stuff, the marriage doesn't actually matter. What matters is that it gives an excuse for Kriemhild to put everybody in a box where she can fall upon them with swords. So, them actually going like, yeah, we got introduced to some people, but it may just have been body doubles, We don't know. Because obviously you would need to conceal from Kriemhild the fact that Altera is a tiny space alien girl. Normally does not have the mustache. But yeah, no, that's a good one. And then also, obviously, the finale, the gang up with Siegfried. I had to pick the Siegfried, because at turn 3, there's a mysterious voice that says, hang in there. And he gets giga big buffs. No, super fun stuff, yeah. But yeah, no, like you said, I think the cast selection was really good. Like, Taisui and Voyager are, like, really good at that kind of, like, playing around but also being serious stuff. Altera, especially Altera Santa, is also real. I realize now, I think, why they picked her, besides obviously that they can make the jokes about giving gifts to children, but also I feel like Santa Altera is, like, way more emotive.
Yeah.
I would argue she's, like, her character writing is probably much closer to Titan Altera in Extella.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. The original Altera was in FGO before Extella was even out, like, finalized, so the characterization gets different. But no, like, everybody was really good picks. And the thing I said earlier, like, what I think, quote unquote, the point of this story is there's a thing we say later, like when we're talking about, like, how we're gonna play it out, because, hey, guess what? It was all a ruse. It was a trick. We are inside Nasu's one weakness, a giant woman. It was giant women the whole time, all the way down.
Yeah.
But yeah, Wangina did a wish, so that the singularity is inside her giant body, which is floating out over the Bleached Earth, because the Bleached Earth is very boring, and she wants to play. But her opinions on time are not our opinions on time, which is a very classic sort of, like, actually, honestly, it's really good because that's a classic, like, alien thing. Like, you see a lot of, like, Star Trek style plots about that, but also that's a very like, normal fairy type thing. And Wangina is an elemental. She's a really big, strong elemental, but she is an elemental by the way the Nasuverse works. So I think she even has dialogue for the other fairy characters to say that they are her relatives. So, it works out really well. But at the end of the event, we basically are like, hey, what if we could resolve a situation without fighting somebody for once?
No, it's so good.
And it's like, it's it took 8 years to get to, I mean, not literally, because there are occasionally, like, alliances or resolutions that don't require us to directly fight people, but how many times have we done a funny little event story, and even when, like, the person who we're clearly rolling for is, like, also the final boss of the event and all that setup, like, how many times does that happen? It happens all the time.
It's true.
So this event actually being like, yeah, no, we just, you know, had some fun, tuckered her out, and invited her back to Chaldea.
Yeah, that was literally the moment. It's all like, no, I must roll.
No, I would understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's a strong one. I also want to say, I don't know yet, but I don't think we know who wrote this. I would probably assume Nasu, because it's following on from the summer he wrote, but it could be some of the other writers as well. Might have taken the ball and run with it. But there are some great callbacks in this. Obviously, you get funny stuff like, you know, Rogue, sort of like Blackbeard and Mary on the beach kind of a thing. You know, Mysterious Professor M comeback. We talk about all the times we go camping in the camping episode. Yeah. Shit like that. But also, like, there's all kinds of weird stuff, including a, like, in-depth, multi-step passage which references Halloween.
Yes.
Like, with some great gags. The fucking nuclear rocket, you know, takeoff Grail with Liz still holding on to it.
It's Altera. Doomzid was going to do it. Also, again, this is one of those things. That sheep, it's so dumb. It's so fucking... What's the term I want to say?
He's such a little shitter, but...
Yes. He's such a little shitter, but I love him every time he shows up. Especially when I think about how he talks in, cause in the, Fate Grand Carnival, you know, there was actually, you know, Doomzid speaking and stuff, and balance. So just how he sometimes, like, you know, emphasizes certain words in English, it's like, yes, behold the power. I just imagine him speaking like that, and it just sends me every single fucking time.
No, he's got a great vibe with it, because it's like, yes, you are a lazy little guy, but also he's a fucking sheep, so what did we... it's the thing, right? Like, he keeps talking about how, I, Dumuzid, could have clearly done this, but then it's like, no, you couldn't, you're a sheep. I'm not asking you to do anything, bud.
If FGO has taught me one thing, don't trust a sheep.
I definitely know not to, especially after LB7, I know better than to trust that guy. I know he will try and skive off work. But no, yeah, it was a great inclusion of him. The inclusion of Liz was great. And then, of course, it's like, when we get the quote-unquote swapping sides, what does Altera tell Wangina to do? She's like, man, she's gonna have a great time if you do this. We brought it back, chat. Pyramid, Prestige, Castle Himeji.
I like that fucking Osakabe Hime shows up. She's just like, what the fuck is going on?
And it's just like, Hime, don't worry about it.
I got this.
And there was a little bit of preluding because, you know, we just ran into Ozymandias, minding his own business. By the way, I fucking love that just off screen, they just play his giant text, which I think is like, is that his Noble Phantasm line, or is that like one of his extra attack lines? I don't remember. But it's one of them which they just put the text over the screen of him belting it out.
Just yelling. People's like, he's very loud.
I think it's his extra attack because that's the one where he actually summons the Sphinx to shoot its space face laser. Also, keep in mind, once again, I would like to remind you, Ozymandias, voiced by, in JP, by the same voice actor as Dio Brando. Which I believe shows, like, amazing restraint that I'm fairly certain he does not actually say Muda very often. But yeah, no. So that was all great. The, like, you know, a spa date kind of a thing.
Oh, how Crim just zeroed in on the spot, just like,
No, it was a really good event. It was very well written. It was very simplistic and straightforward, so, like, I don't feel like it got bogged down by you being like, yeah, the story's great. It's just too bad that I have to farm, you know, 50,000, you know, quantum plushies to progress the event kind of a thing.
Not the same that I'm not doing a fuck ton of farming right now. I think I spent like 15 gold apples on the 90+ node because it drops medals, and my Bakatoria is still not 10 yet.
Yeah, no, like, it's still, the farming is still good, but it's all for, like, currency to buy shit, you know? It's like, there is no progression-based farming, so that's just like, yeah, that's fine, we just do it, we just do the next node. So yes, very, very, very strong takeaway.
No, like I said, I did not go into this event expecting a lot, but I do think this is, I don't know if I can, like, rank it, but it's probably definitely within my top 10 now.
Yeah, it's a very strong event. Honestly, I want to say this. I think I've said this before talking about events like this, but I always feel like these sort of events are the ones that are always a pleasant surprise. Like, usually when JP is very hyped about an event, it's worth it, right?
Yeah.
But also, there are several events that just kind of, like, happen and come out and, like, don't get talked about again. And so I have absolutely zero expectations for, and that means that I'm free to be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah!
Like, I think there have been occasional times where I have been, quote-unquote, let down by the hype, but honestly, genuinely, I feel like if something... This is just like a general media thought that I've been thinking about. But generally, when I get hyped up for something, usually when I get that thing, I carry through the hype, even when it is, like, other people who were not as hyped might have opinions. This is, like, a total tangent, but I remembered I was watching something unrelated, but something came up where they were talking about Final Fantasy 16, and, I was kind of wondering my own expectations, because there were a couple of people who seemed to have just kind of, come into it casually, and we're just like, yeah, gameplay was really good, story started out really strong, and then it kind of dipped a little, and it stayed kind of in the middle for the rest, and I'm like, well, now that you say that, that's not technically wrong, because, like, I think the opening of 16 is super strong, and, like, thinking on it back, I'm kind of like, yeah, the ending does kind of, like, fall into a lot of the tropes. I like the tropes, but there was a little more complexity to the world building that we did kind of just, not ignore, but kind of let lie, with kind of the assumption that, the state of the world will get better once we punch Ultima. And also, honestly, there were some parts of the stuff with Barnabas that were just weird and I don't think went anywhere. Some scenes in that were cool. Some parts didn't go anywhere. But, like, I was thinking about this earlier a couple times through the week, and I'm like, yeah, I really liked 16, though. I think, though, that's because I was really primed because I was following the media hype, and, I really like Ben Starr. He's cool, and I really like what Studio 3 does. Like, I'm pretty sure when 16 came out, I was already 14 pilled, or starting to be. So it's like, yeah, no, of course I had a great time. The pump was primed. So there are some people who are usually let down. I feel like I'm more of a, like, if I'm primed up to enjoy something, I'm in. No, I still haven't done the DLC. It's on my list of a million things to do, unfortunately. I need to try both of the DLCs. Because that's another thing I've heard, is that, like, thematically, like, obviously it doesn't change the ending, quote-unquote, but the Leviathan DLC they did is, like, a really strong conclusion to the game. Okay. So I need to check it out. But yeah. So, like, I think FGO events are kind of the same way. When people get hyped up about the events, I'm like, hell yeah, that's really cool. But if they don't get hype and it just kind of, like, arrives to me the natural way you might consume a media, I'm like, ooh, I wasn't expecting that. That was good. So yes, I think it's very strong. Very stonks.
Stonks. Let's see. Anything else about the event I want to talk about? No, not really. Like, we can talk probably about, like, little moments, like, here and there, basically all day almost, but just, like, the event was good, wholesome, well written. Would not say, it's gonna make anyone, break down in tears. I think I might have missed it up a little bit, but Lucky is a serial crier. But I think that is that. I think we can call that one good.
All right, there is your thoughts, your final thoughts on Grand Spirits World Tour. It means we'll do Fan Servant Friday after we take a short break. For us, not for you.
We'll be right back.
Now we're back. All right, so Fan Servant Friday, which, in case you didn't know, is recorded on a Friday usually, so that's why it's called that. A little behind. That's my bad. Well, Lucky can share some of the blame for last week, but yeah, it was already behind, so it's my fault. But on the flip side, it's very funny that it is today because we will be talking about the one that was selected in the poll for last month, August, Artemisia 1 of Caria, which, like I said, is funny because she is a famous historical naval commander. But also, despite her fame, there's a lot of, like, gaps in history about her. It gives you a lot of room to think about some things. But yeah, honestly, with, like, talking like a pirate and stuff, this fits perfectly fine in this month anyway as well, so here he is. If you don't know, Artemisia, and it's important to say Artemisia the First of Caria, which was a region in what is now Turkey, but was on the Ionian coast, so part of the Greek diaspora. So she was in the ancient world, around the 400-ish years BC. And if you don't know Artemisia's lands, she was the queen at the city-state of Halicarnassus, but was satrap, which is the Persian way to say governor of Caria, which was several other city-states and islands in the region. Because yes, technically, while her name is very Greek, and obviously she has Greek leanings, the important thing is that she was a commander during the Peloponnesian War, for the Persian side, she worked under Xerxes the First, Big Xerx. And like I said, there's a little bit of gaps in her history. Her father was one of the previous satraps, and we knew that the king of Halicarnassus before her was her husband, but she also ruled in her own right when he died. And also, we don't have any idea who the fuck that guy was. Nobody wrote his name down. Their son inherited after her, so, get dunked on that guy, I guess. But, yeah, there's a lot about, we don't really know, how she got to be in the position. We don't really know what happened to her after the war. The main reason why we know anything about it is because of everybody's favorite father of history, Herodotus. Yes, most of our sources come from Herodotus. There are some non-sources. In particular, sorry if you heard my PC being mad. That's because I failed to spell stratagems 3 times. But yes, the Greek work literally called Stratagems by Polyaenus also mentions her. He was a Roman Macedonian author later. So, there are some, like I said, non-Herodotus sources. But we do get a lot of this from Herodotus. If you don't know, Herodotus is a guy who's of questionable trustworthiness. At the very least, I would phrase it as an author, Herodotus was the kind of guy who never questioned any of his sources about anything. He believed every single thing the locals told him ever, or at least wrote it down like he believed it. Which is funny because the locals he would be asking was him. Herodotus was from Halicarnassus, obviously hundreds of years later, but, he's from the region. So I guess he just asked the locals what it was. So there are some people who are just all of this shit is made up. Herodotus just made it up to glaze Halicarnassus because he thought it was cool that she was from Halicarnassus. Personally, that doesn't fit my opinions as a reader on Herodotus. I think it's more likely that just sort of guy. But Artemisia was a commander of the Carian fleet, which numbered at least 70 triremes, at a couple of famous naval battles during the Peloponnesian War. There was the Battle of the Artemisium, which was a pretty strong victory for the Persians, and then the big one, the battle at Salamis. This was not a good one for the Persians. The Greeks actually super kicked their ass.
Omega?
And hope that Audacity is doing okay. All right, we resumed the recording. I think we did lose a little bit there of just me yapping. I'm sorry, chat, but apparently every application in the universe decided that 9 p.m. was when... Test. Okay, that's working. Sorry about that. You've probably lost some audio of me blabbing there, but that's because apparently everything in the universe on my computer decided to update all at once suddenly, so... After squashing some fires and resetting some stuff, I think we're more good. So I'll try and restart myself in a second. We turn back on recording for real.
Realsies!
Write it out. I already, to test that Audacity was still working, I already recorded a little message basically saying, hey, the audio from that last, couple minutes there might be dropping some stuff, because Audacity didn't get enough juice, but I think we're even-keeled. So let me recenter myself, chat. We were talking about Artemisia I of Caria. Does anybody remember where I was before we exploded?
We're mostly talking about how her legends are kind of weird because Herodotus is kind of just a dude who's just all sounds legit.
Yeah, he just wrote some stuff down and we don't have a lot of other sources. So, yes. Artemisia I of Caria was one of the military commanders for Xerxes I when he was very mad at the Greeks for raisins. Which was mostly that, they demanded, he demanded some stuff of them that they didn't want to pay.
And they were just no.
And then he was like, all right, my entire empire shall invade you. And then they were stopped by 300 guys. And some extra guys. They were actually 1,000 guys, but they're only 300
I was about to say,
Spartans.
well, technically it wasn't that they stopped, it's that they held long enough for it to get reinforcements. And then he had a very bad time.
Yeah. And also, I mentioned it earlier, but I think some of that was lost in the garble. There was one of the naval battles, which Artemisia was at, that the Persians did also lose very badly. It was the Battle of Salamis. And so, according to Herodotus, Xerxes has all his commanders together. He's asking them what he should do. All of his generals tell him, my lord, my king, you should fight the Achaeans, the Greeks, at sea. We'll definitely win. Which they did actually win one big battle, the Artemision, name unrelated. But according to Herodotus, Artemisia, the first, was the only one who went, My king, you should not fight the Greeks on water. They have as many boats as us, and they're very good at it, which was true, by the way. The Athenian commander, Themistocles, was a freak about naval preparation. Like, that was like his
I remember hearing
hyperfixation.
about Themistocles. Yeah, Themistocles.
Yes. Themistocles was really keen that the Athenians needed a navy so that they could be like an independent naval mercantile power. Hey, so it turns out that was important. But according to Herodotus, like I said, Artemisia was the only one who told Xerxes, no, we shouldn't do that.
And Xerxes was like, how about I do anyway?
Yeah, I mean, Herodotus phrases it a little differently, where he's basically like, Xerxes thought it was super cool that Artemisia, despite being a woman, was like, no, those guys are all wrong. But he was like, very well, I appreciate and value your opinion, Artemisia. I'm going to do what 9 out of 10 doctors say. And then he lost that naval engagement. However, after... Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to see not Xerxes looking at those 9 out of 10 doctors after the battle and be like, so fight him at sea, huh?
Actually, hold on. It'll be... Actually, I can do some very funny crosswork here, because I have multiple PCs. So here's a famous painting. It's from the 20s, I believe, or later. It's classical painting. This is by Wilhelm von Kaulbach, but this is the Battle of Salamis. If you're looking for Artemisia, she is the woman with the bow on the left. Xerxes is supposed to be that guy, like, standing up from his chair, shaking his stick at the sky on the upper left. So, he actually is kind of looking at the 9 out of 10 doctors being like, what the fuck? What happened here? Hold on.
This painting is amazing, by the way. Who did this?
Once again, Wilhelm von Kaulbach, German painter.
Wow.
No, this is a great painting. But yeah, so at the Battle of almost a Thermopylae. No, wrong one. That was the land one. At the battle, though, of Salamis, the Strait of Salamis, which is also, by the way, why the Greeks won. They used terrain advantage, basically. Salamis is a strait.
I'm sorry. I thought you were about to say type advantage, and I was about to say, what is this, Pokemon?
No, it was terrain advantage. They used geo effect. The strait at Salamis is, I believe, at its widest, about 1,500 yards across.
Whoa.
Which in naval engagements is not really big.
No, that's tiny as fuck.
Yeah. Now, this will be important later for Noble Phantasms, but the boat de jour at the time was the trireme, so named because it had 3 ranks or rows of rowers. But the primary way you engaged in combat with a trireme was you lined it up, you told your oarmen, your rowers, trying to say oarman and rower at the same time there, but you got your banks of rowers, you told them full speed ahead, they put their backs into it, and you rammed people. So somebody probably thought, ooh, narrow space, good, we'll get lots of ramming in. No, you will be rammed. They did have archers who could shoot, and like you could throw. Greek fire wasn't invented yet, so I believe the preferred tactic was to throw clay jars full of snakes on your opponent's boat.
I remember this, yes.
It was not very effective by all accounts, but it usually was freaky because not a lot of people knew how to swim during this time period. That is one of the great modern marvels, is a decent number of people in the first world know how to swim. Not everybody, but a lot. And I'm pretty sure, Lucky, you were in the Navy. Hey, did they make sure you knew how to swim?
Yeah, no, they threw me off into a fucking pool in full fucking boots and clothing and taught me how to fucking float. Yeah,
no, so, at the very least, naval education ensures you know how to do some basic water survival shit, in addition to the fact that we have, flotation devices and stuff. So, you can understand that getting a jar full of vipers in your lap was probably panic-inducing, but not fatal to the boat. But yes, ramming was de jure, so yeah, this battle is very well studied, even to this day. Like I said, Artemisia is still fairly well regarded in modern history, because it turns out she was right. Obviously, Herodotus wrote all this later, so like I said, there was some critique of Herodotus, basically trying to make her sound like a sibyl, an oracle, because she predicted the battle outcome according to his testimony. But nobody else bothered to check, so, it's like I said with Herodotus. The other big thing is that, there's several other anecdotes, but like I said, I've worked those into her skills in Noble Phantasm, so we'll talk about it later. But the other big thing about, Xerxes there is that after the battle, Xerxes gathers up all his generals who are very barbarous.
Very embarrassed.
And he's like, yes, okay. Artemisia, should I lead my men personally, or should I go home? Artemisia says to King Xerxes, my king, you don't need to be here. Your guy, your commander, can lead this battle from the front. If he wins, he serves you, so it's your victory by proxy. If he loses, no sweat off your back. Xerxes goes, yes, this day I shall listen to Artemisia. And he went home. Which was good, because his commander then went on to get whomped. And was killed. So, yeah. Xerxes decides to quit the field. According to, again, history, Artemisia escorted Xerxes' sons back to Persia and basically leaves the narratives. The Greeks have nothing more to say about her besides what Herodotus said. There are some commentaries and stratagems. Honestly, the fact that the Athenians didn't have anything else to say is interesting because, again, according to Herodotus and some other sources, the fact that she escaped the battle, which was by all accounts a rout for the Persians, a big deal. Xerxes' brother was killed in this naval battle.
Oh.
And according to history, it was Artemisia who recovered his body from among the shipwrecks and returned it.
Damn, she does sound like a baller.
Yeah. At the very least, I would assume that, again, if Herodotus was just asking the locals what they thought of her, it does say something about her character that what people apparently remembered to write down about her was she spat facts, she spoke truth to power, and Xerxes was just like, yes, okay. But again, according to history, the Athenians placed a 10,000 drachma bounty on Artemisia because, as much as I respect the Athenians for founding democracy, they also did canonically hate women. Sorry, I'm exaggerating. But they were not really good on women's rights, so it was alleged that the Athenians were very nettled, shall we say. Their jimmies were rustled that a woman commander would dare rise up against them, but she wiggled out of that one. According to much later legends, a legend quoted by Photius I of Constantinople, that to let you know how much later he is, allegedly Artemisia fell in love with a man from Abydos, and when he ignored her, she blinded him while he was sleeping, and then this did not cure her lovesickness, so the oracle told her to jump from the rock of Leucas, or Lefkas, to be cured of the passion of love, and then she, fell from the rock and died. This is the same rock that allegedly the great poet Sappho also threw herself from to be cured of lovesickness. Now, obviously, this is probably full of shit because Photius was in Constantinople. It was 13 centuries later when he wrote this. So, we have, no other sources for that one.
But where's your source? I made it the fuck up!
All we do know is that her son, Pisendelius, and yes, that is unfortunately his name begins P-I-S, but Pisendelius, succeeded, and he was succeeded by his son, Artemisia's grandson, Ligdamus, or Legitimus, actually, I don't actually know how to pronounce that one, but he was the second of that name, and this dynasty was the Ligdamid, so, her dynasty went on to be successful. Some legends are attributed incorrectly to her probable descendant, who was also a naval strategist, Artemisia II of Caria, who was, unfortunately, married to her brother, Mausolus. If you're wondering, why does that name sound familiar? We call them mausoleums because of Mausolus, who built the great mausoleum at Halicarnassus, which you may recognize from Civilization. That was 100 years later. I think that it's the same dynasty, but again, much later. That said, again, this comes back later in some of my fanservant details, but at the museum, the mausoleum of Halicarnassus, at its ruins, archaeologists found a big jar, an alabaster jar, which just says on it, Xerxes, the Great King. So, it would seem that it was probably the big first Xerxes who gave this, but it did seem that historically, the Persian Emperor Xerxes did like the Carians enough that he gave them a jar with his name on it, which was probably very symbolic at the time. This was Egyptian-made pottery of alabaster, which was highly valuable, at that time period. So he, gave them a big jug as a tchotchke. So, there's probably something going on there. But let's actually talk a little servant stuff. Like I said, I've got some other fun anecdotes, but I worked those into the servant profile. So Artemisia the First, alignment lawful neutral. Stats, Strength D, Endurance C, Agility B, Magic Power C, Luck B, NPC. Average to above average stats for a rider. We are going with rider because that, as a naval commander, it works out pretty well. There could be room for some stuff, but I did go rider because I think it works out, and you could maybe go for archer. Obviously, in this art, she's depicted, that our patrons can see, she's depicted using a bow, and I think that would be what she would use, but, we could also check some stuff out there. Independent action B, riders can have independent action sometimes. I think FGO doesn't use that one a lot, but it's a good fit. Magic resistance C, riding D. The D level riding is just because I would assume she probably knew how to ride a horse or chariot, being a noble of an ancient time period, but we have no anecdotes about that. It's all boat related, so we really don't know.
Oh, we just
give her the class default.
Yeah. Give what the class container gives.
So for personal skills, we do have a couple of generic ones. Again, writers' shtick in later writing is that they get a lot of noble phantasms. Even Medusa has 3 by default, even if they're very minimal. It's her Gorgon Breaker, Bloodford Andromeda, and Bellerophon normally. But it's kind of their thing is they have a lot of flexibility. So as a playable unit, if this was an FGO type game, I expect she would probably have some of her skills subbed out for NPs. Maybe this is something that a FGO2 could fix, is for characters who have multiple noble phantasms. But for generic skills, Battle Continuation C+, she was a persistent commander and won several battles and did manage to survive, Salamis by retreating. So, pretty normal guts.
Hey, sure you wouldn't want to use, Disengage?
That's worked into the noble phantasm stuff. I think a disengage could work, but specifically there are some anecdotes about her retreat that I think work out. Okay. I picked C+ because that's the same rank that Qin Liangyu has. And, her battle continuation is described as she's very determined. She, persists in battle for a long time. So, kind of a moral win there. Does have Voyager of the Storm B. The ability to sail large vessels as ships, incorporates charisma and military tactics. She's a pretty good rank. She was said to be a strong naval commander, and the Karian fleet, which I said is, according to history, about 70 ships, was said to be the second best members of the Persian Navy. The only other ships that were supposed to be better were those from Sidon, which is, by the way, also speaking about names that the Japanese really love. Sidon or Sidon is also a Persian/Greek city-state. They apparently made good boats. But yes, Voyager of the Storm B, pretty normal stuff. Unique skills, Clairvoyance C+. C is in the ocean. Normally, Clairvoyance is the ability to perceive distant object, predict trajectories, fast-moving stuff. It's used to enhance ranged attacks, but it also, at certain ranks, can give the bearer limited future sight. Basically, at C+, Artemisia as a rider can function as an archer, but also, because of the thing I said where, people are like, hey, Herodotus, you just said that stuff about Artemisia because you wanted her to sound prescient. As a servant, she gets to actually be limitedly prescient, but only where naval battles would come in. So, basically, she can use limited future sight to predict the weather, guess the outcome of large-scale battles, cannot, universally peer into the future like some of our EX buddies. But you could use this as the normal ability of Clairvoyance to, raise star generation, raise crit chance, but could also include some other funny stuff in there, I don't know, a lot of watery type servants are arts, so we could do, arts up, we could do quick up, that kind of thing. Include a few other abilities in there. And then the funny one, I told you the legend of her alleged death later. Blinded by Love B, an innocent monster type skill, so much later historians, related this story where she blinded a guy in his sleep, but her love didn't wane. So, it gives her a weakness, but also, can be a cursed type advantage. Strength up versus men. Honestly, this would probably just be one of those funny skills, which is just it could just raise her attack up in general. It could give her, damage versus male enemies as well. But would probably come with a demerit that it makes her weaker to charm. Charm resistance down's a pretty common demerit. But also, only some of those matter because I gave her 3 Nobly Phantasms. First, the Jar. It came back. Jar of Xerxes, Alabastron of the King, rank B, anti-land noble phantasm. You remember the famous, I've got a jar of dirt?
Yeah.
Well, what if she had a jar of water?
Oh.
So, first of all, the jar says Xerxes the Great King on it. It was found in the Museum of Halicarnassus later, which was built by Artemisia II. She finished it when her brother-husband perished. But this is probably a thing that Artemisia I picked up from Xerxes I. And even if it wasn't, I say it was, so what's your source, buddy? If it didn't, huh? pulling my old Herodotus moves here. So just possessing the jar and putting it on her boat, gives her and any of her allies a boost to morale, augments her and the crew's statistics, kind of a passive thing. But also, if she calls its true name, it does something funny, because I did actually do a little research on this jar. It is literally called the Jar of Xerxes I. Like people are pretty sure it's been dated to his era. So one of the uses this jar may have had is that historians believe that this jar, or jars like it, may have once contained water from the Nile River, given to him as a sign of submission. It is a legend that several Persian emperors did demand, to show fealty, earth and water.
That from the movie, at least.
Yes, yeah, that's also in the film. So, that was actually, a thing that happened, like Xerxes and other Persian emperors, like Darius the First also allegedly did this, would actually be like, hey, put some water and some dirt in some jars, send it to me. That's how I know, you'll submit to my commands. So it's possible that this jar contained water from the Nile River. So basically, when she calls its name, water pours forth from the jar, and it creates ocean terrain. It floods the area, creating ideal conditions for Artemisia to use her boat, because this is always a problem every boat-based servant has, is actually being able to use their fucking boat.
It's true.
Drake cheats by just summoning parts of her fleet until she actually uses the whole Wild Hunt, which does get to fly around because it is, the Golden Hind Wild Hunt mode. I believe Queen Anne's Revenge has described that Blackbeard could make it fly if he had a shitload of magical energy type beat. So, stuff like that. I believe canonically, if Jason actually summons the Argo can fly. Oh.
We're losing it again?
Yeah, I got a little bit of a drop there. Hold on, let me stop Audacity for a second. Let me turn the recording back on. We're getting a little scuffled, but it is what it is. We'll ride it out. It actually disc use is going down, so maybe it finally finished after that last spike. Knock on wood, Prage. But yeah, so the jar would summon water. In FGO as it is now, this is a perfect case to use a Noble Phantasm as a skill, and the number one use of that skill should be to make the terrain water for 3 turns.
Makes sense.
Like a perfect buff. That's a niche that is decently needed, and I think that it probably would be a case where her actual Noble Phantasm would probably have a bonus effect if on water, or she might have other skills that work like that. So, give yourself a terrain buff is a good pick. And you could interpret the parameter up effect as, other as well. I did say that, it should create a maximum distance of, a radial of 1,500 yards, because that's the straight at Salamis. I did note that, in lore, this is, we'll scatter lesser enemies, we'll reduce the capability of servants who can't fight on water, because, servants don't necessarily drown. Breathing is, helps them keep their magical energy up, but I think most servants with an endurance score of anything greater than E minus are probably fine, but it is a Noble Phantasm attack. But you do have to worry about collateral. This is an ability that if you used in a normal Grail War, you are flooding probably a 1,500 yard radius, which is over a kilometer. It's 1,000, 1,300 meters or something. So 1.3, 1.4 kilometers. You're flooding them. So watch out for that collateral. What I think would actually be her attacking Noble Phantasm would be Trireme Artemisia, subtitle, My Women Have Become Men, B+, anti-ship/anti-fortress Noble Phantasm. So to explain that subtext, I mentioned a lot of in my notes. I took a lot of notes that I already said about the Trireme, 3 rows of oarsmen, marvel of design. The Persian and the Carian Triremes were very heavy in design, very bulky, lots of mass, more damaging rams, harder to ram. And it would also have a secondary effect that it can shoot chains and grapples to, bind enemy boats and possibly even enemy servants, hold them down to be rammed, which is an anti-fortress level attack. It's a very powerful ram. But the subtitle comes from one of the famous quotes about Artemisia, alleged to Xerxes. So Xerxes was on the shore watching this battle. That's why in the painting he's in a chair.
Okay.
He's literally armchairing it. So during, ancient battles, and even most battles throughout modern history, communication is tough. Identifying your enemies, hard. So, allegedly, at Salamis, to escape, Artemisia is being pursued by Athenian ships. She rams an allied ship to escape. This could just be that she wasn't able to identify the guy. She could have just said, well, I didn't even want to be here. I don't care. I'm running you over. Some historians even said that she may have had personal beef with the commander of that boat. But either way, she rams a boat to escape and get out. Allegedly, from the shore, Xerxes has lookouts, like he's got, servants and slaves with the best eyes telling him what's going on. This guy mistakes the ship Artemisia has rammed for an enemy ship and is like, master, look, Artemisia, she's so gallant. She's defeating the enemy even now, even though we're fucking losing. And at hearing this, Xerxes allegedly said, which could work even if he knew it was a friendly ship getting rammed, he said, what strange fates we have. My men have become as women, my women have become as men. Basically, all my dudes are fucking whiny babies who are losing this battle. They said we would win. And my one female commander is out here just knocking people out of the way to get out of here. So, yes, very, very funny Xerxes quotes.
Certified bruh moment.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that looks what he's doing. Look at the paint. Let's look what he's doing. He's just like, what is going on here? I've got to be honest. It shows you that the human condition is truly universal. Let me double check what years Kalwak was painting. 1800s, yeah. So post-Renaissance, but strongly associated with the Düsseldorf school of painting. This is more like Baroque, La Belle Epoque, possibly even Victorian. Yeah, 1868 was when that particular one was painted. But it shows you the human condition is universal because Xerxes in this painting looks like he's your dad at the football game, complaining that the team has just thrown a pick. They've just been intercepted. He's like, what are you doing? Why didn't you just kick it? What are you doing? You just punt it. Like, he's communicating that emotion right now.
Very much so, yes.
And I don't know what Greek gods are supposed to be floating up there in the right corner, but you could just tell they're pointing and they're just like, look at that shit. These guys suck.
Oh, I'm pretty sure up front and center that's probably Athena. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But I think so.
Yeah, that would make sense because it is the Athenians, they're chilling. It's probably Zeus doing the pointing. That's another thing that I didn't really work in because, again, it was just like all unsubstantiated like hearsay. But there was a case where an early legend was that, according to Thessalus, she was supposed to go to Kos, some say Kos, which is a Greek island. Again, just so many. Actually, the joke there would be some say Kosum. They don't actually say that. But it could be spelled with a C or a K. This name, and it just shows you how much. Again, Japanese people like to just reuse random Greek names. But the people there were the Koans, and Artemisia was supposed to waste the island on the order of the king of Persia, but Zeus allegedly scattered her boats, so she was forced to retreat, but came back later. Again, we don't really know if that's true, but there could be something there about her boats being struck by lightning. But yeah, so that's a very famous quote that is attributed to Xerxes about this. And it is kind of a specific one for somebody to just pull out of their ass, but it could just be poetry. So this also means that this would have a trait damage effect. I think this would do more damage to male enemies, damage up or bonus damage versus males. But also, if you have female allies, they probably get attack up because, the whole thing is supposed to be this reversal of fortune. This, I think, would actually be her primary damaging noble phantasm, which would probably be a ramming attack. That means you could do single target like Nautilus Ram, or you could do AoE, slam with the whole boat, whatever works out. Honestly, I'm kind of imagining that Artemisia's kit, it's funny that they're like hundreds or thousands of years apart, but Artemisia's kit probably feels like she should be like the 4-star Nemo. Yes. Buffs on water, team ally buffs, big ram. But yeah, should have a team-wide buff. Now, the funny one, this is attributed to Artemisia through several ones. This noble phantasm is called Two Flags, the Retreat at Salamis Sea, the anti-personnel self type stuff. So, this is a common legend. Multiple sources attributed this to Artemisia. They said that when she took her ships into battle, she carried 2 sets of flags, one in Greek colors, one in Persian. When she was pursuing a Greek ship, she would fly the Persian colors to let them know, hey, Persia's coming for you. When a Greek ship would pursue her, she would have her team switch to the Greek colors in hopes that they would be confused. Again, no real source on if this did any work, but it is repeated by multiple sources. And like I said, at Salamis, there was a lot of confusion. Again, there's no telegraph, there's no semaphore at this point. I think you just communicated to other boats by waving, pointing, and yelling. That's what naval command and control is like in 480 BC. So genuinely changing the colors probably would have worked. What this actually does, though, is that, the flags are a physical noble phantasm she possesses. So, and this may have been how she got out of Salamis. Like I said, that ramming incident was supposed to be that she was being pursued by a Greek ship. It was maneuvering. She rams a friendly boat to get out of there and did escape, unsunk. So, when you activate the noble phantasm, you basically create a momentary zone of confusion. You momentarily make enemies forget that she is a hostile, and they stop targeting her for like a split second. Since she has a high rank of independent action, you could even allow this basically if she continually used it to act as a double agent. Other guys think that she's on their side, and then she dramatically switches back her allegiance and is like, no, I wasn't actually on your side, and performs critical attacks. Certain skills or noble phantasms could probably see through it, with true name discernment and stuff. But this, I think, is another noble phantasm that would probably work obviously best as a skill, because it's probably a scapegoat. It's probably like Emia's scapegoat, Odysseus' ability to do this. Krimmhild actually also has this, where you put a taunt on another person.
Yeah.
She basically just goes, whoa, I'm not an enemy, that guy's an enemy. Also probably would do like a critical damage up kind of a thing. Like I said, you could do several moments of this. It could even be like a taunt and an evade. Like you could double up on defenses there if you want to be funny. But like I said, this was another one that is commonly attributed to her several times. And like I said, a pretty smart plan. I think our pirate, servants would respect this kind of motion.
Oh, yeah.
But, this kind of, like, negation. I also think there's some funny story writing there of just being like, yeah, this is a noble phantasm she has, is to broadcast that she's on the other team, and then she just goes, like, halfway through, like, no, I've been on the other team the whole time, dumbass.
Prize!
Armament-wise, she should probably have a bow, probably a spear, maybe a short sword. The one big thing that would be very important, probably good for like higher ascensions, but also in general, was another thing that Herodotus said was that after she escaped at Salamis, Xerxes awarded her with a full set of Grecian-style armor, which was very well made. We don't really have any like attributes to this, so I don't think it's a noble phantasm, but I think it would be part of her kit. Design-wise, there's obviously a lot you could do. Like I said, this painting shows pretty good. She's a tough lady wearing some armor and a hat. Hanging out. Her hat's very clearly Persian. There's a couple of different versions. There are some statues that are supposed to be of Artemisia, but again, those could be of Artemisia II, so we don't know, but there's a design language to pull out for. But if you're not 100% sold on this servant chat, I would like to let everybody know. Also, by the way, if we're using the whole summon in your prime of your legends thing, Artemisia I, canonical MILF. As I said, her son inherited the throne. She was regent for him. And allegedly, by the time of Salamis and the Peloponnesian War, her son was a young adult. Like, he was okay. Probably in his mid to late teens somewhere. So, a woman of mature years, canonical mother. And her husband's dead at this point. Also, like I said, talking about servants having sketchy memories, we don't know anything about that guy. Like I said, if you go to Wikipedia, her husband is literally unknown, previous ruler. So, we know he existed, but history did not remember him because he didn't do anything cool, unlike Artemisia I. Yar, this has been your Fan Servant Friday. I brought it back. I told you it was, like strangely thematic.
It was. Speaking of, the design notes, you were talking about weapons, though. I would definitely like her to wield, I think it'd be a little unique if she wielded, the dual flags as weapons. I think that could be fun.
Yeah. That's just something I know that Jean technically does, hitting people with her standards, but, actually, doing some flag stuff, yeah.
That could be fun.
They are separately
embodied. That's pretty rad.
Yeah. All right. Well, that ends Chaldea Free Talk, and that's time for as much What's Up as we can stand.
We started a little bit early, so we're actually we got some time, y'all.
Yeah.
I hope you're ready.
The raw recording's at about 1:50 now, just under. So we got some space. I have one holdover from a couple of weeks ago. Originally, I had my notes to talk about the Nintendo Direct, but it's been over a week. I don't remember anything about that anymore. Big Sothis, that's it. Hades 2 SD. That's what I got.
I think that's probably the thing that is probably most interesting for me out of it. Like I said, I like Fire Emblem, but Fire Emblem is contentious. Every time it comes out, want to say.
Fire Emblem is one of those franchises that I feel like talking about building the hype, right? Fire Emblem built up a mythos because the first 6 games were JP only.
It's true.
And when they finally released what was Blazing Blade, but was just subtitled or no subtitle in English, that became very impactful. But also that game is truly kind of baby mode because Nintendo was oh, we've got a punishing permadeath strategy RPG that the Western audience has literally never played. Let's put some tutorials in there. Let's put some guide rails. Obviously, I want to say I think 7 is still pretty popular, or at least Lyn is popular. Hell yeah. Love me some Lindis. But obviously, we've never ported 6, I think, to English, which is very funny because Roy's in Smash. But I feel like you're right that, as much as, like, I think Zelda embodies the Zelda cycle problem, it is not the only franchise that does that. Fire Emblem also has this problem. Final Fantasy also has this problem, but for different reasons. But, like, every time a Fire Emblem game comes out or is coming out, there's always something to talk about it. No, I think chat's talking about this. I think Dallas is right. Dallas is a way bigger Fire Emblem head than I am. Like, he's played all of the games, and I think he does, like, ROM hacks and challenges, you know, and shit, and has probably played some of the Japanese games with translation patches kind of guy. He's big in Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem does not have really strong narratives. They're very... Some are definitely cliche. Most of them are fairly simplistic. They are designed to explain why there is a big red empire with many, many units for you to fight. Because the game uses old school color coding, so friendly units are blue/green, enemy units are red. Like, they've gotten better about some of the tinting and color coding, but, like, again, if anybody's ever doubted the story that in the Three Houses, Edelgard was originally, like, just gonna be the big bad, and they decided, like, partway through to actually, like, do something different for once in their life and make her recruitable/sidable with. The fact that her faction is the one that defaults to the red color scheme is like, yeah, that's how Fire Emblem villains work, guys. She's got an axe. That's traditional villain weapon.
All day, every day. Adel left for life. Fight me,
Adel,
nerds!
Honestly, I like Edelgard as a character. I understand that she is flawed, but also, the narratives of Three Houses are also flawed. I think I said last time we had a conversation about this, before an episode of Rain, funnily enough. It feels like each of the routes was written by, like, a different team in a conference room, and they didn't share notes until, like, halfway through.
Yeah.
Like, Edelgard's characterization in routes that she is not the protagonist in feels very different, and, like, same with, like, you know, some of the stuff going on with, like, Claude. Dimitri is a character who, like, wildly varies between routes. Like, literally feels like a different guy sometimes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not new. Chat's even saying, you know, oh, that's a holdover from Fate kind of stuff. But yeah, it's out there. But I think it's a major factor that everybody's first playthrough really characterizes them. A lot of the people who are like, you know, Black Eagles for like played Black Eagles first. So, like, you get to see Edelgard's more sympathetic side. You get to kind of, as the main character, you get to kind of, like, pull her back from the brink a little. Like, she still does bad stuff and almost killed herself with her own schemes in the first chapter. But, you know, it is that kind of factor. But if you played one of the other routes later, you're just going to be like, you know, get the full bad guy juice. But no, like, Fire Emblems have had these problems, I think, where, like, a lot of their games are kind of, like, disappreciated. Like, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, Sacred Stones, like, was, like, the gameplay was better, but, you know, the story wasn't anything to write home about. There are problems, you know, with Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. I think Path of Radiance is actually generally thought of pretty well. Just you can't get it anywhere because it was the GameCube one. Yeah, chat saying, by all accounts, N-Gage is a very good Fire Emblem game. Like, gameplay, best the series has had in years. The story is super boilerplate. A lot of the characters are very archetypal. Also, genuinely, some people don't seem to realize that N-Gage is like a normal Fire Emblem game because it's also like an anniversary game. Like, people didn't realize it was a normal Fire Emblem. So it makes me wonder if maybe the performance wise wasn't good. So we're talking about this because it seems like they're going back to the Fodlan well with the new Fire Emblem. Yeah. And we don't know anything else. It's just an announcement trailer. But yeah, like I said, I don't remember any other details from the Direct at this point, so meh. The other one from a couple... Go ahead.
No, I just said toss it, as in the topic.
This was just a brief one, but the only other one from a couple of weeks ago I remember was I did briefly want to mention this month's PS Plus games, the games on Extra, because, shout out to our Fate fans, one of them Samurai Remnant.
Yeah.
So if you haven't played Samurai Remnant, it's going to be free on PS Plus Extra. I do also believe that at least in Japan, they're reducing the digital price of the game, like, permanently. Yeah, the amiibos are expensive. There are some new megas, but I'm not following. I'm interested in ZA, but I think I'm going to need a Switch too, so that's like a future me problem. Speaking of Fate stuff, though, I should remember it, because I think I forgot because I was going to mention it in Free Talk, but then my computer got weird for, 20 minutes.
Yep.
We did get a date on Strange Fake.
Yeah.
We did not get a new episode yet, but we did confirm that episode 2 will start airing January 3rd, and it should be airing weekly like a normal anime. It's only taken them 2 years to get to this point. So, yeah, keep your eyes peeled for that one, I guess. I also suspect that January will probably be when the new fucking season of Dan starts. Yeah, I mentioned Hades has a release date. This is unrelated, but I guess I'll squeak it in here. I didn't put it in my notes, but we did get confirmation that, once again, Netflix is bankrolling JoJo. Steel Ball Run will be a Netflix exclusive. That said, Netflix has been way better about airing certain anime weekly, and I do kind of feel like them doing Stone Ocean in batches didn't really work for them. So everybody hope that they will go for a weekly release of Steel Ball Run. And I'm excited. I'm something of a JoJo reference myself.
At some point, I need to get through Golden Wind and Stone Ocean. Maybe just start from the beginning.
Hey, that's a great time. Like I said, I recently watched through all of Phantom Blood. I did not get very far in Battle Tendency yet. We'll see what I do with my time. But it's still a great show, and that's another one that I've talked about. Like maybe doing some watch-alongs with people, because that's always fun to revisit JoJo. And there's some good shit. I'm a big fan of parts 5 and 6. I've said before, I think Jolene's my favorite JoJo so far. But I know a little bit about Overarms. I need to research it myself. I've talked about it. Like I said, I don't know if the rest of the crew is down for that, because I don't know if Lucky could play a character with a straight face when I do my music references, because I would be out here doing "You've been struck by the power of my stand, smooth criminal."
Sorry, you said "you've been struck by," and I was like, he's going Smooth Criminal. I knew it immediately.
Hey, Lucky, guess what? It's been like a year or two since I last talked about doing a JoJo, like, TTRPG campaign. I made the same joke with the same starter, and you immediately went, I knew you were going to say Smooth Criminal. A 6-gun Gorgon, I would, if nobody did it, I would have 6-gun Gorgon Dynamo would be somebody's stand. Because I love that song, and also it's really cool.
History is a circle.
Yeah, we do not have original jokes, but no, like I said, I'll check it out. We've got a lot of stuff in the hopper. Axe, you've literally given me more things in the RPG hopper. We'll talk about that later too. But it's a whole process. But yeah, I'm interested in Steel Ball Run because that's a lot of people's favorite JoJo, and I'm kind of like I'm waiting for the anime. I know they're gonna do it. That's how I've consumed all my previous JoJos, so I'll see it. PS Plus stuff there. I think that was the only game I wanted. I mean, it technically forks into this because we're going to talk about another survival crafting game we played on PS Plus that we finished. One of the games was Green Hell, which is like a Amazon rainforest survival game.
Yeah, I was looking at it and I was thinking about it, but then I was looking at gameplay and I'm like, this kind of just seems like the forest, but the Amazon.
Yeah, actually, they're saying it's kind of like the forest before the forest. It might be older.
Yeah, no,
But it's still... I looked at the art style on the PlayStation Store, and I was kind of like... I didn't think that, thought completely, I didn't consciously compare it to the forest. But yeah, it does kind of look like that sort of, generic block of, 3D survival games. The graphic style of, 7 Days to Die is very similar, for instance. That's just, crafting survival, but with zombies. Mm-hmm. That sort of thing. And it's I'll keep it in mind, but I'm not gonna be overly broken up about it. Because the game that we finished on PS Plus was Abiotic Factor. And yes, we did finish it. We got credits to roll. Me, Lucky, and Loth.
It was a good time. Was it a great time? I don't know. Because overall, I do want to say I like Abiotic Factor. I am willing to go back to it again, but probably after they, do an update or something. Because Abiotic Factor is very much an homage to the early 2000s, Half-Life 2 and, other, other games. The graphics very much invoke that feel. There are a lot of references into that. And I do think that Abiotic Factor does a survival crafter in a very unique way with, not being on a random island or a random jungle or, something like that. No, they put you at the bottom of a fucking SCP's facility and where weird shit is happening, and they get away with taking you away from, office cubicles and stuff by, fucking up space and throwing portals in there.
Yeah, it's a very, very unique, well-crafted survival crafting game in that it's not procedurally generated at all. Everything is fixed. So it's very curated, but also, has distinct biomes, basically.
Yeah.
And yeah, setting-wise, the the game is just like a whole reference to the first Half-Life 1, which is probably why it ends the way it does. And then also sprinkles in a factor of like also what if Half-Life was SCP, basically. Yeah. Like Loki said.
No, like there's multiple just weird things. They have this whole IS system of, of things, and throughout the game you'll just find weird shit that sometimes you can interact with, sometimes not. Like one of the things you can find is just an antique shotgun. Normally it's just a fucking Shantet, but every once in a while it will ruin everyone's day.
Yeah, I think it's got like a 30% chance to do that. It's crazy. Literally there's the gravity cube.
Yep. Just lessens gravity. There's an object that's just a top hat, but if you put it on a few moments later, you'll just take it off without thinking about it. That's all it does. But, listening to like video and logs, trying to keep that hat on there is an experience. Like there's the time break, I still think that the yellow paint is like the best one. It is such a meta commentary and just truly does highlight gamer brain. To explain this one, there is an IS, which is just a can of yellow paint. It is nothing out of the ordinary. It is just a can of yellow paint, except for some odd reason, people will find this yellow paint in areas, leading them the ways they need to go, or when they are lost. Very, noticeably on ledges or, around certain corners. Which is a complete meta commentary on just, how game devs have to, use the yellow paint for some sort of highlighting to let players know where to want to go. And there has been a lot of, talk about that, about, too much hand-holding, taking out the realism. But guys, I'm going to tell you straight up, I've been playing video games all my life. I'm pretty good shit at this. There are several points in this game, an abiotic factor, that if there wasn't just a splash of yellow paint, just conspicuously somewhere, I would have had no idea where to fucking go.
There are times when we are free exploring where we got lost. Because I do want to say this, while I appreciate the yellow paint and what it symbolizes, and it's usually for, like, dungeony type content, there are times when you get lost, because the game, the only map system the game has is if you open up your gate tablet, your fucking, PDA, you might have a map of the area you're in, if you found it in the area and picked it up already, but it's a flat 2D map, and it's just got some labels on it. So, like, you get into, like, height shit, or, like, obviously, several of these doors are often locked or blocked off, and you're trying to figure out routes around. The map's not really that helpful.
It's not. So, no, the game has a lot of tongue-in-cheek moments, a lot of commentary on games and whatnot, I guess, as I said. And it's fun. I like it. Like I said, playing it on console, I feel like the UI wasn't the best. I did learn that you can actually remap keys, and I did try a few things, but unfortunately, controllers don't have enough keys for everything that you want to do.
No.
Like I tried remapping, the hotbar to just, tap R1 or L1 to switch stuff, but that didn't really work. Because you need to hold one of those buttons to, reload, and I was just like, well, shit. I couldn't find space to put that down, so yeah, because unfortunately the game does not have a difference between tapping L1 or R1 and holding L1 or R1, so I was like, son of a bitch.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe there's a Sega hotbar. One of the D-pad keys, like, completely isn't used in the game, so that might, if I can figure that out.
I might, actually, maybe I'll go try that, see if I can use that for, like, reload or something.
Oh,
well,
no,
whatever I go back.
Keyboard. Like, it was, yeah, I'm sure it was a PC game on early access. It only came to, PlayStation as, like, at 1.0.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. Like I said, I played it, and I'll probably continue playing it on PlayStation. But, yes. Like, overall, like, if we want to talk about the story, like, I don't necessarily think there's anything that special about it, I want to say. Yeah, it's your first day on the job. The facility has gone to hell in a handbasket. You've been invaded by fucking, the Inquisition, which has unleashed hell, and, as the first response, the fucking C-suite has said, get the cool thing and get out, fuck everyone else. And so you, as a person, who is apparently the only person around available to actually do anything in this facility, has to basically bumblefuck your way through a bunch of zones, unleashing horrors beyond beyond man's kin in order to progress, and then getting fucking, passive-aggressively talked down about it constantly, while everyone else basically rides on your laurels, following behind you.
Yeah, I mean, not always literally behind you. Like, I think there's a couple of characters who are actually, like, clearly fucking around doing other stuff. Like, what's-her-face, the engineer, Frake, is, like, clearly doing her own different plot where she's, like, going through tunnels and shit. But also, she, as you turn on the synchrotron and create a micro black hole to blow a route into the labs sector, which doesn't even... That's, like, section 2, or yeah, I guess if we call the office space, like, 0, your starting point, you're like... Technically, it's, like, the third area you access, like... But still, like, it's super early in the game overall.
Well, yeah, no, well, Frank says, like, Frank's, like, seems like she's doing stuff, but she keeps singling out her team to do stuff, and they are not doing anything. Like, I remember you find, like, one girl cowering underneath the garage, like, other people are just like, no, it's like, no, you are the only person who has the ability to, like, actually get out there, pick up a fucking gun, and shoot things.
Which is funny because, like, depending on what job you picked, right, you could just be the summer intern, and which even says, oh, you don't have your PhD yet, but...
Yeah. No, it's like it seems like all the NPCs are trying to do stuff, but not actually trying to solve problems. They're just existing, and I find that a little weird. Like, this is why I actually this is why, like, Janet has, like, literally dropped to, like the bottom of my fucking list. I love Abe. Abe's the fucking best, but there's a segment, and I'll spoil it, I suppose. You meet a character in manufacturing called Hostatria, who is a Inquisition, a High Inquisitor for the Order. He realizes, bro, shit's fucked. We gotta get out of here. And, I'll say fucking friendly. He gives you some decent he doesn't give you, like, but at one point, you go into residence, you show up because you've just gone through the Order's base. He is basically giving you the keys, like, my dude, I know you're probably gonna have to kill a bunch of dudes, but you need to touch the sun disk. You need that so we can get the fuck out of here. I will join you later to help you so we can solve this fucking problem. You get to residences, he teleports in, he's all like, hello, Promedium, I'm here to help you. Together we can and gets blasted by a laser. All that's left of him is his fucking boots. You go in, Janet's in there, nice and safe and toasty, but find a fucking hard light shield and laser turn-ins to be like, oh, I saw you were in a hostage situation. You're welcome. And I'm all like, Janet, if there was any way I could break through this shield right now, I would fucking shoot you.
Yeah, you're not the only one. I was doing some reading. Apparently, several people don't like that interaction because Janet was, like, with Abe, kind of like part of a comedy duo, but people didn't really like that just sort of happens. If I had to guess, first of all, I'm pretty sure that the residence area was basically the last update of the game, so they were like,
yes,
they needed to wrap up stuff. Like, there's certainly an implication that Hostachiari is not actually, like, planning on helping you. He is a High Inquisitor, right? Like, he is one of the guys who helped orchestrate this thing where all your coworkers have died. I do think his thoughts that, like, they do want to make sure that you're not, like that you get out of here may be genuine. But, like, people were already wondering, like, from the last update, like, oh, is he going to betray us or something? I do kind of feel like they probably should have let that one play out, but it feels like they needed to resolve a plot thread rapidly because they weren't going to do anything with it, so they just wrote him out, and it's like, no, it's not great, because that, one, wastes the plot hook, and also does make Janet kind of a shittier character.
This is also, when you get out of Flat Hill, who, passively says, well, someone just broke the containment field, and I'm just all like, Janet, I need fucking power cells to get fucking out of here. Where's all the fucking power cells? They're either behind locked doors. They're either behind locked doors that I can't fucking access, or they're in fucking Flat Hill. Do you just want to sit here in your fucking cage for, like, I don't know, until you fucking starve to death, Janet?
And Janet would probably snarkily say no. Like, it's a thing. Like, she's a character trope.
Yeah.
And like I said, she and Abe were kind of just, like, decently popular, but like, you're not the only one who played that update and kind of, like, doesn't like Janet as much now. Which is funny that kind of like the way her character ends is, like, she gets kind of, like, depressed because Abe's gone off on his own and she's just kind of, like, alone at the lighthouse.
Accurate shitty devil's advocate. The vending machines require money, and if you break them, they don't refill. So what happens when you run out of money or you break them all?
No, Janet is a little bit of a crappy devil's advocate.
Yes.
I've noticed that. I get a little pushback sometimes just because I'm heated about something, and it's like, why are we going for this? We don't need to. I say this as myself, a unfortunately, died in the wool Devil's Advocate. I have many times in my life Devil's Advocated for stuff I shouldn't bother with.
This reminds me, I actually learned that Devil Advocate was actually a fucking priestly, a actual position in, what was it, like, God, what was it?
I mean, everything comes from somewhere. No,
no, but it was actually an official position in the church. I can't remember what it's called, though.
But no, there's...
Oh, I remember.
Like I said, and she ends up kind of like, alone and a little depressed as shit gets fucked and doesn't know what to do with herself. So like, I don't think the devs were really going for there. We'll see. I'm pretty sure whatever the post game update will be is that Abe will like pop up out of the submarine and be like, Janet, I've got the submarine. It's full of Kiz Cola. We've got to get out of here. And then Janet will probably be like, Abe, you stupid son of a bitch. You left me alone. It's great to see you. Let me in. She does seem like she genuinely like misses him. Now that he's not around and she's not like stuck minding him,
Mm-hmm.
And Abe is a weirdo. Like, he drinks Kiz Cola, which is radioactive. Well, yeah,
No.
But then they shouldn't have said that he'd join us later. Like, it's. I think they're just going for like dark humor points, but also it's like, well, then you don't need it. Like, it's one of those classic writing problems. Guess what? Omega's great solution. You accidentally write a plot thread you're not going to do anything with. Don't tie that shit off. Ignore it. Let the players figure out their own answers for what happened. That's what I do when I'm like I introduce stuff that you guys don't bite on in like Rain or something. I'm just like, okay, I guess they don't care.
Yeah,
also,
no,
you guys
there's
bite on most threads, but if you don't bite on something, I'll just like whatever. If it's not like world building I need for later, we'll just forget about it. Who cares?
There's a bunch of NPCs we met at the fucking the Dragon Festival that we do not interact with, but they're still on the fucking Dramatis. I think about them occasionally.
Also, speaking about Abiotic Factor, there's a shitload of NPCs who are just like one-offs who just don't go anywhere because of the way the game is up. Yeah, that fucker did. Hate that.
Yeah, no. Dr. Kane. Dr. Kane, I think
Dr.
like,
Khan isn't.
I hate him, but also I like him because I think he is a very interesting take on what we can consider a villain. Because at the end of the day, like again, spoilers for Abiotic Factor, Dr. Kane is a villain. They're very affably evil, though, and at the same time, you can't really be all like, "Oh, Dr. Kane, how could you betray me?" It's just one of those things of all like, well, technically, he did not lie to us at any fucking point, never forced us to do anything.
Never more so than like anybody else, right? Like yes, he forced us to do stuff in the sense that the game forced us to do stuff. Like, and arguably,
Yes.
like, I think this is why probably the devs felt comfortable doing that stuff with Hasta Triari. Technically, Hasta Triari does, like, he just tells you, oh, you need the sun disk as, like, a key. It actually, like, Prometheus-ifies you and gives you, like, touches you by the Vorlon, kind of shit.
Yeah, no, you literally have the power of the sun inside you. I think that's why he starts calling
and
you
you
Promethean.
spread it to other people, too. So, like, he has done something probably fucked up to you by, like, letting you just touch this thing and being like, they'll figure it out later. But it does help you progress, so the players are sympathetic to him. Also, no, I don't think Dr. Khan is the voice of the developers. He's a bad guy. He's manipulating you. He's gaslighting you like he is an evil manipulator.
Yes.
Like, we are, like, less than 7 degrees of separation from would you kindly type shit with that guy. But no, like, there's a lot of stuff going on. It's an interesting game, but no, it's all a setup to just, like, he reveals the greater scope villain, which is the Waykeeper, is going to be let loose in the world. But like I said, also, when I was thinking about it, that really doesn't surprise me, because no, this thing is a whole plot reference to Half-Life. So, like, how does Half-Life end? Well, some shit gets broke, and we go to Half-Life 2, where we're invaded by aliens, No. I don't know where Abiotic Factor is going to go, like, with ongoing updates or anything, but it's kind of like in that position.
There have been some hints to our future is basically a fight against, the alien species. Like, there's one portal that you go to that's very weird. It's very small. All you get to do is go in there, get a really cool suit, and get out. But it's called, the gate defense wall or something. And you look outside, and it's just a giant-ass wall across the wasteland. You're just like,
And those guys imply that you are like, they call you, like, Anomaly Proceed because you're a time travel guy, so they're like, they can't cause a paradox, basically.
yes.
And that, like, I think that kind of explains, like, why Sister of the Unlost is the way she is, like, she clearly understands, like, because of the time loop, what's going on.
I am interested in the Unlost. I would like to get more vibes on them.
But that's why she's kind of, like, contemplative and very fatalistic in the final chapter because she understands that you're about to break everything.
Yep. What'd you do? I mean, you kill the big bad and you open up a giant portal. And everyone's just all like, well, this is the end of the world as we know it.
Yeah, because it turns out that guy you kill, that doesn't really matter because, he says the only home that's yours is the only home you have is the grave, basically. Like, fucking, like, yeah, death is just a house call to me, sort of shit. And there's a lot of unresolved stuff. We still don't know what happened to Dr. Mance. Like, he is gone.
No, there's a
founder and CEO whose, like, the name is on gate that we never ever meet.
Well, it's a C-suite. You never meet the actual C-suite.
That's fair.
But
that makes sense.
Like I said, Abiotic has plenty of room to go places, and I am curious to see where it goes. I would definitely like to see more updates, more progression, more skills, more gear, more construction stuff.
I think we beat the whole game before, like, I wasn't playing the maximal time. You and Loft did most of the crunching. But I think both of you, like, kind of, like, you actually reset your character with the reset machine, and Loft's, like, save data got ate by the server.
Yes.
But I think my highest skills by the time we finished were, like, 10. Did either of you guys get to, like, 15 in something?
Yeah, we got to 15 in some things. Before I did the character reset, I had I can't remember the scientific word that they use, but I basically had the farmer build, so I got, like, twice as much, agriculture XP. I maxed out that, before I did the reset, but after that, no. I don't think I got anything higher than 15, and that was shit like accuracy, reloading,
yeah, like
sprinting.
So, like, there was still plenty of wiggle room there.
No, so, like...
it was 15 or 20 that's the max? I think it's 20.
It's 20.
Yeah.
No, but like I said, I'm definitely going to try and keep an eye on Abiotic Factor to see what updates come out, to see if we do a lot more with, like, story. Because, like I said, like, they kind of, they've left the ending open-ended, so I don't know if they're going to, just work on little stuff here or there, work on, like, big expansions and stuff. We will see.
Yeah. It's a good game, though, like you said, would I call it a great game? I don't know. It did seem like it had lots of, like, little niggles. Like, I feel like, again, talking about, like, how I experience stuff, I feel like gameplay stuff is the stuff that jumps out the most to me because that's the stuff that usually sucks me out. Most writing these days is competent enough that I'm not, like, pulled out by how it is. But there were definitely, like, times where stuff would just be a little weird. I think we did eventually kind of, like, around the security sector, like, at least me personally, and I said it out loud and everybody's kind of agreeing, kind of figured out, like, the way the gameplay loop works is you progress, you hit a hard wall, hopefully that discovers either a portal or some other native resource that unlocks a fuck ton of recipes, and then you just kind of, like, go back wherever your base is and slowly farm up your resources until you can make all the new shit, and then that will sometimes trivialize whatever was giving you a problem, and then you'll progress, and then, like that. Which, understanding that it was kind of like in that, like, they were doing early access updates kind of sector by sector, really makes a lot of sense, Like, literally, you would unlock a new zone, and then they'd be like, all right, here's the new update materials. But they still had some pretty fun ideas, like the laser katana and hard light katana type stuff, playing around with different power sources and things. Had a really in-depth, like, cooking system, which was so funny how I would just sit in the brain chair to share blueprints, and I would just learn, like, 4 new soups every single session. Because Loft discovered them. And I also had enough cooking to, like, level 3 to, like, do soup. So yeah, there was a lot of neat stuff in there, but also there was some stuff that I don't think I don't know, like, if we ever bothered doing even some unlocks. Like, I think there were some weapon systems we never really fucked with.
With, like, lasers and stuff, we didn't get too far into it because that requires a whole entire new setup. We didn't try out, like, we didn't get, like, all the armor upgrades, and I don't think we tried, like, necessarily all the weapons, but I think everyone kind of, like, fell into their niche. Me, I repped the Hypercross Magbow a lot. It was amazing.
Very good, until you got the thing that let you upgrade the sniper rifle, the only, like, sniper type weapon in the game.
Yeah.
I think there's some good stuff. Like, the energy pistol was really good. I'm a little disappointed by the laser pistol, because I think they made it, like, because it's laser energy, they made it even harder to recharge by hand. Like, it was very slow, but it did laser stuff, which was funny. Mm-hmm. And just hip fire bullying the Reaper, very funny.
That's definitely one of those moments, though. The first time finding the Reaper is one of those things, because On a personal level, this is a problem I have with Loth. Loth does not care about going back to base necessarily. Loth likes to progress. He will continue to progress. If he dies, he'll just go, oh, okay, and just try again, not necessarily thinking about why he failed.
Yeah, Loth is very stubborn, and Loth just likes to be in motion. It's one of them ADHD type things. Not that he can still go back to base and he didn't really seem upset whenever he was just like, oh, all our food's gone. Sorry guys, I can't leave. I got to make a lot of food, right?
Yeah,
that didn't necessarily seem to bother him. But there were times when food would spoil and stuff because it was he would be out in the field and just grind it out.
No, so a lot of times with Lawful play, because I did not necessarily want to miss out the experience of discovering something new or finding something new, I would usually have to force myself to keep pushing beyond what I would feel comfortable playing with when I want to go back, reassess my stuff, rebuild stuff. But Loth doesn't care. Loth will, break every, Loth was talking about, yeah, no, I just carry, 7 weapons because, they break down on the way. I'm like, Loth, that's when you're supposed to go back and fix them! And he's just like,
Yeah, no, I carried a couple different weapons at times, but I eventually got out of the habit. I had, a pipe wrench and also my thermal hammer at one point because, I didn't want to keep setting fire to, boxes, right? But eventually I just got out of that with different weapons.
Yeah, no, I usually carried 3 weapons, all of which have used stuff, and like I said, Loth just does not Loth is the single-handedly most helpful person yet unhelpful person. If you ask Loth, hey Loth, can you go do that for me? He'll be like, yeah, no, sure, I got you. But if you don't give him a task, he will just go and push and push and push. And like I said, I figured out quickly that the game doesn't want you to just keep going. The game wants you to reach a new area, discover what you can, go back, farm up, prepare, then tackle it, overcome the challenge, and then repeat. Loth skipped the whole go back and prepare step and would just keep beating himself against the wall. And I'm just like, no, Loth, please stop. At some points, I'm just like, no, I can't go. I'm just gonna stay at home and fucking work on base stuff until Loth, dies for the umpteenth time. If you notice what Loth's this is me. This is the Lucky Bitches About Loth segment, by the way. So have fun with that. Loth was always about going as fast as he can and jumping as hard as he can. So he would always be equipping things that made him run fast, made him jump higher, stuff like that. And so constantly, when he did not have something, we would see death messages about Loth being all Loth has forgotten about gravity. Loth has, fallen into the abyss. And he's just like, damn you, muscle memory. And I'm always like, Loth, you could just slow down and take your time. And as always, Loth would be all eh.
I mean, he could, but him calling it muscle memory is just his instinct at heart. He just wants to fly with a jetpack. So when he was not jetpacking for some reason, he would just not think about it because it was just so natural to be mobile to him, which is funny. But yeah, you and me, think about stuff. I switch back and forth with the jetpack. Sometimes I would use a big backpack because I want to carry more shit because I don't like when my shit is full because it means I can't pick up new shit because we need that shit. We were still collecting fucking glass shards at the end game because we used so many of them to make test tubes to make things. And we would run out occasionally, yeah. So, I think I talked about this before. I feel like my personal playstyle kind of splits the difference between, you and Loth, where, I'm not afraid to, if the game is open, to progress, and there were times when, the only thing stopping us from progressing was just doing it to do it, basically. That one thing in the back rooms of Cascade Labs, right? What we call the live fire zone. That there was no, I don't think there was a piece of equipment that would have helped us there. Maybe the stealth armor, but I don't even know if that would work on the turrets. We just had to get through those guys and do it in a reasonable time frame before they respawn. I think that was the phase when we asked you to turn down enemy respawns.
Yeah.
Because every night we would come back and all the guys we killed the next day would kill us. But later, literally the next section, the security section, that's when I was we had our great big freak out about the Reaper, and we thought he had him pegged, and no, that didn't really work like that, x-raying him, and so we died a lot. And then we were just kind of well, I guess we'll figure it out. And Loth did come back with oh yeah, if you laser pistol him, he doesn't like that. That can make him go away for a little bit, which it does not make him go away for very long, but it turned out that little bit of breathing room was all we needed. But that's when I really, like I said, that's when I crystallized into what you said about oh no, the game doesn't want us to, when we run into an obstacle, it's not like we try and figure out how to overcome it. We go back to base and look at the things we've unlocked and figure out how to overcome it. Yeah. And, going back to base doesn't have to be far. Oh, the game, we did not use it to its fullest. The game gives you so many opportunities to set up quote-unquote bases in weird places.
It's true. Anywhere you basically put a crafting bench makes a small little save zone that, reduces enemy spawns and stuff. Especially once you start getting crafting bench upgrades. And we really didn't get into it, but, late game, you can get personal teleporters that can just let you zip around places as long as they're properly powered. But, on the other hand, the game is also really good about fucking Dark Souls shortcutting you everywhere.
Yeah.
So you can just set up in the initial, cafeteria security room area and still be reasonably able to get to basically anywhere in the game from there.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna agree. It's a really weird case where very obviously that cafeteria space you spawn in works really good as a starter base. They make you construct a crafting bench, I think, there in the first place to make your first energy brick, to open the doors. And, it has a free stove, there's, free frying pans and stuff in there. Part of it is that we did have a resource respawns on. You are not technically supposed to do that. That's not the default. You're supposed to get all your shit respawning from portals. But
true,
also,
but
we
we
were in a
also
multiplayer server with as many as, 4 or 5 people at one point, so... literally, there are supposed to be semi-one-of-a-kind items, so, it would have taken us forever without those respawns to get all those gravity cubes. What the fuck did Marion want for the extra gravity cubes again? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
But, it would have been a big pain in the butt. So, but that means that, if we had those on, frying pans respawn forever, shit like that. There was a freezer if you want to do cold stuff. There's plenty of power outlets, plenty of space for you to set up your crop plots. There's literally a toilet, right there as well. It's pretty good. So, it works, but also, if anywhere you think is a cool place to put a crafting bench and start a base, you can do it. Literally, you don't even need to build beds. Later in the game, you find deployable bedrolls that are, lightweight and meant to be carried, so you can sleep anywhere, So, that was an aspect we really didn't explore, but, there's so many of those things to do. So, the return to base phase doesn't have to be far. Like we said, whether it's Dark Souls shortcuts or you just bung a crafting bench down. But yeah, it definitely is designed in staggered stages. And so there were times when you guys would reach new areas when I was I signed off because you and Lost stayed up quite late, even your time, to do stuff sometimes. I think you said you were up to 4 or 5 a.m. at some points working.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there would be times when I would log off at 2 my time and go to bed and then come back and you guys would be oh yeah, we found the next zone. I'd be oh, I missed out a little. But I think the way you play, Lucky, I didn't really miss that much usually. Yeah, I missed the scripted event where Hostage Tria gets blasted. I maybe could have seen that. But you guys weren't that far in that area for me when I got there myself to poke around and be oh hey, so this is the new area, Yeah.
Well, usually because me and Law play, I would actually ask him, yeah, let's not go too far. Let's, shore up things. And, and as I said, if you give Loth a task, he's usually pretty good on following it.
Yeah, if you tell Loth, here's your flashlight gun, go farm magnetic alloys in security against the Reaper. He did that for fucking hours.
Yeah. So, you can't leave Loth unsupervised. That's when he starts getting antsy.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. So, yeah, it's a really interesting game. I think you said this the first time we played it, but the kind of the I truly do want to say it is science core office punk. You do do some subversion of authority type stuff. So there's a little bit of punk in it. It's a little punk rock. But you go from your first armor is you're literally I ended the game in a Fallout ass power suit armor. All right. Sorry, resume recording after that. We've smoothed over it again. I think I dropped out a little bit of audio I was talking about. I was wearing a Fallout power armor suit at endgame. So the aesthetics of Abiotic Factor are really cool. I like them a lot. Which is a little funny because I haven't actually played Half-Life. Should probably play that remake Black Mesa. But yeah, it's a neat game. We'll look out for updates. I think I said this earlier, but I'll reiterate the kind of curated way of doing experiences is very neat. Like it's got a story structure to it, which is nice. And I would say that technically Abiotic did inspire me to among other things. I was rewatching some of Rubik's Voice of the Void videos. Got another idea kicking around in my brain, but I haven't quite finished fleshing it out yet. And given that somehow Windows will find a way to sneak updates in, at fucking midnight, I'm sure at this rate. I'll save that one for a later date when I've rolled that one around a little more. So that means I think if we have nothing else to say about Abiotic.
No, I don't think we do.
All right, fair enough. This one was a little bit of actually, it shouldn't be too much of a surprise to me. It was just kind of like a why now sort of a moment. But speaking of PS Plus games, again, so after we finished Abiotic earlier, we're kind of looking for our next thing. We're working on the Vintage Story server. We should probably have, assuming it doesn't explode, probably should be able to start tomorrow, the day this episode goes live. Join us on Discord if you're into Vintage Story, I guess. Excuse me, sorry, burp. But I was talking about games earlier in this week, and you said you have been playing a shitload of Coral Island.
Yes.
So I played a little bit of it. I think I talked about it in a previous episode of the show, but I haven't had the time to go back with some stuff yet. So you've been playing it a lot. What do you have to say on that front?
I love this game.
Nice.
Well, because I remember you talking about it, and like I said, we just got done with Biotic, and I was just all like, I was like, all right, I'm gonna what am I in the mood for? And it's all like, I still want to get my crafting, survivaling, life sim on, but I don't need to do it in another factor. Then I remember, I think I saw Coral Island when I was scanning through the PlayStation Plus titles, because I was looking at Green. That's when I was looking at Green Hell, and I was like, this is just the forest before the forest, and other things. And I saw Coral Island, and I looked at it, and I was like, actually, no, this actually looks pretty fucking fun. So I installed it, and I have been playing it almost nonstop. I can understand what you said when people say when it is people can say it's a Stardew Valley clone, and I kind of agree, but also I kind of don't. Like I said, it uses a very similar system to what Stardew does. Gathering items to unlock bonuses. Left your corporate job to go live this idyllic place. But I don't want to call it a clone, because I feel like what Coral Island does is just went, if it's not broken, don't fix it. It's just a very good and simple way to get you to engage with the mechanics and go with it. And Coral Island, really builds upon what Stardew Valley has in ways that I really like. Like I said, we have the normal things of cooking, fishing, farming, ranching, mining, fighting, and all that stuff. But the fact that they added a whole underwater segment with diving and stuff, where you can explore the ocean floor, clean up trash, clean cups, unearth an old ancient civilization. I was like, rad. That's awesome. You can also catch insects using a bug net and stuff and other such things. And I was also like, that's rad too. But
yeah, I think it's fair to say. I'm sorry, I'm thinking to myself. I'm like, so what do we call this genre? Should it be do-likes?
No, I'm not gonna call it a do-like.
No,
because I think. Well, and I said, I actually did some quick research into the development company about this, because I was getting a hang of their vibes here and seeing what they did and how they did things. So Stairway is actually an Indonesian company. They are based out of Yogyakarta. And when I looked, I was like, yes, no, a lot more things make sense, because this game has a very Pacific vibe. I don't want to say Japanese, I don't want to say Indonesia, Malaysia, I don't want to say Pacific Islands or Hawaii. It just kind of takes all of that.
Yeah.
It has all of that.
And they're very Pacific.
Yeah. And at the same, and also just like it, it's also very multicultural. And multicultural in it's with the people you meet there. You have people from all types of walk living on the island, and they're all interesting in their own ways. I remember the moment I said, oh, I'm gonna like this game. When you start off the game, you basically, you get to the rundown house, and you meet the carpenters, Dinda and Joka, or Yoka. I do not know how to pronounce it. Please forgive me. They just say, Yeah, we got it a little fixed up for you, but if you want to do the rest of the stuff, you're going to have to get the materials for rest of the materials. So you got to go get some stone and some wood, and you bring it to them, and they do it for free. You actually get into a cutscene where they actually are doing the work. You're helping them, set stuff up. And at one point, the three of you are just sitting on the carpet, just chat. And I was all like, that's a very human ass thing to do. People are just talking. And throughout this game, you just get a lot of like, the townsfolk they're super friendly, very community oriented. And they are people, I want to say. They all have their desks and likes. They're all like very unique. Like, right now I'm looking at the picture of Yuri, who is a doctor, but she has green hair, piercings, and tattoos. But also she likes to play chess and pool. And I'm just like, huh. It's like, these people feel very much like people, and, of course they have their likes and dislikes, but they also all have like little events here and there. They all have their little schedules and stuff.
The schedule thing was something I was going to mention. I played the game for like one sitting personally, but I got a few hours in, unlocked some stuff. But I ran around trying to track everybody down to put them in my Islanderpedia, and you see it, right? Like they have lots of little interactions. Like some parts of the day they'll be like in their room. Sometimes they're at their job. If their job is closed, they'll just be out like hanging around. Like at one point there were a couple of I don't remember their names because it's been a couple of weeks, but there were a couple of these two sisters who are blonde, and they were just like chilling in the kitchen or dining room of like the hotel.
Yeah. Well,
like for most of the morning, and it's just like, yeah, they're just like people just kind of are like vibing.
Also, Lucky has played all the Rune Factories except the latest one. Rune Factory is a game I very much love too. But like talking about like how this is not just a Stardew clone, this game they even like Stairway even says this is basically taking everything they love from all these previous games. And you can see actually references to that. Like, since you didn't play that long, there's a creature that, can sell you special cosmetics and stuff. It is the Concerned Monkey.
Ah,
you get the joke. Yeah. One of the things it sells you is the OG Farmer hat, which is literally the Harvest Moon hat with the fucking main character's hairstyle with the little, with the little hairpiece sticking out. You can just get that. And like I said, it's called the OG Farmer's hat. And I'm just like, yeah. Oh, fun fact. They have a lot of silly little references in here. On one of the talk shows, you can talk to one of the members of the activist group's Landslide. His name is Claude Stroth.
Well, there does seem to be a little bit of environmental message to the game.
Well, oh no, there definitely is. Like I said, like with Stardew Valley, the whole like conflict between like JoJo Corp and is very subdued. It's just kind of do you want to engage with these mechanics really or not?
And you can even like that was a whole route that was added later. You can even join JoJo for like a different thing.
Yeah. But here, it actually seems like there's a little bit more of a storyline with the Pufferfish Corporation, oil drilling, the Black Tentacles, conservation and all that stuff, and, getting the town back on its feet, because they actually explain in the game that the reason why the town is doing so poorly is because they had an oil spill a long time ago, and... Well, not a long time ago, but it was previously, and it kind of fucked up their steez, and they haven't been able to recover from it because it took a lot of money, and guess what? They had an oil spill, and now there's these weird black roots that are kind of just fucking up everything. So no,
and I don't want to get too much on my soapbox. Like I said, I'm a little too tired for that. But in the Pacific, there is a lot of history of colonialism and exploitation, and just kind of being like, who cares? It's just some island. We'll leave.
Yeah, and what I like about this game is it's like very multicultural. Like it's like there's a lot of like there's black folk, there's like Islanders folk, there's Asian folk, there's white folk. Like everyone's here and. No one seems to bat a fucking eye about anything. Everyone's just here and we're all happy to be part of the fucking community. And, like, I really like that.
They went for a breadth of character designs and just kind of went like, fuck it, we ball.
Yeah. I will say, I do want to say that I do, like, I don't know if necessarily I want to call this a hang-up, but is this something I know? They do seem to be a little bit more unrestrained with the male character designs rather than the female character designs. There are definitely they aren't necessarily afraid, but a lot of the characters, like, they are a little, like, how do I want to explain this? They're not afraid to put bulge on guys, but they seem to be a little more resistant to put bulge on ladies. It was like one of those moments where I'm in the hot spring, I'm talking to a guy, and he's in a fucking Speedo, and you just need to see the bulge in his pants. I was all like, oh, hello there. And then I was like, wait, do we have anything like other like girls like necessarily showing off their assets? And I shanked through it. There are like, I'm not saying they're like being necessarily prudes, but I have not seen like a girl with big old titties in this game.
It probably sounds like they are being a little more restrained. And it is the thing of like, genuinely, lots of games don't go that far with male characters like at all. Even what would be like yeah, comparatively, honestly, like being in a Speedo might be a little bit of a shocker because it's not done. But genuinely, that's not showing any more skin than like some bikini designs you see.
No, it's like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like, honestly, the male characters in this are great. They'll have there's a lot
I've
of
seen
good design.
No, and that's what I was saying earlier. I think the character designers just went ham.
Yeah, they went ham. Like I said, I think they were a little restrained in the females and with the female designs, but doesn't mean that they are not any less level.
Well, and also I would say what I would probably say is they probably wanted to avoid like an easy cheap shot of just like feeling a little too fan servicey because you're like, oh, women on an island, bikinis all the time, and it's like, well, if they're all in bikinis all the time, then it's just that doesn't mean anything, you know? Like that's true. Like even if you're playing like Dead or Alive beach volleyball, the whole point is that they're specifically at a beach volleyball tournament, right? Like they're changing their normal outfits that you can see them at in games, which for some Dead or Alive characters doesn't matter, but for some it does. You know, it's a thing where like they can always go to that well later.
No, but this game is actually like really, really good, and like it's one of the, like, I'm actually very interested in trying to get to know some of the characters, and they do a lot of little quality of life things to help you with things like when the day comes, like the game will tell you, hey, it's this person's birthday, and you're like, oh, sweet, you know, you can always find it like on the map. You don't have to like download a mod to know where islanders are. The game will like show you, or you can go to their profile in the like I said, I didn't fully explore it, but
you saying that they said straight up that they did the classic gamer move. They took everything they liked from games in this genre, in this oeuvre, and applied it. I bet some of these guys, obviously they put, you know, the quote-unquote concerned monkey. Some of these guys have played Stardew Valley. Some of them probably played Stardew Valley and went, why the fuck doesn't the game tell me where this guy is?
Yeah, no. So, and like I said, the game is going places with the story. Like, we have, like, there's things happening under the water, there's things happening in the forest. You know, there's people's like relationships to talk about and stuff.
Actually, this is a good question because I did not get there. Have you gotten to like the quote unquote combat part of the game yet?
Yeah, it's nothing. It's. I will probably say that is probably the least developed part of this game. Like, it is literally you equip weapon.
Feels like an afterthought in those games.
There are like you can get some drops from enemies, but usually you can almost completely ignore them unless they're right up on the. The game does this very, like, I'm pretty sure this is intentional, but usually wherever you find the ore in the mines, there's usually a monster spawn right on top of it. 9 out of 10 times, I can just mine the ore without aggroing the monster anyway, so it doesn't matter. But you still want to get up your combat, because here's something I do like. Every time you level up your, one of your, masteries, you get a little bit more health and a little bit more stamina.
It's nice. That's nice. Honestly, it makes me kind of, again, talking about like learning lessons, makes me wonder if maybe they or some people they play tested with weren't a little like annoyed by some aspects of games like Stardew, because like sometimes the mob spawns in Stardew are just like really annoying. Like I remember us when we did play some group games of Stardew together, like me and Loth would be in the mines, and it would like, or even other people would be in the mines. You'd go down the floor and you'd be like, shit, I can't get anything done. There's 10,000 ghosts in here, and they may have gone a little too far over. You be careful when adjusting. Balance is a delicate process. Okay, let me dial it back on. All right, we're back.
Okay. Sorry, what were you saying? I got temporarily distracted.
Oh, it's okay. We were just we were talking about the combat stuff. You know.
Oh yeah.
That it sounds like maybe they some of the dungeoneering parts of Stardew were kind of, you know, random and chaotic, so they maybe simplified that a little, but they might have made it a little too simple.
No, well, the combat in Stardew Valley was never that, like, super amazing either. We're going to talk about it was also very,
well, yeah, it's just,
simple.
The thing I was talking about was, like, I remember when we played some multiplayer of Stardew, right? And, like, so me and Loth would, like, go to the mines and just be like, I can't mine anything, there's, you know, a bunch of mobs attacking us all the time. Like, it was, it could be very chaotic, or it could be nothing.
True.
So if this is maybe like a little less random, like, oh, you see a monster spawn, there's ore, like under it, but it's also like not really grabbing you with the ghoulies,
Mhm.
That's like, you trade some upsides for some downsides kind of a thing.
Yeah. So like all in all, I'm really liking. I am probably going to be spending way more time playing this. Lucky is absolutely hooked. I don't necessarily think anything is going to be like crazy out of it. I'm just expecting, a good life sim time. Gotta, raise my crops. Plant my animals. Catch bugs, fish, hang out with the mer people. Good times.
We love catching bugs.
We do.
No, it sounds great. I'll have to play some more of it. It's like been on my list, but like so many free games.
It does have multiplayer. I don't know if this is something we want to multiplayer, but it does exist.
I mean, we could try it. I feel like we should
also no.
Ellie, you and me at least explore it on our own before we figure that shit out.
No, this is, like I said, Lucky's been, playing this until like 4 or 5 a.m. I played it until 8 a.m. Last night just because I'm like, man, I want to get in there.
No, that's fair. Like I said,
I've
got a lot of stuff in the backdrop. Like I've just been watching random videos of like actually reinstalled like City Skylines and actually played it for a little bit and then went, this is good, but also I don't know what I'm doing, so I'll continue to play it off and on later. It was the fucking 15th anniversary of Halo Reach, so I reinstalled Master Chief Collection with just Reach to be like, I should play Reach again. I have not played Reach again yet. I probably will, but maybe not right now. But yeah, I'll try and pencil in some more Coral Island time because, like I said, I had a good time playing it for a little bit beforehand and out there. But there's always so much stuff going on. Working on still working on my Aether Pool grind for 14. It's the Duelist Cup and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I do like this twice a year. So it's a really good idea to farm free currency. That kind of thing. So we're busy with lots of stuff. And we're planning on playing Vintage again together. But that at least will be semi-limited by, like, when Aaron has opportunity to turn on the server.
Yeah.
So, we're out there looking for stuff. Anything else about Coral Island?
Oh, I don't know. Like I said, I'm midst the, like I said, like, I do hard, if you want to, like, a pretty good life sim, I do heartily recommend it. I am slightly nettled that, this has gone under my radar for so long. I would have loved to gotten into this sooner.
Honestly, if the company's originally is Indonesian, I could kind of explain why. Like, they didn't break out into the wider media sphere, I guess. Because I don't think I'd heard of this game until I saw it on the PS Plus list, and I was like, oh, I wonder what that is. And it's like, Farm Island Sim, Life Island Sim. And I'm like, neat. I'll download this and try it out. I think Aaron said he'd played it before. But it's like, yeah, it completely missed me. And the really funny part is, I was just thinking of this when we were Uno Momento a second ago. One of this month's games that just came out is Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
Like, they just added Stardew also, and they added Coral Island first, so it is very funny. But I do kind of feel like it is that kind of time of year. And I think Stardew's working on a new update. But yeah, I brought it up because that talking about kind of like, love letter type games and kind of balancing factors did give me a really good segue for my next topic.
Very well then.
Which is, hey, guess what, chat? I've finally been playing Lies of P. Like a month late. And I have to preface everything by saying why I decided to actually start playing Lies of P. It was because of spite.
What?
I was reading some comments on Reddit and some general discussions that I'm in where people were talking about kind of the, I want to say, quote-unquote controversy about Silksong's difficulty. And so, like, a lot of people were discussing that. Silksong is pretty hard. And some people have brought up that some of the challenges are a little more, like, mean-spirited. Like, there's a couple of, like, traps in it, and there's some, like, long, salty runbacks if you die. But in that thread, there were conversations about, like, difficulty levels, and several people, not me, but several people brought up the, like, oh, well, I do kind of, like, find difficulty sometimes an accessibility issue. A lot of games that are, like, designed to be hard have a really interesting aesthetic, but, it is, like, hard to overcome. And several people were kind of, they were kind of like, I really wish they would just, do difficulty levels. I bet they could do an easier difficulty for other people, and that wouldn't impact the harder level it was designed for. And several people got in there and they were like, no, I don't think they should make more difficulty levels. I think that would impact the difficulty. That would affect it. And, like, this just like, personally got to me, and, like, I was immediately like, oh, so when it impacts your potential gameplay, you're upset that adding difficulty levels could affect your experience, despite the fact that this person said that they think but if the game's balanced about being hard, that's okay, right? If that shuts out other people's experience. Cool, yes. So I literally installed Lies of P. Because, like, yeah, that I didn't want to get into an internet argument, but that kind of discussion annoyed me that, like, so when basically these people were saying, when it doesn't affect them, when they like and enjoy quote-unquote harder games that are more difficult, more punishing, etc., they don't care that that hurts other people's enjoyment, but the respect that those people could get a lower difficulty mode, again, taking in the idea that the higher difficulty, then that would like reduce the quality of the higher difficulty modes, even though, again, this person was saying that like they would assume that the higher difficulty mode with the game is balanced around. Lots of games do this, actually. Lucky and I played through all the Master Chief Collection on Heroic, because that's what Bungie and later 343 said they balanced the game around, Like, and we got our clocks cleaned a couple of times. Like, there were a couple of sequences that were rough checkpoints, but generally I don't think we had a terrible time.
I don't think we necessarily ever got like super stuck in one area in particular.
No, we would die and be set back. There were some levels that were a little rough, but there were most segments didn't take us too many tries. I think we got bounced out of any one single checkpoint in the library as much as we got bounced out in Halo 4 by there just being a unpassable story bug.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we literally couldn't complete the second to last mission of the game, which is bad because there's some really cool cutscenes that are good for Chief. Because they tried to give Chief an actual character. I don't think I talked about that a little to you, but like, remember that scientist we were talking to on the radio in that level, Lucky? Like, we saw her on the screen. She was like guiding us through the place. You probably don't remember too much, but there was like a lady talking to us through stuff. Anyway, the Didact gets the composer and fucking melts that lady like right in front of us.
Oh wow, Jesus.
Like, the only reason why Chief doesn't get melted is because the librarian, like, modified his DNA without his consent again, so he was immune to being composed. So, like, that like, map actually has, like, some story stuff that kind of reflects the mood Chief is in when you get to the final area, and then, Cortana, blows yourself up and twirls you through subspace. But we didn't see that, because the game was bugged. Thanks. Never been fixed. Thanks 343. But no, like I said, different games balance around different difficulties, And I am personally of the opinion that I think difficulty levels are cool. I respect if you are just like, no, this is the exact experience I intend everyone to have all the time. And like I said, I think there's something to be said for like, making difficulty levels accessible. Like, genuinely, I'm thinking about it. Because I've heard some people talk about like the difficulty of like Final Fantasy 16 being a little too easy. They probably shouldn't have locked the harder difficulty between a complete playthrough. I understand why they did it, but also, for some people who were just kind of like, yeah, I don't know, I play a lot of actions games, this isn't really challenging me. They probably should have been able to bump it up right away, right? But, It's what the developers intended, so it is what it is. So I've been playing Lies of P. After about a year, when they released the DLC, the core Lies of P got a free update that gave it difficulty levels. The normal difficulty version of the game is normal/hard, and then they added easy and very easy. I did debate this a little, but I've been playing the game on what is the equivalent of very easy, and I want to say this. The super easy mode still isn't that easy, because you want to talk about love letters? Lies of P is such a love letter to every game design aspect of the Soulsborne games, and I do want to say very specifically, some of these options are very old school Dark Souls inspired. Like, even some of the tricks go back to Demon Souls. So like, I've still been dying, even though it's supposed to be, baby mode for babies. I don't really know exactly what the dials are changed. I think your damage overall is less, and maybe you get more ergo, so you level up a little faster. Like, most bosses I've defeated on my first try, and I was a little, like, concerned about that. I'm like, oh, am I missing out? But also I don't think I am, because, like, the first 3 bosses of the game are just, what if puppet but big? What if puppet but big and lightning? What if puppet but big and fire? Actually, no, that's not technically true. There's the donkey-eared guy that I also beat up first try. That was your first run-in with a human-type boss. The second human-type boss lady actually did kill me a couple of times, so, like, I had to actually, like, lock in a little. I'm still dying in this game. You can still just if you get mobbed by too many men, you will die. They will just beat you up. If you take too much damage and you use all your heals, like, and you can't heal, I do like, I knew this even from the demo, I do like that when you run out of your healing items, your Estus flasks, you can get one back by just hitting enemies enough. That's really good. You do kind of like Bloodborne style recover some of your chip HP by hitting enemies in general. That's good. Like, they did like massage some things, they took some notes, but I say they're very like the Soulsborne style inspired because I think the only thing they really took from Sekiro was the arm weapons type stuff and a little bit of like making the stagger aspect like explicit, like an enemy health bar will flash when they're like, hey, this guy's staggerable, hit him with a heavy attack, you know, that kind of stuff. And that does kind of play into like perfy parries and like combo some stuff. I think the perfect parry or block window is a little bigger. I've pulled off a couple of those, so we'll see. I'm fucking around with Dex and Weird. I'll call Advance. I thought about doing the game wants the Dex weapon. Well, I went Path of the Bastard, so I guess they gave me a flaming knife, so I'm playing around with Advance. But yeah, I started Dex. The game is like a lot of Soulsborne games. And there's a little bit of like auto attack guidance, but it's not good. So you really want to lock on enemies, which means you got to kind of like deal with them like one at a time, you know. And specifically the rapier they give you if you pick the Dex build Path of the Bastard. Not very big swings. So you do a lot of thrusting, which is what you do with the rapier, but it does mean that like you're not going to do a lot of crowd control, right?
Right.
So you can get mobbed. Also, the game does do a little bit of the stuff that like not my preferred way of handling these sorts of things in Souls-likes, but it is like very Souls-like of them. Lies of P so far definitely has the zombie behind the corner problem. I know that, like, Axe and some others have, like, given me a little pushback on this, but genuinely, like, I think in Lies of P, there's, like, a 90% chance if there's a blind corner, there's a guy back there. Like, they love the blind corner shit. And I'm like, it's not really a problem, but it is, like, one of the gameplay aspects of the... Yeah, I know, that's the thing, Axe, is I do always assume there's a guy there, but it's like, when I assume there's a guy there in Elden Ring, you guys get on me for assuming there's a guy there all the time. Because Elden Ring is, FromSoft actually can change, chat. I know, shocking. They didn't actually make the same game literally, like, 6 times. I also want to say that, like, again, this is clearly, like, from more of, like, the Dark Souls and the Bloodborne end of From's games it's inspired by, because verticality is bad. You can only jump while sprinting, and it's not a good jump. Which means that when you get to, like, the second area of the game, and you are on rooftops and narrow boards, and there are dudes with pitchforks charging you or jumping around corners or throwing shit at you. It's not great because you will die if you fall. So like I've died. The game has a pretty good way that your like death marker is like it's usually pretty reasonably back from whatever killed you, which is nice. So like that's smoothed over, but it still has a lot of the stuff that's kind of like I do want to say some of it is kind of like the bullshit artifacts of Soulsborne. Like genuinely, I don't think most of these games you really need to have like blind corner guys all the time. Like it at a certain point, it's really not that surprising. Some of it I think is to like work with level design, but they also just like throw guys behind breakable walls for the fuck of it too. It's like truly the game is like the game designers are just like, hey, we put like a house here because it's like part of the map design, you know, part of the ambience is that there would be ruined buildings here. We can't have that be empty. We got to put a guy there. We got to put a pup in there. And it's like, no, you can't environmental storytelling, guys. You can't just have houses be empty. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things where like I immediately conned onto it and just like, I'm over it. But it's not like I said, not like a deal breaker. The ambush walls don't reset. The guys reset, but the walls and stuff don't reset. Yeah, well, Axe is in the chat being like, oh, it's not being a problem like on your third or ninth time through it. I'm like, yeah, I mean, that is Souls-like, but also that is a thing that we could like iterate on a little. Like we could smooth those edges, you know?
To be fair, the fact that you say you have to stay on the third or ninth playthrough is, I feel, very indicative of the mindset of the current gamer. It's where we just keep doing the same thing over and over again until we don't suck at it anymore and say, yeah, I'm good at this.
And in a sense, yes, that is getting good, but yeah, no, like just, I don't know. And I mean, I think for Lies of P, it's a little different because it is very classic Soulsborne in that I think it is supposed to be semi-linear. Like, once I have killed a boss and run through a zone, I am probably not necessarily running through these same zones over and over again. You know, teleporting through Stargazers is like unlocked immediately, you know, once you find a couple of them, stuff like that. So like, you know, you do return to the hub, Hotel Krat, a lot. But it is still like a thing of just like they're doing some stuff that I'm annoyed by, but also it is genre conventions. It did at least show, like, it gave me a very tangible thing to be like, oh, FromSoft does actually iterate. They're slow at it. I wish they'd be a little faster, but they do like occasionally change shit. And like it did remind me that like the jumping in Elden Ring is fucking crazy. Like I have severely misunderestimated sometimes how good that is. And it's like technically they buffed the jump in Night Rain, so like I don't know. Maybe we are going to get full speed character action. But yeah, like I said, I haven't really been dying to bosses, but the bosses haven't been super in-depth yet. The main thing that I want to say Lies of P has going for it is, even without going, like, easy difficulty, the game is pretty streamlined. You have, like, 6 stats, maybe 7. Like, it's, all, like, way more compacted down. They also inherently understood fashion souls, so your armor is just parts, and everything you wear is cosmetic. Like you just, install, like, gears and dials and like, amulets and shit. Actually, your amulets are your charms, but you know what I mean. There's, like, different puppet components that act as your armor buffs for defense and stuff, and resistances. And then everything you wear, like, on your face and body is just drip. That's good. That's a good improvement. These guys understood they made a very pretty Pinocchio to kill puppets, and they're like, you're gonna want to drip this twink out. And they're like, we don't care. We'll let you do that,
Go for it.
They do have, like, weapon durability, but also, yeah, like, you played the demo, like, they put the grinder, like, as the first fucking consumable you have, so you just, like, have to, like, stop and do it,
I like
so
it.
it's
I
like,
honestly do like it.
Yeah, no, it's, like, it's dynamic. It's like, okay, let me find some space and sharpen my weapon. And, later you can get different equipable grindstones to apply elemental damage to your weapons, so it lets you, like, do that sort of stuff differently. And I will say, like, I was thinking about this earlier. I think the reason why they do the blind corner stuff so heavily is, like, I don't think they need to do it, but it comes from kind of a place, like, in Dark Souls, I think they do that stuff because in Dark Souls, you could just be a mage build, and Magic Missile is, like, your basic attack. So if a dude's just standing menacing at the end of a narrow hallway, he's cooked. I did a little of the Demon Souls remake as a caster. Like, guys in straight hallways just die. Lies of P doesn't have, like, a normal magic-type build. It's much more like Bloodborne in that sense, where most of your spellcasting comes from, like, tools and stacking equipables, There are some weird runes in Bloodborne you can get that are out there, but it's mostly non-magical. But you can swap your Legion arms and do magic-type stuff. Maybe some of those will let you do things that kind of, like, replicate that Magic Missile effect, but mostly they're kind of medium range. I'm rocking the, I forget what it's called, but it's the grappling hook one right now. It's very Sekiro, but I upgraded it, so instead of just pulling light enemies, I always pulled 2 enemies, so I'm just in hitting range. And, it's fun. I also have, like, the lightning arm and the firearm, you can switch to. So, like, they're doing stuff. I think the thing that it's real strong suit, and the reason why people were so interested in this game, is what they do really well that is their unique own voice is their aesthetic. The Pinocchio kind of aesthetic. Oh, what would I even say? Baroque, yes, thank you. I'm like, it's not quite Victorian, it's a little before that. It is very Baroque, yeah. Like, big, tall, turn of the century type stuff. Huge, like in town, those stacked on stacked on stacked, like, townhouses type stuff. Very Streets of Paris type thing. But, it gives everything, like, a very, very distinct aesthetic. The puppets as kind of, like, the default enemy. Like, they actually have a reason why there's fucking 9 bajillion, like, enemies for you to fight. Well, they're all puppets, because these guys discovered, magical puppets powered by blue goo, whatever the fuck ergo is. I think they showed in some of, like, the intro cutscene, it, like, came from, like, a root or a rock, so I don't know what the fuck it is. Maybe I'll figure out later. That's probably the deep dark secret. But, like, they have magical puppets that do everything, and then they all went crazy, so they're experiencing a steampunk robot rebellion, but it, explains why there's, thousands of enemies for you to fight who are just kind of, like, guys. They're just different weird puppets. There are some human enemies, but they seem to be more rare, and in general, they are more specific. There is, I do kind of wonder about, like some of the context that I'll see from getting some story stuff, but there is, like, a lot of the normal, like, Dark Souls, depressing, everything is fucked type vibe, because there's also, like, a petrification plague that people are suffering, in addition to, like, well, the puppets are all mad and they're killing everybody, and, apparently we've got, anti-puppet lynch mobs also running anarchy as well, shit like that. People wearing, animal head masks, just killing in the street for fun. literally including killing humans. Like, when you first actually meet Geppetto, he's, like, locked himself in his carriage because there's the guy with, like, a saw blade greatsword wearing a donkey mask, like, banging on his door, being like, come out, Geppetto, I know you're in there. You're responsible for all this puppet bullshit. I'll kill you. And then he meets a puppet twink and you gotta kill him. Like, there's layers going on, but, it makes me think about, like, other love letters we could do to the Souls-like genre, and I'm like, what if, like, is the reason why every Souls-like setting is just, like, everything is already like, gigafucked and on fire? Is that just so we have an excuse why we have a billion, blank mobs out there, like, whether they're undead or what, or puppets, and also we don't ever have to render, more than, like, 3 or 4 NPCs at a time, because the city's all deserted. Lies of P does the trick that Bloodborne does, where you talk to several people through windows,
Yeah.
So we don't have to render them. Yeah, Lies of P, you're kind of in the middle, but it's still, like, one of those things of, like, I'd really like to see somebody try and tackle the Soulsborne style gameplay, but, like, make it more proactive, like, you actively start before the crisis and then stumble into it kind of a thing, or some other stuff. I don't know if it would work quite as well, but it's interesting. But yeah, Lies of P is a pretty good setting. I haven't gotten crazy with the weapon variety, like I said. I found a fire knife that was pretty cool, but also it's pretty short range, so... Chad, I like having a little bit of reach. I don't like enemies being that close to me because there's a lot of them, and they're not super damage resilient, in this difficulty level, but they're a little damage resilient, and, like, I'm not strength focused, so I don't, like, do a shitload of, like, hit stun to guys. Do a lot of, like, heavy attacking and, shooting it out. Oh, you're right, I could put it on a different handle. Yeah, I haven't tried swapping that yet because I don't have too many of them. I should do that. Weapon are made of 2 parts, so you can kind of take them apart and put them around. I wonder how that would change the move set, because I've got, like, a couple of, like, weird clubs and stuff. Maybe I'll put the knife blade on my saber handle or something. Switch some stuff up. But yeah, it's got a lot of interesting systems. Like I said, you can really tell what they iterated on, but also some stuff is like very much in the genre, right? Like I said, there's respawning enemies, guys respawn, you just have your ergo. I think, like I said, the Pinocchio thing worked very well. Pronouncing Gemini as Gemini, so he's Jiminy Cricket, even though I'm pretty sure he's a puppet, but he was like a cricket. You've got, Sophia, the blue fairy, who I'm not sure anybody but me can perceive, but she offers to level me up, the classics. There's Big Boy Puppet Maker, Vengini. Ah, thank you, my friend.
Lies of P is definitely one of those games that I do want to play at some point, but Lucky
like
has an unfortunate habit of...
About your... Yeah, go ahead. I know where this is going, but finish your thought.
But Lucky has so many games that I need to finish, and I just keep picking up more.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about myself today. I'm like, oh man, there's a couple games I haven't finished. I should probably finish Clair Obscur at some point, because that's probably going to be Game of the Year. I need to finish, actually finish Unicorn Overlord, which is a super fun game, but, like, unfortunately, it has the gameplay loop where it's very easy. It was very easy for me to kind of, like, go really ham and then kind of, like, let it phase out just because you're doing a lot of the same stuff, Mm-hmm. You unlock a new map and then you're like, all right, let's just fight battles in towns. I need to get some more levels. Let's get some more levels. You do that kind of stuff over and over again. And it's a fun gameplay loop, but it also made it really easy to put down. I do need to finish P3 Reload at some point as well. But yeah, what I was going to say was that, if you want to try, Lies of P, if you're concerned about the time concern, you can try the different difficulties. Like I said, I'm going for the easiest one, but there is that is quote unquote very easy, but there is also quote unquote easy. So there should be a balance out there. And I don't know. I don't know if the game is going to get, like, more super successful as a result, because this was like a year after it was like a year after they came out, but they released the free update with the DLC. But, like, I do hope that this does, like, encourage other devs to try this sort of thing out, because, like I said, I've always been really interested in a lot of the aesthetics of the Dark Souls games, but they are not designed to be very conscious of your time. Like, they are deliberately designed for, teenagers and 20-somethings with nothing better to do, basically. And it's like, sometimes I have nothing better to do, but sometimes I do have better things to do. And I don't want to dedicate my whole day, or my whole life, I should say, to just this, because I got other shit to do. Is there a fucking Final Fantasy Tactics remaster coming out soon? I still don't know Metal Gear Delta 2. People seem very excited about that. Video games. Sorry, I was double checking my task manager.
Also, Axe, I would not call it you drug dealt it. I'm pretty sure you got it for him, despite, Omega saying anything. That's not drug dealing.
But definitely this current one. Sorry, let's explain that one a little. So, I was basically peered out of Lies of P. I'm not super far in. I'm like 4 zones in. I just went up a cable car. And if I'm feeling a little ill and I don't know how much we'll be progressing this weekend, but we'll see. But I can move on to talk about something else, which is, and I don't know how much we want to talk about Rain, because last session was mostly expository. We did get some stuff hammered out.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of
sharing.
sharing.
We'll probably talk about it a little bit. I think all our subjects now tabletop, I think. Maybe?
Yeah, basically.
Rad.
Sorry, I was moving in the sound space because I got it off my shelf. But today, actually, I meant to preface a little. So we mentioned this with Axe, because as a semi-belated, he planned it before my birthday, but delivery came later. But Axe was planning on getting me the Game Master's kit for the Final Fantasy TTRPG, and technically has still I don't think he's canceled that order. I'm pretty sure, but the Game Master's kit doesn't exist yet. Rolling out the physical copy of this is a little slow. So the other week, I think it was a couple weeks ago, Axe was so committed to the bit that he just went, fuck it, and ordered the standard edition, and it has arrived to me. Yeah, it was like 2 streams ago. And it arrived today, so I have it in my hands. Right there. Lovely hardcover. It's a pretty big book. It's about 300-ish pages. Let me see. It's like 20-something, I think it ends on. Yeah, it's like 324, 325-ish. I don't know where the numbering starts. It's a very nice book. Like I said, big old hardcover. It's filled with loads and loads of, illustrations. And also, sometimes just, straight up game assets. They have a section in here, describing, Eorzea physically, right? And their descriptions of, the city-states and other places, they're just the fucking maps from the game.
Yeah.
They have, labels on them to let you know what stuff is, but, they straight up have them labeled with, the shop icons and everything, which is very cute. And, they've got, the maps for, Middle Lanoska and all that stuff, so, give you some stuff out there. But so it's pretty interesting the way this game works. But it does have some changes from the literally. Actually, they do have actually an errata section in the very back of the book, which is hey, whatchamacallit, here's some errata from the starter box. But yeah, the game is interesting in a lot of ways. Kind of has some interesting conventions. I want to say I thought it was interesting. They basically, what's the right way to say it? They kind of skip the question of your pre-Jobstone jobs. The starting level in the standard edition is 30. Lucky's engaging in a side conversation, so I'll have to wait to get talk back from him.
All right, I'm here.
But yeah, so they start you at 30, Lucky, just straight up.
Okay.
They do have an interesting section, though, where they talk about jobstones. That's the thing. This game, you'd think, and the characters are very much modeled after their literal current Dawn Trail level abilities. Okay. But also, the game does do, interesting role-playing stuff in it. They straight up mention, hey, in the lore, jobstones are important, so you should think about, how and why you came by one. Or, don't even have a fucking jobstone. And they, have, 5 examples of how different characters could be different jobs, basically, right? Anywhere from, you obtained a jobstone to, you learned to be a white mage by studying ancient tomes of the Conjurer's Guild, or, oh yeah, you learned to be a warrior, because you were isolated in the New World fighting monsters for a while. So that's cute. They do also, they have, art designs and notes for all the different, races and sub-races. There's no, character modifiers for them, so it doesn't really matter. They have some big name charts, which, by the way, I want to mention, my character's 4 names in this book. It's in the VR name list, Ysera. It's a proper name. My surname should probably technically be different if I was going to be more accurate. I could change it to Ysera Eriut, because apparently most Viera take their surnames from what village they're from, so that would be my, big insert bubble, but I'll worry about that if I ever decide to get a name change. But the races chapter also, not just talking about, the history and the mythos and the different, subtypes, there's a whole section on a bunch of other, races out there, and, it does not necessarily say that you could or could not play them. It's just got a bunch of different, blurbs about, Lupin, Tengu, Banga, Kojin, dragons even, wow, the Sylphs, Moogles, and stuff. And it's yeah, you probably could. Like maybe not a dragon straight up, though Etul does have, like, a hammer. But, like, if you wanted to play, like, an Amalja Paladin, because there's no mechanical restrictions, it doesn't actually, like, matter.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so like I said, it's very, very interesting that, you know, it's very straightforward, with, like, clearly being based on the MMO, and like I said, the character abilities and roles are so, like, straight up MMOized. But then also they do interesting, unique things, like in the equipment chapter. So there's, first of all, big old list of consumables. Quite interesting. They got a whole bunch of different stuff, you know, meals, etc. You know, to, like, get, like, world buffs and recover from lots of stuff. Literally, you can get items like the magic prisms or fireworks. Loth will be thrilled. The sparkling wine is a consumable. You can use it to deal 1 damage to an enemy. You can also throw bombs. But they have a section on equipment, and they basically, like, okay, so your character in your job. Sorry, I've also got the side conversation pulled up, so I'm seeing it progress.
Yeah.
But the game is basically like, yeah, we assume that your character as an adventurer is going to be equipped for their job at all times with, like, appropriate gear. If you want to get special gear, we have augmentations, though, you can get. And some of these are pretty simple, of just, like, giving you, like, little stat buffs. Others, like, give you abilities. Like, you can get an item, like you could get a sword or a shield or something that has parry in it, which is just an instant you can use once per phase to get a defense buff. You can literally, in the book, get, like, blizzard or fire or cure in a weapon or something. So, like, you could fuck around with your rolls a little bit by, like, having, like, a once per phase, you know, basic healing. They do also at least, like, kind of name check some of the relic shenanigans, right? Because they have the masterwork ornamentation, which it gives you an augmentation, like an advantage die, so you get, like, a reroll or something. But it's also supposed to be part of, like, an evolved process. They have, like, a system to, like, track your mounts. I think they do a pretty good job, like, in the mounts and combat chapter. They actually talk about, like, you can actually get your, like, you can have your companion chocobo, and it has most of their, like, moves and stuff. There's a big old list of debuffs and stuff. All right, I started flicking through the book from the back, and that's just the scenarios. Sorry, I just randomly opened to the Ul'dah page, and there's Raban and Nanamo riding on his shoulder. They got some real good art picks in here. But yeah, they also do a pretty smart thing of just, like, instead of literally counting currency, because I know people were concerned about that, you have a stat called Fortune, which basically
That's interesting.
goes up the richer you are. Like, at level 30, it starts at 3. At level 60, it's 6, kind of a thing. They might do, like, low-level advantages out here. I will say, they do a very interesting thing where the levels are clearly to model, like, the way the progression works in the MMO, but it's clearly, like, tiered. Like, so you start at level 30, but that's the first tier. You go from 30 to 40, like, straight up. The game is just like, we don't care about this middle levels. If you go, your character goes up the built to be, like, 40. But when they get to Heavensward, because this book ostensibly covers up through Heavensward worth of stuff, because it has all the Heavensward jobs and stuff, you go from 50 to 55, and then 55 to 60. So, like, if they want to do, like, the level expansions, which I hope they're successful enough to actually try that, because they, you know, don't have all the jobs in yet, they have that room to, like, give you those, like, every 5 levels as a tier sort of thing. And your fortune, like, basically scales up. And because it starts at 3 at 30, you could have it scaled down. So, like, if you started at level 1, if they added that, you could be a broke-ass bitch. I think that's why they don't start you at level 1, because you'd be broke and you would have, like, 1 button, and that shit sucks. So they do some cool things. They also, like, it's really funny. Sometimes they simplify the job mechanics, and sometimes they don't. Like, almost all of your buttons are there, but also they do funny things. Like, let's see, is this alphabetical? No, because White Mage is before Scholar, so that means Astra is going to be after? Yes. I'm flicking through my physical tome. I almost never could do that. But, by the way, nice, shiny, slick, high-quality paper. So, in the RPG, in the tabletop RPG, Play Arcana, we don't fuck with that. Like,
really?
It is a character trait. It is an action you can do. You do not have, like, 9 different buttons. You have one trait at level 30 called Play Arcana. At the start of your turn, you pick an ally within 10 squares. You give them a Major Arcana and a barrier of 1 HP. At level 40, it becomes 2 HP. So just at the start of your turn, You give a guy a card, he gets a free barrier and a bonus. Major Arcana specifically says they may reroll a single die of their choosing for damage. So you just give your buddies a little extra fortune without actually, like, fucking with the whole, like, you know, well, this card is for tanks, and this card is for physical DPS. But, like, for, like, monks and ninjas, they have fucking sub-tables for, like, when you can do your special abilities. Lucky, you'll be very pleased. Obviously, like I said, we're through Heavensward, so some summoners here. You do get both the physic and the res as starting abilities.
Yeah.
But also, like I said, they do have a little bit of, like, the old school pet stuff in here. So, like, first of all, Lucky, very funny. You do have to have Carby out to do your abilities. Your traits as a summoner are, you automatically summon Carbuncle when you start the encounter, or when you are revived, Carbuncle is automatically dismissed when you're knocked out. So you never have to remember to summon it. But they also have, like, they have a whole pet subsection, and, like, Carbuncle / your Eggy, like, actually does different things. Like Eos just mostly has the abilities they do, but let me see if I can actually find... There it is, pets. So, like, your different Eggies do different things. So, like, Carbuncle always has Radiant Aegis as, like, a primary ability. Also, you get extra MP recovery if it falls to 0. But Ifrit, Gruda, and Titan Eggies fly. And also, they do their, like, passive buffs. Like, Ifrit, if it enters a square that's occupied by an enemy, the enemy takes 4 damage. They get burned. Titan Eggy says that allies within a 5x5 area centered on him take 2 less damage.
Oh man, this is like OG fucking summoner stuff here.
Yeah, so, like, they have, like, literally have the old school moves, but also they have, like, some of the little bit of, like, playing around with the character stuff.
Yeah.
So let me... And like I said, you do get to keep Physic and Resurrection, so, like, you can be a DPS, Reser, and Healer. Physic just heals 2 HP to the target for 1 MP.
I wonder how that stacks up against other healing.
Well, let me flip to them. Yeah. Let me see.
I'm curious.
I don't think it goes up, but let's see. Let's look at Scholar. Okay, so Scholar's version of Physic is 1d6 plus 3. So, like...
okay, so it's still the same thing, but the summoner Physic is shitty.
But it does mean that you can do, like, light healing as an aside. It's interesting. On the plus side, obviously, you get to do way more damage. You know, Scholar's Ruin does 3 damage flat, and your, you know, I think it's still Ruin 2 for Summoner at level 60? Maybe. You do 2d6, an extra 3d6 on crit.
Okay.
I could probably take you a picture of, like, the highest level Dark Knight, maybe later, but yeah. It is really interesting. Like, they have... Basically, your abilities are broken down into primaries, secondaries, and instants. Instants you can literally do whenever. Yeah, Ninja's in here. Like I said, everything up through Heavensward is in here, so it stops it at Astro Dark Knight Machinist. So, like... and also, they have a system of, like... Whatchamacallit? Phases, right? Like, they don't say once per encounter, they say once per phase, so if your battle has multiple phases, whatever that means, you get stuff back. So, like... Your primary abilities as a level 60 Dark Knight is you have your Dark Knight combo, you know, hard slash plus siphon slash, that if then combos into Soul Eater if you want to, you know, which does Enmity with your basic attack, restores, the Dark Knight combo restores 1 MP, Soul Eater restores 4 HP, so you can kind of, like, heal yourself. You can do Unleash plus Stalwart Soul to do, like, a 5x5 area on you, and then, you know, deal flat damage, recover MP, does extra damage on a crit, sort of a thing. Unmend is a single, like, ranged attack. You do have access to Abyssal Drain and Carve per Split, which are both once per phase, and do have the shared recast timer. Like, they literally say, condition, you have not used Carve and Split this phase. Condition, you have not used Abyssal Drain this phase. So you got to, like, pick and choose.
Neat, okay.
And then you've got, like, all your other ability, like, your secondary abilities. You got the normal tank stuff, you know, you can low blow as a secondary to stun a guy till the end of this turn. You can Rampart to reduce damage you take until the start of your next turn. You can do Flood of Darkness is like a 3x3 line. You can get Edge of Darkness to get Dark Side, which you can spend on other stuff. You do have Salted Earth, you know, which just creates a fucking dot hazard. No, the phase is the whole phase of a boss.
Okay.
I will say, so you don't have Plunge, right, as a Dark Knight. It's just Shadow Stride still, but you do get to inflict enmity when you do that. So you you as a secondary ability, you move up to 5 squares to a guy and then inflict enmity, which enmity is like, yeah, this is all updated with Dawn Trail abilities. So like, well, so it's not that they gave Summoner old stuff. They gave Summoner mechanics on their pet, which they were able to do like more uniquely. Like when your pet is out, Carby like follows you around normally, but not exactly, like because he's got limited numbers of movements.
Mm-hmm.
As a secondary ability, you do have heal with 2 E's, so you can yoink him around. But like all in all, it's pretty good. Like they do a pretty good job of like tracking things. Every class has its semi-unique stuff going on. Unfortunately, we don't really like for Paladin, when you get to 60, you don't really get into like the crazy healing stuff or magic stuff. You do get Clemency at that level. Everybody's invuls are kind of tracked uniquely. Like Hallowed Ground is like an instant where you just go, before an ability is resolved, you just go, any damage you would take? Nope, don't do it. Whereas, let me actually find Mr. Holmgang. Oh, Holmgang is a secondary ability, so you have to choose to activate it. Next time you take damage that reduces you to 0 HP, you're instead reduced to 1 HP, and it's removed at the start of your next turn. So you just preemptively declare Holmgang and go say, I'm not dying this turn. All your jobs have like modifiers to your core stats, which affect your D20 roll. It is D20 based. But also kind of implies, because there are a lot of flat like pluses, maximums, and stuff. So like for instance, let me go to Paladin. It's got it right here. So primary attributes, you're at level 60, your strength would be +6. You'd have +1 in Dex, +6 in Vitality, +2 in Int, +4 in Mind. Your defense would be 17. Your magic defense would be 15. Your vigilance would be 14, and your speed would be 5. And you'd have 76 max HP, which is pretty good when you're rolling, some number of d6s for this. You'll get to eat some hits. But also implies that like you can swap jobs, but your equipment modifiers could work on that. They do have a downtime chapter. It's only like half a dozen pages, but hey, guess what's in here? Disciple of the Land in Hand. So your character can actually get personal quests in downtime and do crafting. It doesn't actually it's not super detailed, but depending on the challenge rating, you can actually like do some stuff. Like some of these, if you get enough points, you can actually like Culinarian, literally you can cook a meal of price 1 and make it better. You can make potions and ethers if you're an alchemist. Crafting jobs can get you there. You can get some like titles. They do actually have a way to like track titles.
It's cool. Do the titles actually do anything, or are they just fancy?
Some of them are there, but the fisherman one literally says if you get all 3 fisher titles, you get a secondary ability.
Rad.
Rod of the Luminary, move the target to an empty square adjacent to you. All markers the target is the creator of are removed. Only works on wavekin smaller of small size or smaller.
Oh,
but you can literally just fucking fishhook enemies and move them around.
That's amazing, though. I love that.
And miner and botanist, you can get crafting materials, which basically would give your crafter like bonus dice on their crafting checks. So like it has something to do to model downtime. That's cute. They have a bunch of like I mentioned before. They have a bunch of different like consumable items. Instead of they don't do Phoenix Downs, they have company issue tonics, which remove knocked out. You can get access to first aid kits and medical kits to like heal allies. Let me actually look in the scenarios. Get some big old maps in the back here. Let me see if you get like titles from. Oh well, they do have rules for minions and mounts that do have actual factors too, actual mechanics.
Okay.
I just read the end of one of the prefab scenarios. It has the Dust Bunny minion. Traits while accompanied by this minion increase the value of the die lands on when rolling to determine the outcome of a gathering personal quest as miner by 1.
Oh,
so you get a +1 to your mining
amazing.
quests. So like there is actually some good little like fluff in here. The character generation stuff. Oh, also no, yes, potions actually do stuff in here.
Yeah,
I knew that already from like the basic one. But let's see. A normal potion is just 3 HP flat. High potion is 1d6 +3. The highest is the X potion, which is 2d6 +6, which is like not your full HP bar, but like
is it like half? If it's like half, maybe?
Let's see. Well, I mean, it depends on what your rank is, but like maximum. Let's see. What is that? 2d6 +6. So like maximum of like 18. That's probably like a quarter or more. Yeah. Some of these jobs are quite squishy. If you're a level 60 machinist, you only have 54 HP. So like it heals significant. You do have a decent amount of stat spread. You got a few different options going on. Something that's really interesting is their character generation. They obviously have tables for like names, 4 names out there. Well, funnily enough, we do, in fact, I see, Raha in Mikote. But they also have, like, designing your character profile. You have, like, random charts to, like, find different stuff, so you can, like, pick or randomly roll a motivation, You hunger for power, you want fame, it's a mystery. Your origin could be that you were born and raised in a city-state, you survived some troubled, position, or you're just wandering. They can give you random NPC ties if you're interested in that sort of stuff. You can also get, like, randomly rolled starting title.
Okay.
And random traits like, shady past, crafting enthusiast, keen observer. And these examples do give you, like, little advantages. So, like, city-state defender, you've served as one of the grand companies, earn you the favor of the city-state's populace. You receive an advantage die on checks to gain the cooperation of natives of your chosen city-state.
That is pretty neat.
So, like, just little stuff. And your starting titles that you roll can do stuff. You can get this Loth the Sprinter title. You have an extra 3 squares when you sprint. So, like, it's very cute. It's very nice. The back of the book is full of, like, marker templates and tokens you can scan in. Stack, spread, all those things. A decent number of NPC tokens. And I would guess if you look at, like, the starter scenario, like, characters, you can figure out, like, how to, like, basically, like, take mobs from the game and make them into enemies, or just freeball it. So, like, it's super cool. Like I said, it looks very nice. It's very fun. I will say, there's a decent amount of advice that I would say about, like, if you're, or rather, let me phrase it this way. There's a decent amount of text in this book devoted to, they are assuming that you are a Final Fantasy XIV player who has seen this, big hardcover shiny RPG in a bookstore somewhere and decided to pick it up, and you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like, they have a lot of the usual, what is a role-playing game and stuff, but they also talk a lot about, like, the GM's role. They ultimately are like, hey, the GM's in charge. Roll with it. But they're also like, Game Master, have confidence. You are running the game. What you say works. And I'm like, damn, that's good. Like, they have a sidebar, which is like, hey, what happens when you lose the encounter? And they just have a couple of options. One of which is just pretend they didn't lose the encounter, but it's like, do this sparingly. This defeats the purpose of the game. And they literally say, if you're, like, at the end of a session and you're worried about wrapping up, you can just pretend it didn't happen. They talk about, like, pausing the game session as quick saving. They're like, if you're in the middle of an encounter and need to stop, quick save. Record where you've put the tokens. They even say, like, if you lose, like, you could restart the encounter, you could restart the whole scenario if, like, the players have, like, fucked something up that caused this fight, or they're just like, figure it out. Maybe they're captured,
I do think that is, like, probably a little helpful for, because I'm gonna be real. A lot of books I see about GMing, they don't actually talk about GMing. They're like, these are the things you must do. Go, here are your tools. Go, have fun, go crazy. There's really never actually been a guide in, like, how to GM. They just kind of assume that you're the GM and you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and so this has a lot of... oh my god, what a quest did this quest start over. Yeah, no, so this has a lot of advice that's, like, for players and game masters who are coming at this, like, completely blank.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I think, does have a lot of stuff for just, like, if you're into tabletop role-playing, because, like I said, they have a decent amount of, like, actual character, like, tropes and traits and fluff, Like, you have titles that can matter, even if it's just, like, giving you a little bonus die somewhere. They have, literally, like, minions and mounts are, like, in here. I don't think they have, like, full rules for what they do, but, like, flip to the equipment chapter again. Let me see. My boys, where are you? Yeah, so mounts, you can mount once summoned, you can pilot, etc. Outside of encounters, mounts behave identical to companions. Okay, so they've got the companions chapter that kind of explains, like, what their abilities do. But, like, technically, your GM could customize those, because the companion actions are just, like, the normal actions that Chocobo companion has, right? But in the book, it suggests your mount could be Chocobo, Aramon, Behemoth, Majestic Deathclaw.
Excuse me?
Yeah, and they're just
we started
all in the
very
list.
normal here, and then we got weird.
They have, like, special mounts, which are, used for incorporation, but they can assist you in various ways. You can get your Grand Company Warsteed, which, while riding your Warsteed, you cannot be surprised in battle. Same with if you're riding the Allagan Node. Ooh, that's cute. Sorry, I didn't read some of these in detail. So, like, they've got some example minions, too. You've got the
Okay.
cherry bomb. When you
Yeah.
have the cherry bomb, you get one advantage die to intimidate NPCs. This has no effect on NPCs who are capable of combat. But for normal people, you're like, oh shit, he's got a bomb. The Wayward Hatchling gives, if you have a Chocobo companion, gives them extra 3 max HP.
Oh.
Oh, and Mammoth 01 can actually be a combat mammoth. That's so cute. And so, like, I'm very curious when they actually print it, what will be in the GM's kit, because I expect it'll be a lot more examples of this kind of stuff, and hopefully some good building blocks for, like, NPCs and stories and stuff.
Give me the wind-up succubus.
That would probably be like, give you an advantage on checks to, like, charm people.
Rad.
Oh yeah, we'll get some PDFs as they come out. I will say some of this they do mention is like some of the fluff is repeated from the Eorzea Encyclopedia, but that's good of them to be like, hey, by the way, we have this whole other ass book you can buy that explains this. Here's some excerpts we took. But they also like I said, they have like extensive like rules in your character profile for like picking like other stuff, like names. Thank God, there's a pronunciation guide for Rogan in here. A, somewhere between E as in egg and I as in air. Y, long E. Airless. Holy shit. Well, it's Merlewib, I think, but that's because the Y is a long E. Something I think is very neat, for Rain Aura, they literally have the Japanese kanji. They're like, here's some example male names. That's written, with these characters, and it means, Unzan, lit Cloud Mountain. Kaien, lit Sea Swallow, aka Storm Petrel. Fugetsu, literally Wind Moon, a beautiful scene in nature.
That's really awesome, actually.
Yeah, they have like a
that
whole
shit.
section on like, what your names are derived from, like what they mean for like Zayla Aura as well. Ooh. Let me check if it's actually let me see, where are the charts? Is it it's it's earlier is the rule. I will say something very fun and tactile about flicking, but let's see. Clan name. Yes, Galamik is actually printed as one of the Ds. There's a lot of Ds. To pick your clan name actually as a Zayla, they recommend you roll a D6, then a D20, because they got a lot of clan names. But no, so this book is super cool. I'll probably take some pictures to like share some stuff with the group. One thing I will say that is very, very good is they literally talk about like setting up your game session, and they're like, where do you play? And they actually discuss playing online, and they're like, so playing online can be a great way to connect, but then you're going to be at the mercy of whatever program you use to do the maps, because the maps are important. But they also talk about like hybrid stuff, and it's like that's neat. Not a lot of games even today I think acknowledge VTT like at all. Yeah. So yeah, it's a really cool product. Like I said, I really hope it does well, because like I really want to see them like work out the other jobs and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
They don't talk about anything about digital assets. I think they're kind of assuming that if you're playing a proper like VTT, you're probably gonna have like everybody's like character sheets and shit like built in. You're gonna plug all the stuff into the game. They do kind of talk about like the hybrid approach and stuff. I assume that they talk about with like physical, you can like share the books and stuff. But like I said, I hope they do it because like I really would like to see like what the level progression is and obviously get there. And I also want to see what they do with jobs, because there are some very interesting things they've got going on there with some of their abilities, mixing and matching. Like
They might like take the opportunity. If it like one of the things that like I think might be good is if they actually got good enough to maybe do some of the weirder jobs they can't do because of gameplay limitations, and maybe what those would look like.
Yeah, I think that would be good. And like I feel like they set up basically like, even though obviously that's not in the actual MMO, with the fact that they have a whole chapter on pets and companions, they have already set up that you could easily figure out how to port Beastmaster to this,
Yeah.
And I think with the, like, you can look at the math, and I think you could probably figure out, like, what the level curve of, like, damage is for every job not in the game. The main thing would just be, like I said, sometimes they do decide to get either very detailed or very not detailed about, like, job traits, like I said. Rather than literally have you play, like, 6 different cards, or even more, I think, at one point for Astro, they're just like, pick a guy. He gets a barrier, and he gets to reroll a damage dice. That's his blessing. Good. Thumbs up. We've solved it.
I mean, sometimes you want to make it simple.
Yeah. But, there's quite a few... Oh, that's sick. Sorry, I just opened up the basic page of Dark Knight, and it's Sudoku's on the cover. What a lad. But yeah, they talk about, like, your different, like, traits and stuff. So let me see here, yeah. So they, like, explain everything out there. Beast Within, you got little boxes to, like, track your stats, so, like, you can get up to 4 Wrath stacks as warrior, stuff like that. And I do want to say it is neat that they do actually like make use of the stuff. Like I have to actually figure out how we calculate MP. I think, unless is that a separate stat? Oh, okay, so there must be a flat total of MP you have. It's probably like 10 or something. But yeah, so like you can actually like use different abilities. Like I'm pretty sure that like Warrior doesn't use MP like at all, but obviously as Dark Knight and Paladin, you would.
Yeah.
I am kind of curious to see how they do Gunbreaker in this.
There'd probably also be a non-MP using one, but again, you probably have to like do actions to build up charges and then spend charges.
That'd be pretty simple. The main thing I think would be like, they would have to simplify the, go apeshit combos. Probably just be like, after an ability, spend a resource, you can instantly hit again kind of a thing. I do like, by the way, I do want to say, every class does have basically their, like, PvP style LB. Like, everybody has a separate limit break. Like, Black Mage is Meteor, a 5x5 area, deal 8d6. Machinist is the Satellite Beam.
Beam!
Sorry. All enemies adjacent range. A 5 times infinity area extending in a straight line from one adjacent square away to you. Deals 96 plus 40.
Jesus!
That line? Cooked.
Can't stop the laser.
Ooh. Okay, yeah, they are all truly different. Bard has Sagittarius Arrow. Deals 8d6 damage divided evenly, round up, among all targets in the 5 by infinity line area. And inflict .6. So they take 6 damage on their turn. Ninja makes you hidden in addition to doing a shitload of damage. Dragonfire or Dragon Song Dive actually moves you adjacent to the enemy. Ooh, okay, that's really cool. The Monk LB Final Heaven is just anytime trigger, do a primary. Anytime you like, spend your LB, do a move. The Dark Knight LB is Dark Force. Prevents all damage and enfeeblements that affect that triggers Dark Force. So, and it says target single, so I think you can do it on like allies as well. It's just like, oh, you're gonna do damage or debuff me? No, you're not.
Do not.
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Let me actually. I haven't studied the encounters chapter like back to front. But that has a lot of the basic like combat rules in it. So that's right. There we are. Sorry, I just opened up to some of their notes playing the game. Additional considerations: link pearls. You've probably got them. Maybe you don't. Teleporting's pretty common, kind of a thing. Like that's how you can get around. There it is. Yeah. Sorry. There's a bulleted list to the like GM stuff, the GM's role. After explaining the situation to the adventurers, offer them choices either, actually no, they straight up say, offer them the choices listed in the scenario instead of asking them what they want to do.
I mean, I believe it. Do you know how many times in fucking We Play that you say, what do you guys do? And there's just deafening silence until I decide what we're fucking doing that day?
Yeah, I definitely I think there's something to be said for being able to pitch. Rain is unfortunately is super open-ended. So sometimes it's hard to be like, okay, you've only got 4 things. I do think it flows better when I can cleanly go even if it seems like a nothing choice. It goes better when you guys can actually make a choice. Like I remember for the Shadow Pass, I was like, you want to go high, you want to go low? And you're like, let's go low.
Yeah. But no, I definitely do believe that sometimes there's this very weird divide between what players consider railroading and keeping the narrative going. And I think sometimes it's a hard line to balance, but also sometimes I feel like people don't understand where that line is, and so people
making checks out kind of encounters. This I also like, by the way, that it basically they straight up give you 3 options, and they're for making checks instead of encounters, communicate every single thing, including what the CR is, right? The challenge rating. Only communicate the scenario suggested actions. You can make a mind check or make a strength check, or just communicate the general objective. Talk about dice. I do like that their advice for GMs in the playing the game section also includes lines which is basically you can change the rules if you like. You're allowed to do that. And also, if you make a mistake, just roll with it. But, let your players know when you're course correcting. Like I said, it's got a lot of good advice, and I do want to say they do the smart thing, I think, of it's not all embedded in, the front of the book. I believe there is a starter section that is, sorry. A little burp there, I thought. But they say there is a starter section of what an RPG is, kind of a thing, early stuff. But also they mostly just do here's your key components. Here's what you need to worry about. Is this stuff? Is that stuff? It's all super short. It's literally 1 page. And then in the middle they have, hey, so you made a character, you can hit some stuff. Here's what you do. Let me actually see if I can find where it talks about limit breaks. Actually, there's a fucking... I'm used to clicking around in PDFs. There's a fucking index in this book.
No, always remember the index, because some books, some PDFs don't have things in nice bookmark chapters.
Limit breaks 168. Now, the disadvantage of a real book is I can't just type 168 and go there, but little did you know, Chad, I volunteered at a library. I know about books. Breaks are special abilities. Limit breaks have triggers. You can use a limit break whose triggers listed as at any time, including an interruption. You may use limit breaks whenever used appropriate, even after they make, blah, blah, blah. So long as they think they're, it's enhancing experience. You may allow the use of limit breaks as often as you wish. So it seems like this is a good book. Like I said, we'll probably do some playing with it, but I do kind of want to see what they've got in the GM's guide to see. I have some ideas, but I also would still love to get a little more juice. And we got so much stuff backlogged. But yeah, so the book actually says technically, your GM can decide you can limit break whenever you like. Give them the ability to use limit breaks. They do say that you're supposed to have a maximum of 3 to the party, basically.
Oh, okay.
But when you refresh those is up to the GM. They have stuff like, one of your adventures went to 0 HP. The GM can just turn you and say, you guys have your limit breaks back. So you can kind of do the thing that some fights actually do where you get extra juice. But yeah, it seems like it's 3 per encounter normally, but the GM can change that if they like.
Sometimes it's just be really cool to fire off your LB at that moment,
Yeah. And they do also have an optional rule where they talk about limit breaks in non-combat encounters. So you can heal people, you can perform extra actions. They say you can use limit breaks that normally deals damage to just, destroy a physical object.
Rad.
It's optional if it's there, but they have these cute little notes. So yeah, I know there was some concern with the starter kit because the starter kit seemed like it was super focused on the imitating the game type stuff and showing people the basic progression. There was nothing with buying and selling, no talk of downtime. Obviously, you just kind of did it. This obviously has the framework for side quests. You have non-combat rewards in the form of minions, mounts, titles, and shit, giving you little bonuses, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
They have interesting way to customize your items. They have a reason to do it. If your guys are broke, just do what we do. Get your Omnicrafter to make it for you. If they roll good enough, if you get the Disciple of the Land to provide them with enough crystals and shards that they can re-roll all their fucking dice. So no, it's super cool. Actually, like I said, it's a really good book. I like it a lot. I'll probably do a cover to cover read sometime. Let's see. How many have we got? 4 hours? Almost 4:15? Do we got anything we want to be saying about Rain?
Nothing too particularly crazy. I could bitch more about Loth if you want me to.
If you wanna.
I kind of want to. He doesn't listen to these. But
I know at least that you're not saying anything on the microphone that you wouldn't say to his face.
It's true. Actually, I did. I think I did kind of say this to his face when it happened. But last week's rain session was very low key. I wouldn't say. Well, it was kind of low energy. Lucky started gooping at some point for whatever reason. I do not know why.
No, that wasn't the food. It was a
It
different
wasn't the
episode.
food.
It wasn't the pizza episode. I think it might have just been that, despite the fact that I thought we were being strung out, I may have started a little too early with bedtime story time.
True enough.
Just kind of put everybody in kind of a relaxed mood.
But was a little goop, but we got a lot done. We made a lot of plans, and we got a lot of exhibition. One of the things that Enos did though was he went to go talk to Lord Palick about the life of Wolfric Logi and Lady Enbar. Cause I don't know if it was necessary. I don't know if you did this because I mentioned a while ago, but I think I did mention a while ago. It's all we don't interact with Wolfric Logi or that legacy. He just kind of died. He had left a child behind, but Lost character Loges really doesn't talk about that or act about that in any way. He just does law things.
Yeah, I don't know if I explicitly wrote that because you either mentioned it or just because I also just thought that. That's just a thing. We haven't... Speaking forward to my point, throw out plot threads. If the players don't interact with them, that's fine.
Yeah. So, we're on the subject of Leslock and
Narissa's wedding, and in the letter that Narissa wrote to Enos, she mentioned that we didn't know what Wolfric Loki had for his wedding. I do believe that was the point that you mentioned about, like, you were gonna, pass that to Axe's character, but you're like, no, I'll make Lucky think about more stuff.
Listen, you wrote in the letter that the Marquess is super busy, so his girlfriend was like, okay, maybe you can decide if I should mention this to him, or it should be mentioned. And you were just like, no, I won't mention it to him. I'll do it myself.
I will do it myself. But I did, and, Enos paid a visit to Lord Palak, and we had I think it was a very nice scene, sitting in front of the fire, having a drink, as Lord Palak, talks about Wolfric, Logan, his wife, and his life. I think my favorite part of that was out of character. It's like, so he didn't have a childhood romance, he had a high school romance, and you were just like, yes.
Yeah, we had some fun.
No, it was a nice scene. But the thing that irritated me was that Loth, after that's like, oh, I wish I could have been there for that. And I'm all like, I didn't say it in so many words, but because I did not want to be absolutely an asshole to Loth, but I did say in the chat, you could have asked this at any time. And then later Loth was also like, hey, can I get this, condensed down so I can reference it later? Which, to be fair, is fair. It's like, it's new information. You want to consider those things. But it just highlighted to me that, Loth probably didn't put a lot of thought into his character background aside from his initial plan. I think he just wanted to be in a position where he wouldn't have to fucking be the heir, so he wouldn't have to do anything.
Yeah, I think Loth's actually talked about this. He wanted basically free reign to make kind of a friendly rival character. He didn't want to be enemies, with the crew. Obviously, we're family. Capital F family.
Capital F family.
But, he also didn't want to necessarily be, all sunshine and roses, so he had to come up with a reason to kind of, have a complex, kind of a thing. And I do feel like sometimes that's, an out-of-character thing where it's, Loth has to, be reminded or sun up the energy to be like, oh, yeah, I kind of, I have some complicated feelings. I want to do something about this. Other times I do feel like he hears stuff or sees stuff with the other players, and he actually is absolutely like, yes, no, I should make an aside comment about this, or I should remember to do that thing later.
Yes, no, but
backstory stuff, yeah, I don't think he's really dove into it.
No. Also, no, Max, I think you guys would get things done. It would just be in a different way than with me. Max, I know you tabletop, when I'm not there, and you seem to have perfectly fine campaigns. It's I'm not entirely sure what...
Somebody would transform into the cat herder.
Yeah.
It's gonna be real fun to see the whatchamacallit, when we do Rogue Trader, probably not too long from now, but that's, I volunteered to be the Lord Captain, the Rogue Trader, so that means I think I'm gonna be the cat herder.
Probably. But, I partially chalk this up to, I feel like Loth is not necessarily as invested in the Rain game as... I'm trying to find the right word, because I don't want to necessarily say as I want him to be, because I feel like that's mean, but also Loth is very much not necessarily invested in the Rain game. He plays it because we asked him to play, and Loth is a very nice person, and he does not like disappointing people.
It's true.
So,
well, and I don't want to say, Axe is wondering, it feels like he could not be there. I don't know. You guys might say otherwise. I personally view all players as not non-essential. I know Loth also doesn't want to disappoint people, so if he's, feeling too shitty to play, he doesn't want us to, hold up on his account.
Yeah.
But we don't like to do that, because everybody's supposed to be here. But also because if we treat Loth, or Loth's character, Logesh, as a person we can just cut out of the narrative, then he becomes somebody we can just cut out of the narrative. So, my game mastering opinion, start the recording. We fought through the lag spike, but I want to say this on the level. I think Dallas's character Nico would be a lot more important if we did it by volume of talking, because he does a lot of chatting, and that's a lot less grand than you're thinking. But no, I want to say this, and I want to make sure I was recording again for this. Lucky, I greatly appreciate that you as a player are very clearly driven by doing the things you want to do, but you do not have main character syndrome, and you never consciously try to monopolize. I think you actively streamline for the other players so that the group can get stuff done, so then you can be like, rub your hands together, mwahaha, now the game has free time so that I may do what I wanted. As opposed to just, taking over the scene. And, like, even for that comment, to wrap this back around to Logesh, even in that conversation, you threw it out there of, like, well, if anyone wants to be there, I will say, you probably should have just straight up said, hey, Loth, if Logesh wants to be in this conversation, he should be in it. If not, cry about it.
That's one of the things here. Like, I want, like, because this, like, we can wrap this, like, back a little bit, back here.
Yeah.
I want everyone to be invested, in it. Like, I know Axe is invested. I know Aaron is invested. Dallas is invested, in a way.
He's just invested in chaos.
Also, Dallas. I don't feel that kind of investment from Law. Like, Dallas is busy, so I know that's why he doesn't, like, put things in the document. He doesn't, like, put the dramatas. He doesn't usually have, like, out-of-character things going on. But usually, when we're in the game, he has a lot of going on in his mind. Axe, I know, also has plans, and, he will talk about it out of character and stuff. And, he'll interact with the out of character documents. He'll sometimes field questions. He'll be very, what's the word I want to say? Have a lot of lack of self-esteem in it, but, he's still engaging. Aaron is quiet. Aaron is quiet mostly, but I know he has plans. He'll just do something quietly in the background until it's his time to pop up. Sometimes that doesn't necessarily work because, sometimes we'll kind of roll over what he wants to do, but I know he has plans and things he wants to do. Sometimes it's just maybe a little hard to bring him to the forefront, especially if I'm trying to streamline something else. We'll just run slipshod over him and we have to sometimes roll it back a little bit.
Yeah, we can get a little speedy.
Yeah, sometimes. Me, like I said, I am someone who is very, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily efficiency focused, but I like planning, I like discussing, I like getting the ball running, and I like doing stuff. Like I said, like, I don't think I'm necessarily, like, tactically minded or something, but I have a very good head for, like, supply and logistics. So if we're dealing with things of, like, all right, what are we going to need for this? What are the complications we're going to have for this? What are, like, how, like, we need to check A box, B to C to D, because I'm very good at that. So when we're making plans for stuff, I'm very good about that, but, like, I want people to be more comfortable, like, and rested, and, like, I want people to, like, figure out the world and stuff. It's all, like, God, like, I'm, like, it's why, like, I picked up the Chalice Knight quest, because I was all like, oh shit, a magical cup based on, like, a bunch of Chalice Knights, may have magical weapons, and they were really cool dudes. Sign me the fuck up. Like, originally, like, that was, gonna be kind of passed to Logesh, but guess what? Loftus are like, it's just a magic sword. Whatever. And I'm like, okay.
Well, it wasn't just, like, he wasn't just, it's a magic sword, because he wasn't, like, using it casually. He was like, it's a magic sword.
He literally said, it's just another magic sword. He literally said that. That's when I offered to buy it off him, and then...
Well, that was an in-character thing. Out of character, I think Loth explained his character note as, like, and Logesh talked about this a little in character, too, but he was like, he was concerned about the sword, because it was a sword with a name and, like, a guy attached, and he was like, I don't know about this. This feels like some sort of thing pressuring me. And unfortunately, he raised that point with Enos and not with an NPC speaking with my voice, because, like, as fucking Sister Mercedes has told you, like, 4 times, like, hey, I'm not giving you this magic sword because I'm trying to send you into a spiral of the Chalice quest. It's literally in my traveling trunk, and you guys are constantly being attacked by demons. Yeah. Like, honestly, in that sense, Enos is also more reserved with Argent Light than I was aiming for. If only I hadn't instantly given Axe a magical sword, we could have given him Argent Light, he would be fucking hitting everybody with sword beams.
Oh, I have been a little bit reserved, but it's also because, I don't have sword, so I'm not good at sword. And this is why I was asking the question, hey, do I need to actually swing the sword to use it? Or can I do something else with it?
I mean, yeah, you need to have it drawn, it's got an edge.
And so it's like, I was more
the spell
curious
part
about
doesn't use the pool.
So that's why I was curious about, like, how to use it on, like, combination of my own stuff, because I don't want to be a character that's carrying around, like, 80 different fucking things. As much as I love gear, that would be very, very weird.
Well, I was about to say find a pocket furrow, but then I was like, right, we've actually talked about this. You don't have sewn-in pockets, so you need to find a pouch or a backpack for it.
No.
Also, actually phrase that very strange, being like, I wasn't thinking I wasn't allowed to use it. You already do have a magical sword that has, like, an upgrade path. And I mean, listen, I caused some of it, but I do also think that, like, you guys have fallen into pretty typical stuff where you're just like, well, people usually go in the Celtic Sea in the winter when it's cool. We don't want to go into the desert when it's summer. That wasn't enforced anywhere. I got rules for heat that aren't that crazy. Like, you just take body penalties. So, like, I mean, yes, you would have to block out the time, but, like, there could have been attempts.
Yeah, no. Like, again, this is one of those things, Ax. If you wanted to push for Celtic Sea and there wasn't anything pressing happening right away, it's just one of those things. I'm like, oh, the Marcus wants to go. What do we do?
We'll figure it out.
I suggested winter because, I'm in no rush to get there because guess what? Everyone has a secret sorcery but me. Like, we got the fucking animal one.
You'll be the last one, but you'll be there.
Yeah. So, like, I'm also waiting for the trip to Celtic Sea, but, I thought about it and it's all like, well, we want to get a lot of stuff done and, thematically this will be the best time. So, yeah, I'll put it off till then. But, like, again, Ax, you constantly downplay the level of control you have. You always say, oh, you're just going to shoot me down. That's all like, no, we will consider it and then decide whether it's a good idea or not, or whether we have some other pressing guns. But if there's not, well, there's no reason not to say no. Like, I've mentioned this with Dallas a few times. Dallas has some weird ideas sometimes. And quite frankly, often, I don't like them. They're weird. Dallas, why are you writing a letter to the Fairy Queen? Dallas, why are you writing a letter to the Second Prince? You should not do that. I tell him he should not do that. I don't tell him he can't do that. There are sometimes I'm like, Dallas, no, you can't do that.
This
is not one of them.
And that's the can't is usually my job where I have to be like, no, you're not going to work. You're not going to do that. That's not going to play out like you think it is.
No, but even if I don't like it, if Dallas like, Dallas, I don't like this, but I see no reason why I can't tell you no. Like, that's the exact same thing would happen with you, Ax. If I don't like it, I'll let you know I don't like it, but I'll still fucking do it. Like, this is a matter of you, if you can emotionally handle me not liking something that you did.
Yeah, I'm about to say, this is more about Axe's ability to withstand his idea not being liked, which, like, I mean, it's easy to say, just don't care, man. That's not how that works.
It's true,
but it is one of those things of just like, no, you could relax a little, because it's like, there are, I mean, yeah, technically, you guys were the one who were so invested in going back to the Rising Dragon. Like, you did have to go there for a little appearance to become Marquess, but you could have literally gone, all right, we're going to Celtic Sea. I don't want to be here anymore. Like, you could have been like, Baron Oro, we will negotiate this loan at your palace. Like, even saying like the king turning to you to think about Summer Court, you were kind of deflected that way, or actually, I think technically Lady A deflected in that direction towards you. Because, like, it was clear that the king was setting up a thing, but you could have been like, oh, no, no, my king, we're too busy for that sort of a thing. Like, there's room, there's risks, you gotta worry about pushback. Certainly, I think there are some things where, like, we might be able to, like adjust that out there. Well, your wedding is in the spring. You guys are going to Celtic Sea in winter, so you're going there before you're getting married.
The spring is just a placeholder time. We haven't actually, like, booked anything, so it could be even longer. I just split it for next year so we have time to plan and get everything else out of the way.
Yeah, because I don't think you wanted to commit to fall, because that felt like too soon when you hadn't set anything in stone yet. You'll have a chance to talk to Narissa to figure it out. Sailing to Celtic Sea, I think we said it's like a full, because it's normally, I think, like 3 weeks from Norlon to the capital by boat, and you shave that down a little because the Sea Wolf is fast.
Shave it down a little bit more because the Sea Wolf is also magical.
Yes. So it's probably like, judging by the distance it's over there, so it'd probably be like 5-ish weeks to get all the way to the top of Celtic Sea prevailing conditions. You guys do know a Wind Witch now, though. You guys might hire more Wind Witches. I don't fucking know.
If we stop by the Isle of Vinto, we might be able to hire one for the last.
You did, because you didn't write like a letter, but you wrote back to that one guy of
the guy of the South Winds.
Yeah,
can't remember his name.
The one from the Order of the Navigator, and just said, no, we can chat more about merfolk and wind witchery stuff at Summer Court.
Yes.
So, like, you guys could work on that angle, but that would I think is Ride the Wind double speed or half time? I think it is.
That'd be rad.
Like, it's. I mean, I said this before. It's a lot of work. The Wind Witch has to commit to like 8 fucking hours of casting or something. It's like a 6-hour workday where they do nothing but fucking. Sorry, Axe made me giggle. He just like he's speaking about Axe's involvement. He's literally in the patron chat just planning it out, and then he ends his with, sort of my weird plan into a working one.
I mean, if you tell me to do that, I will.
It's very real.
Very real.
You would probably have to mention that in character specifically.
Yes.
Because Lucky wants to farm in-character interactions. But no, that's very real of you. Like, you're trying to work out the timetable, you're thinking about ideas, like, you're just like, my plan's really jank. If I tell Enos about it, maybe he'll make it make sense. But no, like, I don't remember exactly what it is, but, like, the Wind Witch has to cast it for, like, 6 hours, so it's, like, a whole workday, basically. But the advantage is that, like, the time you would be traveling is basically doubled, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, in 6 hours of casting or 8 hours of casting or whatever, you get twice that of distance if you succeed.
If you succeed.
And I believe you can have multiple Wind Witches, like, switch off, so, like, that would straight up be, like, if you, with a Sea Wolf and, like, full Wind Witchery backing, you guys could probably shave down a trip from Lagartia from, like, being, like, like I said, like, 5-ish weeks to probably, like, 2.5 weeks of just sail time. Which is still, like, long. Maybe even 2 weeks flat, if I'm nice, because the Sea Wolf is already fast. Which is still, like, long, but, like, dovetailing, like, we carve out a chunk of this month in winter, we spend, like, the whole month abroad, we carve out this chunk in winter to come back. So that's the whole season, With still
back in time for New Year's.
Some blob time. I think...
No, but it's
we
like...
have to worry about railroading, but I think blob time did work out very well for the rest of Spring 3. Like, Spring 3 is basically cooked.
No, like, to be fair to Axe, there have been times where he's, like, had an idea and we've shot him down, but, like, usually because I think those ideas are very... It's because Axe is trying to be a modern character in a medieval setting kind of ideas.
Yeah, he gets a little latched onto some stuff, like once or twice. Like, there was, I know... Axe may be conflating my letting it go, but I distinctly remember the, like, oh, could we get tinned rations kind of a thing? And I was just like, what? What do you need those for? Like, it is a modern marvel, but it is one of those things that just, like, that you need an impetus for that. It's kind of like some of the other stuff where it's like, there have been a few other questions of asking about this and mechanics and physics, and it's just like, it's hard to take a modern concept and work backwards and then be like, well, in this case, the example of, tinned rations or tinned food is really convenient. Like, honestly, the question to be doing would be asking that, like, right now, when you're making your, like, second trip into the Fogvale, being like, hey, is there any way we could preserve our food better?
No, like, we still do probably, like, we actually talked about it, like, a little bit about it, like, how we want to, make sure we keep our food dry, make sure stuff is salted, are we gonna have to fucking forage, maybe we wouldn't want to forage, and so if we wanted to, like, make some sort of, like, there's probably a lot of shit covered in waxed cloth, fuck.
There's everything is oiled. Well, that's like I talked about like oilcloth. Hey, that's just cloth that's been treated with oil. Waxed canvas. That's rain gear. That's what you're dealing with. The only other alternative is wool. That if you did not, there's a way you can treat wool you've sheared off sheep so that it doesn't lose the lanolin, the chemical that the like natural oil that makes them waterproof.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like it's basically pre-oiled. The sheep oiled it for you. So like that's what it is. And until you guys either bully Nicola into inventing alchemical rubber, which I will admit will probably be a bit of a struggle because he's going to have no fucking idea what like rubber or latex is, You've got to invent the concept of rubber first.
Have we come up with the not mason jars, but do we know how to preserve things and like pickle things and preserve things in glass?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure pickling would be out there. That's the Age of Sail type shit was pickling and brine and stuff like that. So you're at brine. The actual like literal mason jar, I think it would be is like around this time. There's a specific like way they're designed to be airtight.
Well, yeah, no, they have a seal on the rim that modern ones are just they get heat and they're a little good, but previously it would be wax. They would heat up the wax, it would melt the thing, and it would seal the jar. Could probably do something like that. I don't know, but again, it's one of those things of to go back to the thing, Axe always asks the question of, hey, how do I make this in-game technology? And not ask the question of, hey, how do I do this particular thing better? You presume the answer and not the question.
I do think like Axe has a decent chance of like starting at the beginning of being like, oh yeah, what is our like thing like, But yeah, he usually starts with the conclusion of like, I would like to do X, and then we got to kind of be there to like, well, to do X, there's several letters that come before that one. We'll figure it out. And some stuff I've always had to say like for narrative reasons is just like you're not gonna accomplish this in a reasonable time frame.
But but like I said, all this to talk about. I wish Loth was more invested in this game, but I do not know how to do it without being an absolute ass. Because if I feel like I'm an absolute ass, Loth is just gonna be like, well, clearly I'm not playing this game well, and I just should not be here, and he'll leave. Which is...
yeah, I suppose
not
if we
what I
went too
want.
hard on him, he would just skip out. Which we don't want.
Yeah.
We like Loth.
No,
And I think he does an interesting thing as Logesh. Also, Logesh hits thing. He has a valuable niche protection in the squad. He likes Spite. He's gonna build a good house in Vintage Story because of Spite. He's tired of Lucky telling him he sucks as a decorator and a construction man.
Well, get good, scrub.
I mean, that's the plan. He's thinking about it. He's going for it. I'll have to remind him tomorrow because I believe he said that he wanted to actually write out a letter. I don't know like what his work schedule's been like this week because like Loth also works, not all the time though. He's usually got a decent amount of free time, but sometimes he does get a weird shift or has a tough day. But I believe he did say last week that he wanted to actually like sketch out his letter to Ainara, so maybe more letters. I think he said he might have a couple of ideas in his head at least. At least we got like we're he's at the point where he's thinking about writing letters, you know? We'll push for the completion for the actual writing, but we're fermenting new thoughts in there.
That's good.
And you can catch up on all of this and more on our channel. All episodes of Rain are caught up for once. Woo!
Woo!
And I have been posting the letters to Patreon. There will not be any for our next session. I don't have any new letters because you guys are going on Fogvale time.
Fogvale time! That reminds me, I think I might switch out one of my the spell I'm teaching Alestra to Soul of the Forest, because that just seems useful for where she's going and where I'm going. Or we're going. It'd be very nice.
I did actually remember. I have to double check her stats, but I'm... Sorry, I was trying to... I thought of a joke, but I was also like, I don't want to say that in a condescending way. We've had some back and forth about your teaching. I was going to say, far be it from me to criticize your teaching skills. Actually, far be it from me, because, I feel like one of the benefits of being a mentor is that you can make an impression on the characters. As her build is right now, I don't know if Aurelia would be using Shroud the Soul too much, because I think her coordination and charm are similar.
Oh, that's true. Well, see, here's the thing. I can't look at.
That's right.
her
I don't.
stat.
Maybe
Yeah. So
should I do this as a sub tab on the Dramatis? Maybe I will. I'll think
well,
about it.
don't worry about it.
I don't want to. I don't want to
I'll-
cook it with comments. But yeah, I'm pretty sure her stealth is actually decent, and she has pretty similar coordination and charm.
Okay, now
There are still other benefits to using Shroud the Soul, but I was thinking about it when you said it. I'm like, I have to think about this. Would she actually use it much?
No,
it's
if you think
She's okay at sneaking.
if you think a spell is an ill fit, just let me know and I'll rethink that. Like I said, because I do not have Aurelia's stats at hand, so it's hard for me to look at her and be like, could she use that? I don't know. But no, I'll swap that out. But no, I'm gonna give Alestra Soul of the Forest because I think that will fit on her theme, and I'll figure out something different for Aurelia. Well, actually, no. Let me ask you real quick. Because I was gonna originally teach Alestra Devil Repelling Incense, which is also a super useful spell. Holy shit, I didn't realize. And I've been kind of going with the, I've been trying to keep them even on the spellcast. Devil Repelling Incense and Soul of the Forest are both Intensity 3. Could I teach Alestra 2 Intensity Spell 3s in the time before we set out, or do you think I can only pick one or the other?
Before you set out, probably only one.
And then I'll do Soul of the Forest because that's probably more helpful at the time. I'll figure out something for.
I have to remember to think about it because I haven't started writing the fiction yet. I'll have to remember that too. That might come up.
Yeah. No, but as always, I'm excited to play Rain, get started on the Fogvale, move time swiftly on. I do think, though, I'm gonna have to give up on making the fucking height 10 Prime Elemental, because despite, Dallas making the roll 4 times and getting 3 10s on 3 of the rolls, I have not rolled a single fucking 10 in those 4 attempts. It drives me a little up the wall.
It's very painful. I have to double check. I'm not even sure if Dallas... I think I've had this conversation before. I'm not sure if Dallas even needs to roll to make the trinket. I think he just commits to doing it.
Yeah, he just
rolls anyway, and because he's Dallas, he gets 5 10s on it. Whereas you, who, by the way, to perform the spell that Lucky is doing, he's trying to, create a special elemental, but he wants to summon it himself, rather than just have Nicola assign it to him. You literally roll with his pool.
Yeah. It's 9 plus expert dice. All I need is a single 10. In these 4 rolls, I have not gotten a single fucking 10, because I always set the expert die to 10. It's driving me mad. If anything else, this is what's going to drive me to buy Summoncraft, just so I can get frickin' Guardian Totem and, what was the elemental one? Summoncraft has this really nice spell where you basically get to summon a elemental, Prime Elemental. It's just temporary.
I'm trying to remember what it is. God, unfortunately, because we were updating my fucking... I don't think I can check on Aurelia's stats right now, because I'd have to fight Google Chrome, which has been, trying to update itself in the background. And I think that's futzing with like my history
I'm
and
not.
stuff.
I'm not too worried about it. Like I said, I am interested in Summoncraft as like a second sorcery, but like there are still so many cool freaking Soulcraft sorceries coming out, and there's a whole secret sorcery that's just waiting for me. It's waiting for me. And God, I don't even want to think about the character I would have right now if I didn't have like so much in sorcery right now. I'd be crazy. But
I think I'm gonna say this talking about Aaron and sorcery. I think Aaron has Conrad kind of like just being like he is doing his approach to sorcery because it is a counterpoint to the other characters.
Yeah, like everyone but Aaron and Logesh has sorceries. And
yeah,
like
Aaron
says,
he has plans
like
that he could expand into sorcery if he finds one that fits.
Yeah, he just hasn't found one that fits. And don't you dare say Runecraft Axe. He looked at it. He said,
"You
no."
only say that fits just because he has a high body score."
Yeah. Now Axe is gonna say I wasn't gonna say that.
He might have said it. That's
Rune blades
okay.
are cool.
He's correct. He's just saying facts. No, but that's the thing, right? Where like. But also, I do think that sometimes Comrade provides a valuable position to the crew, which is that all three of our sorcerers do or occasionally talk about things that are questionable in nature. Like Enos is probably the most respectful about it, though you have at least on screen cast one of the spells that is usually reserved for Maleficarum.
Yes,
you've told a couple of Monstrum to fuck off.
I've only told one monster fuck up, and I kindly ask that everyone keep that a secret.
Yes. But like conversation-wise, out of character, which I do say, Axe is not always good at differentiating between Leslock and Axe talking. But in and out of character, Axe has talked about being interested in some spells for Veilcraft, which are the nastier type. Of just being like, man, I think it'd be really metal if I just summoned ghosts to eat somebody's face. And it's just like, Marquez, did you say that out loud? Nicola has both in and out of character very explicitly thought of doing some real dumb, stupid-ass dumb things. I'm gonna talk one myself. I'm gonna clone myself through alchemy. No, do not do that, you dumb motherfucker. That's a terrible idea. That's also super illegal. But also a terrible idea, even if it wasn't illegal. Don't do that. I just need to tear my soul a little bit.
No, you don't.
So yeah, no, it's interesting. Logesh is actually probably the character that I genuinely think probably will not get sorcery unless somehow I, like, in the secret zone, I have, like, invented the perfect sorcery that Loth will like, and he'll just be like, that's cool. I don't think he's ever gonna do it. And that is, I don't know if that is, like, talking about, like, Loth having a different sense of investment than the other characters, or more like a situation of just, like, no, I didn't think of my character as a sorcerer, so I don't have any reason to pick up sorcery.
No, Loth is... If Loth wanted to pick up sorcery, I think he would have. Like, I don't know, like, I can speak of, like, maybe how, like, invested he is in the game and the... Well, let me take this out. I think Loth is invested in us playing the game, and he's invested in the game as a concept. I don't think Loth is necessarily invested in the setting of the game.
Yeah, I think he likes world stuff, but I feel like Loth's main thing as a consumer is he is the kind of guy to just be like, I hand him I spin him up a yarn, and he just goes, that's rad, nod, thumbs up, eat a sandwich, post a flork meme.
Loth, like, I don't know if I mentioned this, but Loth treats the game like we're all in a different room than he is, and he's watching us through a window. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that, but I think Loth wants to be there. I think Loth wants to see what we're doing. But Loth is never necessarily too, like, concerned about what he's doing. He wants all of us to be having, like, do cool stuff and a good time. And he's like, yeah. Or as he likes to say, yippee! So, if Loth wanted to be a sorcerer, he probably would have, like, brought it up already or started investing in it. Maybe, like, I don't know how much he, like, engaged with, like, the setting document and whatnot to, like, pour over spells with a fine-tooth comb like I do sometimes.
No, I like, and talking about, like, wanting the copy of that stuff, I said the other day, so he had something permanent. Like, I do think he does reference stuff. Like, Dallas is the one that I'm definitely, like, Dallas does not necessarily look stuff up in his off time because he does not have the same kind of off time that we do.
Dallas will also just say shit off the cuff, and we have to be like, no, Dallas, this is not how it works.
No, Loth added stuff. He was there. He was in Session 0. I'm sure he had back and forth stuff. Actually, yeah, no, I think you already knew Aurelia's Normally, I don't share your guys' character's passion, but I think I already discussed Aurelia's with you. I just posted her stats again.
Oh, okay.
Because I found it.
That does remind me, I need to get more green glass knives so I can, like, just have a brace of them and
Glamours,
enchant them.
I think I need to teach her Ears of the Forest so she can speak to the animals she summons.
If she's going down the animal route, I'll have to probably pick up and kindle the mind. Or she can pick it up on her own. I don't know.
She does advanced spells on her own. It's just like I said. I'm going mostly with what you're.
Yeah, no, I'll leave
her.
her.
I've had her to pick up a few spells on her own, like dropped her Night Eyes because she doesn't need that anymore, and so she's replaced it with Glam Eyes.
No, my teaching styles. Like I said, I'm trying to take my students down 2 different paths in their soul crafting. One is supposed to be a lot more dark. One is supposed to be a lot more light.
That will get very funny when you guys do start, or rather, I should say, when Alestra starts mixing and matching with we're inventing new dragon sorcery.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Like I said, I'm hoping to get on that eventually.
And, you just got to decide to move the dragon skull
Eventually, but no, I'm excited for Rain, and like I said, I hope we keep playing it for
many
at least another
moons
year
to come.
Yeah, I'm about to say. I don't want to say months, but I also don't want to say years.
No, we don't want to be here forever, and we've been pretty good about weaving in and out stuff. We're taking breaks and moving stuff. But yeah, it's a fun time, and we've got a lot to pay off of. Like I said, I think even more so than the Fog Veil, the Celticy trip, or the Celticy part of the winter trip, I should say, because you are planning on going a couple other places. That's going to be a big one, because, like, you're going to have, like, blah, 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 like the Alchemical College, which is probably going to, like, unlock a lot of background lore. It's going to, solve some stuff for Nicola, and also, like, give opportunities to the rest of the crew, kind of compare and contrast some notes, we'll see kind of where pyromancy ends up after that. Also, I've made no subtle bones about it, but there is, like, there will be a research point and plot hook to be like, hey, Leslie wants his sword to be on fire again.
Yeah, no, like, I've always assumed that. It's like also, the thing with, like, the necropolis. I think we found that plot hook before you actually started talking about secret sorceries and stuff.
Yeah, no, I just wrote that in there because I needed a cool fact to team about the desert, and then it just so happened that like a lot of the way. Yes, no, the I don't know if it was 3, but it was when you guys actually went to Logi's Labyrinth. I think the tomb told you to go south.
Yes.
The necropolis was like, yes, that's super old. But a lot of the way my world building works is kind of like almost like a filter down approach. It's like, water flowing to the lowest point. You introduce a one-off thing as like, I needed a proper noun here, I need an explanation for this, or, well, there wasn't a city here, so I had to plop a city here kind of a thing, and then it goes, okay, well, I've put this here. Where does this go? Like, what flows from here? And, like, a lot of other stuff out there. Like, as an example of something that hasn't finished but will, come back later but is also good, there was a whole thing where you were researching some dragon stuff, and I came up with some cool dragon concepts. I needed some not the first hatching type guys. And one of them I was like, oh yeah, not all dragons are bad. There was one dragon who was so cool, she studied at the Alchemical College. And you were just
I put that in. I think I put that in the thing. I constantly kick myself in the fucking face for forgetting to ask that guy at Weirwing Keep about it. Like, he was there.
The alchemist guy. He left. He was right there.
Yeah, no.
Maybe you'll see him again. But that's one that's just like... And then, like I said, when player characters latch onto stuff, if these guys had just been, neat, and then never thought about it or brought it up again, probably wouldn't go anywhere. But because we think and we're like, that means that I gotta go, okay, shit, where's the river flow from here? And that will probably lead into multiple stuff, because, sometimes rivers split, sometimes rivers converge. Just like the rivers Aaron, I think, is generating right now in Vintage Story.
But speaking about other games, like I said, we're probably going to get the Fog Veil adventure done, and then take a small break for a Rogue Trader. That is coming along swimmingly. Well, actually, I don't know how well it's coming along. Aaron doesn't doesn't talk a lot about the GM processing. He has shown some portraits for some NPCs, asked some questions and stuff.
Asked us about our NPC input. He's working.
Yeah, he's working. But I am excited for that. I'm gonna most decidedly not be a social character. Well, I take that back. I'll be a very social character. My social ability will be at yelling at people.
Your intimidate will be very key. Oh, there's a yawn, actually.
So I'm looking forward to that. Like I said, I have made a very scary melee character. Very scary. And might have some fun with other things. So, I'm very excited about it. Actually, I don't know what's your level of excitement for playing Rogue Trader?
Moi? I'm excited.
Yes.
y'all know I don't get to play games a lot, so
Yeah.
Aaron has GM'd a few stuff for us, so it's good to get in there, and it's something I, kind of know what I'm doing. Like, my main thing will just be me remembering what version of reality I live in, because I've mentioned this before. Fantasy Flight Games, like, basically patched their rules slightly every single new game line. So the rules are slightly different every game. But I think we're getting pretty good. Yeah, no, I talked earlier when I said that, talking about the cat herder. Spoilers, when it's me as a player, I'm usually the cat herder, because I have too much empathy with GMs to be like, okay, shit, the group's just, bumble fucking around. It's like, all right, kids, let's go. All right, everybody get in the car. Fasten your fucking seatbelt. And I am actually, literally, gonna be both the captain of the boat and have pilot spacecraft. So I do get to say, if you guys don't shut up, I will turn this void ship around. Voidmaster, make my ship do a sick 180. That ends with all of us flung into one of the walls.
This is why I need mag boots. Also, I would listen, I'm not saying that Frack might have to go do a fucking spacewalk at some point, but listen, if I just want to, like, throw myself at the enemy ship, I should be able to do that.
Probably. I'll get you a void suit. Probably.
Oh no, I got an orc style void suit, but I need a there's like jump packs and stuff you can use.
Yeah, jump packs, grab shoots. There's a few different things. The like you said, the gear list is not super expansive, but it's got a decent amount of stuff.
Yeah, it's got enough stuff. Like, I'm trying to, like, just consider, like, okay, I don't need to carry, like, an entire armory on my back. What do I want to, get my job done? Because a lot of the times when you think about gear items, they're usually things that make you do what you're good at better, or what you're bad at better, bonus and stuff. And the Rogue Trader doesn't have a lot of that. There's not like a lot of things that say give you +5 to tech use, +10 to carouse. Like, there's none of that. There's usually just little.
There are a few of them. The problem is none of them are useful for frack. A lot of them are like 40k like equivalents to like computers and typewriters and shit. So it's like what the fuck? There's the Calculance Array. I think it weighs like 120 kilograms.
I can carry that.
I mean, you can, but it's like there's it says it's Prometheum powered, so it's like a piston gas driven portable computer in a sense. And I think it gives you like +10 to like commerce and a couple of other tests, and it's like that's cool, but also like it's a fucking like push cart, But there are a few. The problem is a lot of stuff that's actually really good is like rare. Like, at some point, we probably need to pick up, like a multi-compass or, like, an Astra Almanac, but both of those are, like, rare or better. But they have a few. I think the one thing that's going to be most important is I'm going to need to pick up a fucking advanced med kit.
Yeah, no, like, I was asking this, does anyone have Medicae? And not sure. I do like that the advanced Medicae kit lets you treat it as a basic skill, which means you'll get half your stat, which is, like, I'm like, better than not being able to attempt it at all, shit.
And you do get a +20. I think you brought that up, and I was like, well, if I still get the +20 on a basic skill, that's as if I was just rolling trained, because I am a big brain boy. So, hopefully we'll just cruise with intellect advances, and the medkit tells me what to do. And if not, there's so many fucking drugs in this game.
Yeah, that's the thing that was like blowing my mind. Is like there are fuck tons of drugs. And
I think I can explain it, because you got to remember that the original. The very first, like, edition of the game kind of a thing would be, like, what was called, Rogue Trader Warhammer 40,000. Like, very, very old school stuff, like the earliest editions. But that was, like, late 80s, so it was really in that kind of, like, it's very similar to, like, old school cyberpunk, like, RPGs and stories of just, like, nah, man, drug use is cool, it's edgy, look how edgy we are, we're gonna shoot up with drugs. And it's, like, that's why so many old school RPGs are just full of combat drugs. Everybody was just like, yeah, in the future, we're going to shoot up with Psycho. And it's like, that's not really how drugs work, chat. Yes, you can get hopped up on methamphetamines and you will feel no pain, but that doesn't necessarily make you a more effective soldier. But yeah, there is kind of like this like drug use decadence thing in the game. And so Rogue Trader is the game line to explore that. I think some of the other stuff is mostly just for like fluff, like Obscura. I'm pretty sure either they reprinted it because it was in Dark Heresy, because Dark Heresy is a sad, dark game about solving heretical crimes, and doing hard drugs is about that. Or the idea is you're gonna start your own opium war as the Rogue Trader. You will buy my Obscura.
I mean, they did talk about that. Like, if you have certain trades, you can, use that to, generate money. I was playing around with the idea of maybe having Frack make some alcohol in his spare time, but like this is one of the things I like.
Kind of have like the making like synthetic alcohol somewhere like distillate would be like that's trank.
What do you mean
is it called trank? I don't fucking know, but that is what trank is. It's just synthetic alcohol distillate, aka moonshine.
Oh. But like I was looking at the skill to do that, and like Rogue Trader has a very specific skill list of what's available, and the one that was probably closest to making alcohol was Chemist. Get trade Chemist. I was mentioning this a minute earlier. I like Rogue Trader and I like its advances because it does not necessarily give you fucking choice bloat like some other games will, where you don't got like 3 books of choices. You have your advances here. This is what you pick from, and I'm like, cool. Eventually, when I get Orc Mech Boy, I'll be able to get trade Armorer or trade Shipwright. Bet the crew's gonna love that. But no, like there's no like unless I like I think I'm not entirely sure. I think you can get advances from like other plays and stuff.
You might be able to do a little multi-classing. I think you must be able to somewhere because like the Rogue Trader rank 1 has like talents and skills you get for free. So like
they're talking
that must
about
be the multi-class.
So I'm not entirely sure how that works, but I was trying to find like someone that I can get like Chemist like or Medicaid like real quick, and it just doesn't exist. Like I think like one of the few things I saw that had like Chemist was like the fucking the I can't remember what it's called, but it was the tech priest that actually focused on the flesh and stuff. They could get it. Chemist and stuff. I was like,
yeah,
yes.
I mean, Aaron brought this up in chat. Technically, you can like talk to your GM. He could probably figure out a time and a place for you to get a
well, that's true.
Trade.
That's the other thing is you can do what's called elite advances, where you have to kind of buy things out of thing, but you have to talk to the GM and they'll assign an XP value. So that was the other thing I was considering, but that's something that has to be worked on more in play.
We'll figure out when the time is right, I'm sure.
So I guess because again, I'm one of those people. I don't like running around without a doctor. And I don't know what Dallas's character is looking like.
Yeah, we talked about this. He should be able at least to be able to get Medicaid, like the skill. I don't know what his int is going to look like.
Yeah.
So like,
fun fact, Frack has fucking 40 int. He's very smart.
Yeah, you're a fucking mech boy. Duh. Well, chat might not realize that, but yeah, no, you're the tech use guy. Of course you do. It's just you're not trained in medicling. You're not a pain boy.
No.
Right, you're an odd boy right now. You're not a mech boy yet. You have to actually be mechanized. But no, like there's stuff we can do for that. But no, I already have like day 1, session 1 shit I'm gonna try and grab. Like the advanced medkit's up there, but also it's gonna be like, okay, time to fucking it's like who wants dark sight goggles, respirators for filter plugs for everybody.
Oh, Omega, did you get your free acquisition item?
Oh no, I did not pick yet. I should look at the
yeah, as long as you can as long as it's at a modifier of +0 better, you can just pick one item for free. I picked up a second best level choppa with that because it was scarce for one person only. And what was the third modifier? Because like I do like the availability test. Like it's very interesting. You basically pick on like how for how many people is like if you're just getting like something for like one person that's considered negligible, and it's a I'm sorry, I can't remember plus or minus was the plus. It was a +30 to the test, but like scarce is like -30. Or
so
no,
it becomes
scarce was
+0.
It's scarce. And this is the third one, but it all evened out at 0, so I was able to pick up
Yeah, I do think they have a few. They have a few too many adjectives for the rarity.
Yeah.
What the fuck is the difference between plentiful and abundant, game?
Or how about ubiquitous?
Yeah, that's another one.
But yeah, no.
But yeah, I could probably either do the med kit that way or some other stuff. I'd have to look. Maybe I will get.
Yeah, but no, they also like talk about like you can like buy like equipment for like companies of people, and I'm just like, damn.
Yeah, no, like there's not like super tight rules about it, but like if I wanted to, I could like be like, yes, I need every Marine on my ship to be armed with a best quality las gun. And I don't know if Aaron would run it like this, but there could be an argument where you could just go like, well, can I just borrow one of the soldiers, las guns if I need it? I could borrow his las gun if I need it. I'd just be like, you man, give me that. I paid for that.
Actually, Aaron, real quick, while I got you here, and Rogue Trader, are you going to allow us to like have multiple ships, or are we just going to be kind of a one ship kind of crew? I'm not saying like multiple ships out the get-go, but can we get like other ships?
Aaron did say that
have a small fleet.
He can basically run like Rogue Trader off and on probably as long as we have interest kind of a thing. So our our advancement length could be longer.
Yeah, like
If we want to capture multiple ships, we'll have to see if there's ships we're stealing.
it's true.
That's fair. Didn't plan for the first endeavor. We are just starting out. We don't know what we're doing. That's not entirely true, but yeah. But yeah, I would probably get actually get my Chameleon Line cloak or get a.
It's like because I would like a cool ship where I can do salvage operations and frickin' do all the get all the boarding party bonuses. Like right now, I don't know if we want to do full on boarding parties. We might just want to do hit and runs.
Maybe we'll see. And I mean, there's like other stuff I want to play with. Like there's whole like rules for like carriers and carrier bays and stuff. And I'm just like, ooh. That's right.
Yeah, I saw
Lucky
there was fighter
wants
bays.
to do salvage and stuff. And my goal is like, how do I build Battlestar Galactica?
Yeah, I know. I saw the carrier bays. I'm all like, Omega's gonna want fucking fighters. I'm
looking at it, but I'm like, but also when I was doing our shipbuilding, I was like, there's no fucking way we can make this work. We don't got the space. We need
that's the other thing.
We're fatter ship.
Yeah. So no, I was like, it doesn't have to be a big ass ship. I just need enough to fit the fucking salvage operations and a bunch of the boarding action things. And that could be frack ship. The other thing I was worried about is like, how am I gonna crew that? I'm not, because I don't want to fill it with orcs. That'd be a bad idea.
We might be able to get some volunteers. There's some mercenary humans out there. I still plan probably in this ship. I want to acquire the Xenos habitats. Give some space for alien cultures and Xenos members to have a space.
I was definitely like feeling like the way we should build this ship is build it like a very much a research and you know Xenos loving kind of to try to get the laboratorium, the library, and the Xenos habitats, maybe the garden. I'd be like, that'd be a pretty rad ship.
No, I think it'd be cool, and it'd be pretty secure. And we have the space. We have the space for it in this cruiser. We don't have the points for it, so we'll have to figure it out.
Yeah,
well, that's good. We'll pick up some extras. But yeah, no, it's a fun time. We'll experiment with some stuff. And like I said, I like ship customizing, so I can see some stuff. Yeah, Rogue Trader will be coming. Reen is coming.
Yeah.
Experiment with some stuff.
Experiments and stuff.
Well, we were right. We recorded a big old long ass show. I mean, there's some occasional weird pauses in there from stuff, and some a little bit of dropped audio, but we're over 5 hours now.
Go us.
Yeah.
We can probably call it good then.
Alrighty. Then yeah, because I gotta edit this actually and post it. Probably good for the day. Oops. Sorry, I just got so used to the recording. I closed down my second bank of monitors before I finish, but I need the list of patrons. Because we'll do that in a second. But, hey, thanks so much for watching. Once again, give us a like. If you see a little hype button, that's that thing YouTube's trying out. Try that. Make sure you're subbed and you're ringing the bell, to get notifications and alerts. Probably helps with, like, all the restricted mode and other shit going around. You can join our Discord if you want to do all manner of Discord things. Yeah, actually, no, I blew through all that really fast. I already did like, comment, and subscribe. I'm crazy. You can leave the comments down below. I guess I didn't technically say that, but yeah, leave your comments there. Join our Discord. You can join our channel memberships for badges and emotes and stuff. I guess since I am, I talked about gassing us up, paying for groceries and stuff. Gotta get that bread. You can leave super thanks on any video. It doesn't have to be a live video to do a super chat. You can just, be like, cool vid, guys. Here's $2 if you want to do a one-time thing. You don't have to commit to the membership if you want to put soda money in my pocket. But thanks for tuning in. Like I said, it's supporting us memberships. Make sure to tune into our live streams. Speaking of Rogue Trader, the first Rogue Trader stream did pretty good. We'll probably take another crack at that on Monday. We'll see how it goes. We actually get to start some endeavors, find some people, maybe find some sort of navigator. But, like I said at the front of the show, you can also consider supporting us on Patreon. Get the episode in audio format for as little as $1 a month. At higher levels, you can get access to polls like Fan Servant Friday and Fail Portrayal, and early releases of Wanted when that comes. It'll be a little bit, I think, before the next event, but soon. It should be fun, because I think that's Ptolemy. Ptolemy 1, that's cool.
Yeah.
I get to talk about Greeks and Egypt. Anyway, stay tuned for that. You get Wanteds early. At higher levels, you can listen to us record the podcast live every week on our Discord, and you can get on-air shoutouts like Adam Harp, Blacksta G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, T-2000 Starlight, Legend of Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Charvor, Baron the Crow. Thank you very much for your support, everyone, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye now.
Good night, everybody.